Chapter 839. Not martial arts? Chen Chen and Peacock asked curiously, then what is it? This. Nanjing Fan was at a loss for words. Maybe it's luck. Maybe it's fate. Maybe it's a test of the mind. I'm not sure myself. After all, I've participated in the selection but I didn't succeed. However, according to senior sister, martial arts shouldn't be that important. She also said that if I can improve my Mortal Heart Sutra, I might be able to pass the selection. Master, that means senior sister still has a chance. Chen Chen said happily. Isn't that so? It's because Peacock's Mortal Heart Sutra is so good that even though her martial arts aren't the best, doesn't the sect leader still regard her as an elite? Even the sect leader sent Peacock to the sacrificial ceremony in Carefree City. Senior sister, if you become the sect leader, you must take good care of me. Chen Chen began to plan for his future. We haven't even taken any shape yet, what's the point of saying this? Peacock shook her head. Book it in advance. You're in a bad situation now, so it's easier to talk to you. If you really pass the selection, it won't be easy for me to talk to you. It's better to say it now. Chen Chen curled his lips and said. I know. Who doesn't care? Who doesn't care about you? Hurry up and cultivate. Who knows, you might pass the selection and I might not. Alright, the two of you stop quarreling. Don't I only have the two of you as my disciples? It's good that you two love each other. It's only a few days until the selection. Hurry up and cultivate. You only have one chance. If you fail this time, you won't have another chance in the future. It's better to make good use of this opportunity. Nanjing Fan said and walked out of the pavilion, leaving Peacock and Chen Chen to meditate and cultivate the Mortal Heart Sutra under the moonlight. However, not long after, Peacock opened her eyes and looked at the setting full moon. She thought to herself, why is this happening? I haven't seen this person for a long time, why did he appear again today? Could it be that I can't get rid of this nemesis in my life? The nemesis that the Peacock spoke of was not at the Shirxin Peak as she had imagined. Instead, it was at a small hut in the Fiery Palace, which was an unknown distance away from the Peacock. Its body was shining as it absorbed the starlight, and its eyes were closed as it slept. A few days passed and Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Pinger around Lihua Temple. In fact, it was similar to Tua Dan Hall, it was divided into medicinal herbs and alchemy. However, the medicinal herbs were all rare and precious. Ordinary herbs were not important. As for alchemy, it was done in the alchemy room. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua did not have the qualifications to observe at the moment. She could only look at it from afar. Even her divine sense could not pry into it. However, Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy skills had reached a high level and she no longer coveted the alchemy skills of Lingxiang Peak. Instead, she was amazed at how many medicinal herbs were grown in Lihua Temple. Occasionally, when she asked, Zhang Pinger would not explain in detail. She only said that there was a special method in the temple that could only be used by disciples with profound internal energy. As for what it was, she could not tell Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua had some doubts. Since Lingxiang Peak could grow these rare medicinal herbs, why would they plant some medicinal herbs that could not germinate on Tianmu Peak? Fortunately, Zhang Pinger basically did not treat Zhang Xiaohua as an outsider. Except for the secret of the temple that could not be said, these things that could not be regarded as secrets were also bluntly told. The reason was simple. When Lihua Hall planted rare spiritual grasses, it would consume something, and the more it was used, the less it would be used. If it wasn't for Lihua Hall's spiritual grasses such as the rejuvenating jade pill, which was an essential elixir used by the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Lihua Hall would only plant some spiritual grasses. The cost of planting such spiritual grasses was too high. Even from Lingering Fragrance Peak's point of view, it wasn't very cost-effective. When they saw that Huanxi Mountain Villa could grow spiritual grasses without using their own methods, they were naturally overjoyed. According to the purpose of frugality, they would interrogate the cultivation method of spiritual grasses while planting some spiritual grasses on Tianmu Peak, hoping to find a feasible way to grow them. After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that the method of planting the medicinal herbs in Lihua Hall was definitely related to the primordial stones. That was to say, they had their own unique incantation. Well, it could not be called an incantation. It was just like the 3 auspicious treasures of the Righteous Alliance. They used something similar to an incantation to guide the primordial stones out of the primordial stones and instilled it into the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field. Perhaps, this was the real method of planting the medicinal herbs when the immortal Tao was flourishing? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and guessed very matter-of-factly. Of course, planting the medicinal herbs like planting crops was really not very compatible with the status of the medicinal herbs. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly inquired about Zhong Pei's location. She roughly knew that he was on the mountainside of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. As for the specific location, Zhang Xiaohua did not know. Moreover, there were many restrictions on the Lingering Fragrance Peak. If one did not have the waste token of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, one could only move within one's own area and could not even take a step away from it. Even within the boundary of Mo Xian Palace, there was a powerful protective array. According to what Zhang Xiaohua said, it was so powerful that even the protective array at the foot of the mountain could not be compared to it. Therefore, without understanding the situation of the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily gave up the idea of directly rushing to the peak of Lingering Fragrance Peak. She did not know why, but the martial arts test that Zhang Xiaohua's master had arranged had not been carried out. Although this test was extremely simple to Zhang Pinger, without this test, Zhang Xiaohua would not be able to obtain the waste token of an inner disciple. Therefore, she often went to look for her master and did not come to look for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also saw some clues and asked Zhang Pinger if there were any accidents. However, Zhang Pinger frowned and said that Mo Xian Palace of Lingering Fragrance Peak had some urgent matters and required the cooperation of the various hall masters. Therefore, there was no time. However, she would often look for her master and let her inform eldest senior sister to carry out the test as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua actually did not care too much. Seeing that Zhang Pinger was anxious, she comforted her. Anyway, she was already in distant Flame Hall and it was only a matter of time. Zhang Pinger only forced a smile and accompanied Zhang Xiaohua for a while before leaving in a hurry. She must have gone to look for her master again. After Zhang Pinger left, Zhang Xiaohua sent her off with his gaze. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A personal disciple of the mythical Fire Hall's Vice Hall Master was accompanying a little medicine boy who had just arrived at the mythical Fire Hall every day. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not directly say her thoughts, but how could Zhang Xiaohua, who had been baptized by Nie Qianyu, not see the hidden meaning in her words? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly regretting. Of course, she should have refused to come to Lingering Fragrance Peak when she was at Shixin Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head again. How could she defy the hierarch's orders? Maybe I should find a chance to talk to Zhang Pinger. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but then she scratched her head again. What should I say? What can I say? She was conflicted, and at her wit's end. It was really difficult to reject and say hurtful words. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was pondering and even delaying her cultivation, she suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Before the footsteps reached the front of the room, they stopped and shouted, "Junior! Brother Ren, are you in the room?" Hearing someone calling her, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Everyone she knew on Lingering Fragrance Peak was female. Now that a male disciple was calling her, it must not be a good thing. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua walked out, it was a disciple she had never seen before. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao. May I know what is the matter, senior brother?" The disciple returned the greeting and said with a smile, "My surname is Ma. You can call me senior brother Ma. However, the person who is looking for you is not me, but senior brother Yan." Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. "Senior brother Yan? Who is it? I don't seem to know him." Senior brother Ma stepped forward and pulled her affectionately. "It doesn't matter if you don't know him now. In any case, we will be disciples of Distant Fire Palace in the future. How can you not know senior brother Yan?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and pulled her arm out without a trace. She smiled and said, "I am not a disciple of Distant Fire Palace yet. Whether I can pass the test or not is another matter. Why don't I pay a visit to senior brother Yan after I officially become a disciple of Distant Fire Palace? What do you think?" Senior brother Ma's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His tone was a little cold as he said, "Senior brother Yan is the eldest senior amongst the male disciples of the Distant Fire Palace. I think that he is extremely protective of us male disciples. Senior brother Yan is probably looking for junior brother Ren because he is concerned about junior brother Ren's future. He has good intentions. Junior brother Ren's pretentious actions may not necessarily hurt senior brother Yan's feelings. Even the disciples of the Distant Fire Palace do not know how they view junior brother Ren. If I were junior brother Ren, would definitely make this trip. My future? How the disciples of Distant Fire Palace view me." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she unconsciously sneered from the bottom of her heart. Do I still care about how others view me? Do I still need to be afraid of how others view me? She originally wanted to put down her pride and ignore him. However, when she thought about how flustered she was, she decided to go out for a walk instead of staying there. Who knows, she might be able to gain something. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Then I really have to thank senior brother Yan for his concern. Then, it's better to accept politely than to decline courteously. Senior brother Ma, please lead the way. I'm still not familiar with the situation of the fiery palace, so please don't lead me to the fork in the road." These words had a double meaning. Senior brother Ma's expression changed a little. However, it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren must be joking. We are all disciples of Distant Fire Palace and see each other frequently. How can I lead you to the fork in the road? Come, junior brother Ren, this way please. Senior brother Yan is still waiting." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and followed senior martial brother Ma to a desolate mountain valley. When Zhang Xiaohua saw senior martial brother Yan, who was casually sitting on a rock, she was stunned. Why is he here? Chapter 840. When Zhang Xiaohua saw senior martial brother Yan, who had been waiting for a long time, she was stunned. Why is he here? She might not be familiar with this person, but she had only met him once. He was the one who shared a table with Zhang Xiaohua on her first night here. Yes, he had even warned Zhang Xiaohua that he would definitely teach him when he had the time. He was indeed a man of his word. He was here to teach Zhang Xiaohua. Senior martial brother Ma walked over to senior martial brother Yan, who was casually sitting on a rock. His attitude was very respectful as he cupped his hands and bowed. "Senior martial brother Yan, Ren Xiaoyao is here." Senior martial brother Yan had been watching all along. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go now." After senior martial brother Ma left, senior martial brother Yan did not say anything. He only looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest, as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhang Xiaohua did not mind and stood straight. Although her eyes were not provocative, she did not avoid his gaze. She was also observing senior martial brother Yan. After a moment of silence, Senior Marshal Brother Yen retracted his gaze and looked at the pure white sea of clouds on lingering Fragrance Peak. He smiled and said, "My name is Yen Jianhan. This should be the second time I meet Junior Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua was amused by his deep look. She nodded and said, "Thank you for sharing a table with me that day, Senior Marshal Brother Yen. I remember that Senior Marshal Brother Yen said that you would teach me. I did not expect that the teaching would come so quickly." Yen Jianhan glanced at her and was a little surprised. He said with disdain, "Teaching? Not really. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you." "A heart-to-heart talk?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Talking about life and ambitions. I have always talked to girls. I am not interested in people like Senior Marshal Brother Yen." Yen Jianhan seemed to be touched by something. His face turned cold and he said, "Unfortunately, my heart-to-heart talk has never been about romance. I only talk to people who have eyes but fail to see." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled, "Since I have nothing to do, I would like to ask Senior Marshal Brother Yen for advice. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Brother?" Yen Jianhan was even more disdainful, "You want to be my brother? You are not qualified. You can just call me Senior Marshal Brother Yen." Faint. Zhang Xiaohua almost vomited. She had seen disciples who were not strange, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Yen Jianhan. She could not lower herself to his level. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could only smile bitterly, "Then please, Senior Marshal Brother Yen. Who knows, Senior Marshal Sister Zhang might have something to tell me later." Yen Jianhan became even angrier when Zhang Pinger was mentioned. He took a deep breath and stood on the huge rock. He turned his head and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Ren, I know that you were able to establish a relationship with Senior Marshal Sister Zhang from an ordinary disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. You must have put in a lot of effort to get her to help you accommodate the Deputy Hall Master and give you the status of a preparatory disciple. However, to be honest, the distant Fire Hall is not suitable for you. I advise you to obediently return to the White Mountain Peak and be an obedient little medicine boy. If you agree, I will give you the appropriate compensation." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy. She said with interest, "I wonder what kind of compensation Senior Marshal Brother Yen can give me that can make up for my regret of not being able to enter the inner sect?" Yen Jianhan said with disdain, "Entering the inner sect is only for medicinal pills and martial arts. I will give you enough medicinal pills and a complete set of internal strength cultivation methods for inner sect disciples. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua said unhurriedly, "If I enter the inner sect, what you said will be easy. If you were me, would you choose to go back?" Yen Jianhan's eyes narrowed a few times. Do you think you have the confidence to pass the martial arts test?" "Pfft, I don't have the slightest confidence. Does it have anything to do with you?" Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Yen Jianhan was furious. He jumped down from the huge rock and wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's collar. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him get close to her? Just as she was about to raise her hand to block, her heart skipped a beat. Her body tilted and Yen Jianhan's hand was on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be angry and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Yen, the inner sect forbids disciples from fighting each other. If you know what's good for you, you should let go of your hand." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was acting arrogant, Yen Jianhan laughed and said, "The inner sect forbids disciples from fighting each other, but it doesn't prohibit disciples from learning from each other. Junior Brother Ren and I are only competing in martial arts. What can the inner sect say about that?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. At this moment, Yen Jianhan changed his expression and said coldly, "Junior Brother Ren, I see that you are doing well in the White Mountain Peak. Have you forgotten your identity? This is the Flame Hall of the Lingxiang Peak, not your small pill expanding hall. I don't care if you can pass the bullshit martial arts test. I just want to tell you that, you should stay away from Zhang Pinger. What the? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, why is it another jealous guy? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to explain feebly, Senior Brother Yan, I think you've misunderstood. Senior Sister Zhang and I have a pure relationship. It's not like what you're imagining. Senior Sister Zhang only said a few words in front of the Vice Palace Master out of gratitude because I saved her during the Twilight Orchid refinement. Therefore, Senior Brother Yan, you should continue to be busy with whatever you were busy with in the past. Please don't count me in. Really? You? When Yan Jianhan heard this, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. I originally thought that Senior Marshal Sister Zhang had her eyes on some hero. But when I saw you, I was displeased. When I heard what you said today, I was even more displeased. Look at you, as a man, if you like Senior Marshal Sister Zhang, then so be it. Why did you back off when I threatened you? I really despise your actions. I really don't know what Zhang Pinger likes about you. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but Yan Jianhan tightened his grip. Don't talk to me about saving Senior Marshal Sister Zhang. Good girl, you even plucked the origin returning grass. Senior Marshal Sister Zhang did all of this, right? I want to know what kind of bewitching method you used to make Senior Marshal Sister Zhang so muddle-headed. Yan Jianhan tightened his grip. Zhang Xiaohua felt the force on her shoulders and immediately cried out, Senior Marshal Brother. I'm telling the truth. I definitely saved Zhang Pinger. I was also the one who plucked the origin returning grass. Yan Jianhan tightened his grip even more. Who are you trying to fool? With your martial arts? You can't even withstand 3 of my moves. How did you save Senior Marshal Sister Zhang? Initially, Zhang Xiaohua felt pity for Yan Jianhan when she saw that Yan Jianhan was forcing her because of Zhang Pinger. She did not want to get involved in this dispute, so she did not retaliate. She only compromised and thought that it would be over if she took a step back. However, when she saw that Yan Jianhan's grip did not lessen and even showed signs of crippling her, she became furious. What she hated the most was to see people using their martial arts to bully others. Therefore, she coldly said, Yan Jianhan, if you're a man, then go find Yuzuchuan. Why do you have to make fun of me, a disciple who just entered the distant fire hall? When he heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Yuzuchuan, Yan Jianhan's face became even more ferocious. See, you still say that you have nothing to do with her. Even Yuzuchuan knows about it. Why are you still pretending? Let me take care of you first. After that, I will find Yuzuchuan and let him know how powerful I am. Unfortunately, Yan Jianhan's arrogance came to an end. Zhang Xiaohua could not take it anymore. She stood up and shook her arm that was grabbed by Yan Jianhan. It was as if she was shaking off a fly on her sleeve. A huge force rushed towards Yan Jianhan's arm. Yan Jianhan could not hold it in and his body staggered backward. Huh! You're really strong. You're really strong. Yan Jianhan clapped his hands and praised. Then, he got into a stance and drew circles with both his hands. It was a move that alternated between real and fake. Then, he attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was impatient. Just like before, she shook her left hand and grabbed Yan Jianhan's neck. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's left hand approaching him at lightning speed, Yan Jianhan's eyes revealed a look of disbelief for the first time. He did not care whether his moves were real or fake. He flipped his hands upwards and spat out his inner energy. He wanted to hit Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Seeing how Yan Jianhan's moves changed rapidly and how his palms were filled with inner energy, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use her arm to block in front of her. She retracted her arm and took a step forward. Then, she circulated her inner energy and attacked with the Big Dipper magical fist. Yan Jianhan saw that Zhang Xiaohua's moves were simple, but they were filled with energy. There were also rarely any flaws in her moves. He subconsciously stopped underestimating her and focused his attention on Zhang Xiaohua. In this short period of time, both of them had a rough understanding of each other. The more Yan Jianhan fought, the more fearful he became. Zhang Xiaohua was like a deep pool that Yan Jianhan could not see the bottom of. Zhang Xiaohua casually threw out moves. Although these moves did not look too different, they were able to block Yan Jianhan's moves with great precision. The strength in his hands was just right, able to block Yan Jianhan's internal energy. Not even a little bit more would be enough to block Yan Jianhan's internal energy. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua was even more relaxed. She casually executed a few more moves and lifted her body up. Before Yan Jianhan could react, she immediately pressed on the major acupoints on his head. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes slightly as if she was thinking about something. Then, her fingers danced like butterflies and randomly pressed on Yan Jianhan's head. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's fingers left his head, Yan Jianhan, who had his acupoints pressed by Zhang Xiaohua, suddenly opened his eyes. However, the look in his eyes was lifeless as he stared straight ahead. Looking at Yan Jianhan's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked softly, "What is your name?" "Yan Jianhan." Yan Jianhan's reply was a little slow and his voice was flat. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud when she heard it. Her body spun a few times in the air and she laughed, "Bewitching finger, you really live up to your reputation." Chapter 841. When senior brother Ma walked out of the valley, he didn't walk too far. He just strolled around and muttered to himself, "Senior brother Yan, please be a little more lenient. Senior sister Zhang personally picked this guy to come to Lihua Hall. I can't afford to offend you, and I can't afford to offend senior sister Zhang. If you were to accidentally injure Ren Xiaoyao, I was the one who called him out. When he came out, many people saw him. I can't afford to bear the consequences." Just as he was anxiously pacing back and forth, praying for mercy from the heavens, he heard footsteps from the forest behind him. Senior brother Ma immediately turned around. Before he could see clearly, he asked, "Senior brother Yan, you wouldn't cripple that brat, right?" But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the scene in front of him. He immediately shut his mouth and stood there like a stone statue. His jaw couldn't even close. He saw Yan Jianhan holding onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder affectionately. As he walked, he said something. When he got closer, he waved his hand and said to senior brother Ma, "Junior brother Ma, bring junior brother Ren back. He said that he doesn't know the way. If you don't bring him along, he will barge into Mo Xian Palace." "Oh, okay, I will immediately bring junior brother Ren back." Senior brother Ma, who had just reacted, immediately woke up from his daze. He smiled and said, "Of course. Just now, I was the one who brought junior brother Ren out. Now, I will definitely be the one bringing him back. Thank you, senior brother Ma." Zhang Xiaohua appeared especially polite. "Oh, right." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave with senior brother Ma, Yan Jianhan called out, "Junior brother Ma, in the future, junior brother Ren will be a brother of our Lihua Hall. You and the other disciples have to take care of junior brother Ren. After all, he has just joined our Lihua Hall." But senior brother Ma had a different opinion. "Junior brother Ren hasn't passed the test, right?" "Test?" Yan Jianhan waved his hand and said, "If junior brother Ren's martial arts can't pass the test, who else can?" After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Only after he had walked far away did he pat the back of his head and muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much?" And it was also very strange. Could it be that something had happened to his face? But I don't have any impression of it at all. In the distance, Zhang Xiaohua followed behind senior brother Ma with a smug look on her face. Although it was her first time using bewitching finger, the effect was extremely satisfying for Zhang Xiaohua. Under Zhang Xiaohua's questioning, Yan Jianhan almost told her about how he was still wetting his bed when he was 5 years old. The first thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about was Zhong Pei's residence. Unfortunately, Yan Jianhan and Zhang Pinger were the same. They both knew roughly where the male disciples of Mo Xian Palace lived. However, it was impossible for him to explain it clearly. Yan Jianhan didn't even know who Zhong Pei was. The second thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about was naturally Zhang Pinger. According to Yan Jianhan, Zhang Pinger was the one with the most outstanding appearance among the 7 female disciples of Fiery Palace's Vice Palace Master Yin Yin. Moreover, Zhang Pinger had never spoken much to any of the male disciples since she was young. She had always treated them coldly. Therefore, in the mouths of the male disciples of Fiery Palace, Zhang Pinger had the nickname of Ice Beauty. Zhang Pinger had always been doted on by Yin Yin. Among the 6 senior sisters, a few of them were biased towards her. In Lihua Palace, she could be considered to have everything she wanted. As for the third senior sister, Mei Suying, of course, she was jealous of Zhang Pinger's favor in front of Yin Yin. Therefore, she made things difficult for her. Especially during the orchid evening refinement, Zhang Pinger had risked her life to pick the origin returning grass from the orchid Grand Canyon, saving Yin Yin's life. This made Mei Suying even more jealous. After all, after Zhang Pinger had recovered from her injuries, her position in Yin Yin's eyes had risen by a lot. The third thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about was the inner disciple Yuzhuachuan that she had met on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that there were so many differences between the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. She thought that Yuzhuachuan was similar to her. Now that she had inquired from Yan Jianhan, she found out that Yuzhuachuan was actually the youngest inner disciple in Mo Sun's palace. Even Yan Jianhan didn't dare to have any ideas about her. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From Yan Jianhan's words, she finally knew that in the eyes of the Lihua Palace's disciples, she had relied on Zhang Pinger's connections to enter Lihua Palace. As for herself, she had actually become a gigolo who hugged Zhang Pinger's thigh. This, isn't it funny? Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of her second brother's situation in the Misty School. Wasn't it exactly the same? As for Yuzhuachuan and Zhang Pinger, according to Yan Jianhan, a while before the Valley Orchid Dusk refinement, Lihua Palace's Yin Yin was seriously ill. Zhang Pinger was in a bad mood and tried her best to treat her master's illness. Yuzhuachuan seemed to have this plan long ago. She actually took advantage of the situation and brought Zhang Pinger many rare spiritual herbs. She almost won Zhang Pinger's heart. This made Yan Jianhan, who still had high hopes for Zhang Pinger, extremely angry. What made Yan Jianhan happy was that after Zhang Pinger returned from the Valley Orchid Grand Canyon, her attitude towards Yuzhuachuan took a turn for the worse. She was like a completely different person, completely ignoring her. However, what made Yan Jianhan angry was that Zhang Pinger actually worked hard for an ordinary disciple from the pill-expanding hall to enter Lihua Palace. This was also the reason why Yan Jianhan wanted to show off his power the moment he saw Zhang Xiaohua. So it's like this. After listening to Yan Jianhan's narration, Zhang Xiaohua left and understood Yuzhuachuan's attitude towards her and Yan Jianhan's lesson today. Sigh, what should I do? Walking behind senior brother Ma, Zhang Xiaohua recalled what Yan Jianhan said and unconsciously sighed. Although Zhang Pinger was beautiful, she didn't have any feelings for her. Furthermore, she still hadn't dealt with Nie Qianyu, who was far away in Rejuvenation Valley. She didn't even know where Nie Qianyu was, so how could she dare to cause trouble? Junior brother Ren, why are you sighing? When senior brother Ma heard this, he was extremely concerned and asked, could it be that senior brother Yan made things difficult for you? Then, he carefully looked around and said, Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. Senior brother Yan has always been very good to us. If he asks me to do something, I can't refuse. Moreover, although senior brother Yan's mouth is arrogant, he's actually a very good person. Even if he made things difficult for you, he wouldn't do it for no reason. Oh, I didn't say it properly. It should be that his subordinates know when to stop. Know when to stop? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, if he was grabbing my arm like he wanted to break it, how could he say, know when to stop? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's disdainful look, senior brother Ma felt awkward. He carefully said, I was only following orders. Junior brother Ren, in the future, when senior sister Zhang, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud shout from afar, Ren Xiaoyao? Ren Xiaoyao? Where are you? Senior sister Zhang? Senior brother Ma's face instantly turned pale. He muttered, how did you get here so quickly? When Zhang Xiaohua saw senior brother Ma's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. She raised her voice and said, Senior sister Zhang, I'm here. Why are you here? When Zhang Ping'er heard this from afar, she used her qinggong to come closer. When she saw senior brother Ma in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned. She blurted out, Junior brother Ma, why are you here? This. Senior brother Ma didn't know how to answer. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, smiled and said, I was bored in the house, so I grabbed senior brother Ma who was walking past the door and asked him to lead the way. Senior sister Zhang, you know that I have no sense of direction. As long as I walk casually, I definitely won't be able to find my way back. Pfft. Zhang Ping'er laughed out loud. She didn't look like the ice beauty that senior brother Ma usually saw. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She muttered in her heart, no wonder senior brother Yan is so angry. Look at Ren Xiaoyao. It's obvious that he and senior sister Zhang. All the disciples have sharp eyes. Senior brother Ma immediately replied, that's right, that's right. Since senior sister Zhang is here, I won't accompany junior brother Ren any longer. See you another day, another day. After he spoke, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to thank him and quickly walked away. When he was far away, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, he's such a good person. He accompanied me for half a day and didn't even let me thank him, ha ha ha. Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but laugh again. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her strangely. When she finished laughing, she asked innocently, Junior sister, was what I said so funny? Why did you laugh when I said something? Our coordination is too good. Even the zither and the zither can't match up to you. Schwa. Zhang Ping'er's snow-white face turned red. She was left speechless by those words. Seeing Zhang Ping'er's embarrassed expression, Zhang Xiaohua realized that she had used the wrong words. She immediately covered it up, oh right, junior sister, why did you look for me in such a hurry? When Zhang Ping'er heard it, she immediately said solemnly, something unexpected happened, senior brother. Something unexpected? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Lord Sect Leader removed my reserve status and allowed me to return to the pill expanding hall? Or can I enter the fire leaving hall without taking the martial arts test? Zhang Xiaohua directly explained both the good and bad situations. Zhang Ping'er forced a smile and said, how can there be such a far-fetched accident? Once Lord Sect Leader's decree is issued, it naturally won't be changed. It won't be what you think. Then it's the martial arts test. Zhang Xiaohua understood a little and smiled, why? Is the martial arts test especially difficult? Zhang Ping'er hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly, senior brother, I'm afraid it's as you said. So what? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it, didn't you say that your eldest senior sister will be hosting? Why would she make things difficult for you? But third senior sister will be hosting tomorrow. Zhang Ping'er said with a sad face. Chapter 842. Your third senior sister. That Mei Sujin who was trying to cause trouble for you on the way to the palace? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. That's her. She is my third senior sister. Weren't you listening to our conversation at that time? Zhang Ping'er was almost on the verge of tears. At that time, the two of us made third senior sister very angry. She didn't like me to begin with, and now that you made her so angry, it would be strange if she didn't hold a grudge against you. This test tomorrow will definitely be extraordinary. Once she heard that Zhang Ping'er's third senior sister, Mei Sujin, would be the one presiding over the test, Zhang Xiaohua's heart relaxed. She patted Zhang Ping'er's shoulder and said, "Junior sister, don't be anxious. Isn't it just a martial arts test? Don't you know what kind of martial arts your senior brother is? What are we afraid of?" But, senior brother, you really don't know. This Lingering Fragrance Peak's martial arts test has a huge difference in difficulty. It really doesn't matter. Zhang Xiaohua was still calm and smiled. Why don't you tell me the reason? Sigh. Zhang Ping'er also sighed and slowly returned to normal. Even if she was panicking now, what use would it be? It's like this, senior brother. Zhang Ping'er explained, these few days, I haven't been able to find master. I only know that Mo Xian has an important matter in her palace and she can't leave. I only wanted to end your martial arts test as soon as possible. It's not a good idea to leave it hanging like this. However, I couldn't find master, nor could eldest senior sister. My waist token couldn't reach Lingering Fragrance Peak, so I didn't know what was going on in Mo Xian's palace. I just felt that something wasn't right. When I went to look for eldest senior sister with the intention of giving it a try, I saw that she had something to do when she returned. I immediately stopped her and asked her about your test. Eldest senior sister smiled bitterly and said that master had already instructed me to do this. She had already made the necessary arrangements and only needed you to participate in the test. However, she really had more important matters to attend to, so before I came in, she had entrusted third senior sister to manage the test. I was stunned at the time and quickly asked eldest senior sister if it was possible to stop the test and wait for her to return. But grand senior sister was a little unhappy. She said that because I kept urging her, she made an exception and entrusted the test to someone else. She wanted me to sleep early. I want to postpone the test, but I can't because third senior sister has already told her that it will be held tomorrow morning. At this point, Zhang Ping'er said with a sobbing tone, "Senior brother, it's all my fault for being impatient. That's why I made a mistake. I know that third senior sister will definitely make things difficult for you. If I can calm my heart and wait for a few more days, as long as eldest senior sister conducts the test, you will definitely be able to pass." Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Does it matter who hosts it? My martial arts skills are high, why would I be afraid of this? Zhang Ping'er smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother, although there was a test for alchemy disciples in the distant Fire Palace before, it was long ago. Your test is a special case. Therefore, there is no fixed method for how to test and how to prove that your martial arts are strong. Only the person who presides over the test has the right to decide what kind of test to do and how to pass. Don't you think that this is very dangerous? If it's eldest senior sister, it's fine. But if third senior sister is determined to make things difficult for you, then everything is unknown." Of course, this was Zhang Ping'er's way of cheating. But it just so happened that she met with an accident. This obvious advantage immediately became a weakness that could be easily exploited. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted Zhang Ping'er's shoulder again. She smiled and said, "It's all right. It's just a test. If I really fail, then I'll return to the pill hall and be a carefree little medicine boy. You Zhang Ping'er was speechless. She glared at Zhang Xiaohua but didn't know what to say. She turned around and stomped her feet to leave. After Zhang Ping'er left, Zhang Xiaohua also came to her senses. Didn't she spend so much effort to get you to come to the distant fire hall? If you say something to ease her heart and even add carefree, isn't this obviously trying to hurt her heart? Senior Sister Zhang. Zhang Xiaohua called out and chased after her. In the distance, under the cover of a building, a pair of eyes stared at this scene. It was as if there was fire in his eyes. After Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua had left, a handsome face appeared. Wasn't this the disciple of Mo Xian Palace, Yuzhuachuan that Zhang Xiaohua had met before? At this time, Yuzhuachuan was holding a folding fan in his hand. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had a threatening temperament. He was the image of an elegant young master. Looking at the place where Ling Chen disappeared, Yuzhuachuan unconsciously revealed a cold smile. He casually drew 2 circles with the folding fan in his hand and jumped off the building. Following the bluestone road below, he walked straight in another direction. On the Lingxiang Peak, in the courtyard of Nanjing Fan, Peacock and Chen Chen were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be discussing something. Beside the lotus pond, a girl in purple was fiddling with the lotus leaves in the pond, extremely bored. There wasn't much expression on her pale face. Only her slightly furrowed brows and empty eyes showed that this girl had a lot on her mind. Peacock and Chen Chen said a few words and then stopped. They turned to look at the girl beside the lotus pond and whispered, "Chen Chen, what's wrong with Wuxia these days? She looks unhappy. What's the matter?" Chen Chen also looked back and shook his head. "How would I know? After returning from the Yulon dusk, this girl often came to find me. Maybe it's because we were close in the Yulon Grand Canyon and I protected her. But her face is just like what senior sister said, gloomier and gloomier by the day. It's as if someone owes her 3 bottles of Yuhuandan pill. She won't answer my questions." Wuxia, Peacock said, "Come here. Senior sister Kong, you. Why did you call me?" Wuxia didn't dare to delay. She quickly walked into the pavilion and asked carefully. "It's nothing much. You look so listless. Is there something troubling you?" Wuxia's eyes flickered and she forced a smile. "Senior sister Kong, you're overthinking. What trouble? If there's something troubling me, why wouldn't I tell you? Senior sister Chen has been taking care of me." Chen Chen waved his hand. "Wuxia. You've been like this ever since you came back from the Yulon dusk. You. Sigh, what should I say about you? Some things can't be kept to yourself." Wuxia panicked and quickly said, "No, I really don't." Peacock and Chen Chen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was so obvious and she still didn't say anything. "Sigh, why are we worrying?" At this moment, a voice was heard. "Hey, Chen Chen, it's rare that you're here today." "Wuxia, you're here too?" It was Nanjing Fan's voice. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay. They quickly got up and greeted Nanjing Fan who was walking over. Nanjing Fan waved her hand and asked them to sit down. She smiled and said, "Wuxia hasn't been here for a long time. Are you absorbing the essence of the sky stalactite?" Wuxia blushed and stole a glance at Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't care. "What are you afraid of?" "I've already told Master. I'm sure the hierarch knows. Which disciple doesn't leave something good for themselves?" Wuxia then said in a low voice, "Yes, Master Jingfan. My cultivation is still shallow. Of course, I want to improve my skills as soon as possible." Senior sister Jing Xian left early and didn't have time to guide you. Although this old one's mental cultivation method is different from senior sister Jing Xian's, it's more than enough to guide you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Wuxia's face was filled with gratitude as she said, "Senior sister Chen has always taken care of me. I also often ask senior sister Chen for help when I have some difficulties in cultivation. Really? Nun Jingfan turned to look at Chen Chen. Of course. Chen Chen said proudly, I'm Wuxia's senior sister. If I don't take care of her, who will? Yes, not bad. Little Chen Chen has finally grown up. Nun Jingfan was very pleased. She didn't frown and asked Wuxia again. The hierarch suddenly issued a decree a few days ago. He wants a disciple of the Misty Hall in Shixin Peak to be a registered disciple of senior sister Jingxian. Do you know about this? Wuxia said respectfully, of course I know. Then. Did the hierarch say anything else? Like any explanation? This. Wuxia hesitated, he didn't explain much. I'm also confused. But this is the hierarch's idea. I'll just listen. Yes, this is really strange. I also asked the hierarch. She only smiled and didn't say much. Seeing you here today, I thought of this. Oh, right, Peacock, Chen Chen, the ceremony of the heir selection has been brought forward to tomorrow. You should also prepare. What? Brought forward to tomorrow? Peacock and Chen Chen were surprised. The heir selection is a big event that happens once every 10 years. How can it be brought forward? Could it be that something has happened? Seeing the curiosity of her two disciples, Nun Jingfan smiled lovingly and said, it's not that big of a surprise. Although it was brought forward by a few days, there's no difference. Then, he thought for a moment and said, actually, there are some reasons for this. Really? Then what's the reason? Chen Chen's eyes were already sparkling as he asked. It's strange. A few days ago, a disciple of the Mo Xian Palace was walking on the mountain path in the palace. Suddenly, lightning fell from the heavens and struck him into charcoal. Lightning from the heavens? Chen Chen said in disbelief, it's been sunny these days. How could there be lightning? Who knows? At that time, the disciple beside him said so. A golden lightning struck the disciple's head. The disciple didn't have any reaction and was immediately turned into charcoal. However, according to the disciple beside him, he didn't hear any lightning and it was sunny at that time. That disciple must have done something evil. That's why the god of thunder didn't like him and struck him to death with lightning. Chen Chen was very sure. Nun Jingfan smiled and said, Chen Chen, you should know this disciple. I know him. Chen Chen quickly waved his hand. I, Chen Chen, have a noble character. How could I know a disciple that even the heavens don't like? Then, he asked curiously, right, is it a male or female disciple? Chapter 843. That male disciple is the Zhongpei that we talked about a few days ago. Zhongpei? Oh, that Zhongpei who was the deputy leader of Miaoshao Hall in Shixin Peak? Chen Chen was surprised. Yes, that's him. Nun Jingfan confirmed. Serves him right. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and said, although this guy is an inner disciple of Mo Sun Temple, his heart is really bad. He didn't do anything good in Shixin Peak and only thought about how to harm the disciples of the Misty School. If it wasn't for his connivance, how could Zhao Jian have the guts to kill dozens of people? Look at that female disciple of Misty Hall called Xia Zai, she was tortured to such a state. How is she going to live the rest of her life? Nun Jingfan also sighed, that's right. That child is just in her 20s, just a little older than you. So, the heavenly thunder came at a good time, it should strike this guy alive. Chen Chen, Nun Jingfan frowned and said, Zhongpei is the deputy hall chief of the Misty Hall. That's also the arrangement of His Excellency. Everything he does is also His Excellency's idea. Aren't you questioning His Excellency? Master, Chen Chen held Nun Jingfan's arm and said coquettishly, I didn't say anything about the leader. I only said that Zhong Pei did things without thinking about the consequences and didn't care about other people's lives. He deserves this retribution. Huh, Jing Fan Shirtai said with a laugh, isn't that so? Several elders and consecrators also said the same thing. These past few days, Honorable Cult Leader has sealed off the news. In a few days, won't the entire Lingxiang Peak be spread? Peacock frowned and said, Master, this heavenly thunder, you also believe it? Ha, ha, Nun Jing Fan also laughed, follow the people's will, follow the people's will. Wuxia smiled at the side. Nun Jing Fan's expression was very similar to Chen Chen's. Wuxia finally knew why Chen Chen was so curious. Hearing Peacock say that it wasn't heavenly thunder, Wuxia also became curious and couldn't help but ask, Senior Peacock, if it wasn't heavenly thunder, then what could it be? It could strike people into charcoal? Even if he's a top expert, he wouldn't have this kind of ability. Peacock looked at Wuxia and then at Nun Jing Fan. She smiled and said, Junior Martial Sister Wuxia has only been in our fragrant religion for a short period of time and has not entered Mo Shui Palace, so there are many secrets in the religion that you do not know. This Master, in fact, in my opinion, it seems to be the power of some magic tool. Jing Fan Nun also nodded slightly and said with a smile, Peacock's words do make some sense. Hierarch seems to have the same understanding, but the signs are similar to magic tools, but now, who can find such magic tools? And who can use this kind of magic tool? Magic weapon? Wuxia's face was full of surprise. Martial uncle, what weapon is this? The person beside Chen Chen quickly said, Wuxia, don't ask if you don't understand. Didn't Senior Sister Peacock say that you haven't entered Mo Xian's palace? You can only listen to these things. If you ask too much, we won't know how to answer. Wuxia nodded and did not say anything. Peacock pondered for a moment and said after a while, since the Tenryu sect, oh, no, the disciples of the Tenryu sect can use the sword aura, it can't be said that the sect has also received the inheritance of the way of immortality. It's possible that they have one or two magic tools of the way of immortality. Way of immortality? Wuxia was even more surprised, but her little mouth was tightly shut and she was unwilling to ask another word. That's the problem. Since they have received the inheritance of the way of immortality and also obtained the magic tools of the way of immortality, why did they come to our fragrant religion? Why would they kill a third-rate inner disciple for no reason? But Master, I heard from the great elder that our fragrant religion has not been peaceful recently. The deputy leader of the pill opening hall was killed and many disciples of the Baiyue Peak, Fuqiu Peak, Jiuhua Peak and many other peaks lost their lives. In addition, thousands of people were killed by Yulan Mu. Do you think it has something to do with this? The deputy leader of the pill opening hall was killed? Chen Chen was shocked. Why haven't I heard of it? That's a disciple of our Mo Xian Palace. Master Jing Fan nodded. Yes, the current Lingxiang Peak is indeed a bit like stagnant water with slight ripples. An undercurrent is brewing under the calm surface of the water, waiting for the right opportunity to stir up huge waves. It can't be, Master. What you said is too scary. Chen Chen pretended to be pitiful. Our fragrant religion has always been inconvenient to get in and out. Even the Lingxiang Peak has a peak protection array. Even if some people come in, they are far from being a match for us inner disciples. Oh, the peak protection array. Speaking of this, Chen Chen was shocked. Didn't the divine thunder that killed Zhong Pei pass through the peak protection array? Of course it broke through the peak protection array. Otherwise, the leader would have already searched the Lingxiang Peak. Jing Fan Nun said with a smile, although the situation in the cult is a bit abnormal, this godly thunder, let's call it godly thunder for the time being, according to the estimations of the cult leader and the previous elders, it has nothing to do with what's happening now. It's not even intentional. Huh? Chen Chen asked curiously, then what is it? It should be the brilliance of the magic weapon left by the predecessors of the fragrant religion outside the Lingxiang Peak when it is about to be unearthed. Magic weapon? Unearthed? Chen Chen's eyes were instantly filled with stars. He clapped his hands and said, Master, do you know where it is? What kind of magic weapon is it? Master Jing Fan shook her head. It's just a guess. We need to go and see to know. Who's going? Master, I want to go too. Maybe this magic weapon is fated to be with me. Chen Chen said with a smile. Don't be impatient. Master Jing Fan patted Chen Chen's shoulder and said, because we don't know where this divine thunder came from and we don't know whether it is good or evil, plus the current situation in the fragrant religion is not peaceful, the leader discussed with the elders to bring forward the official selection to tomorrow. First, to choose the next leader, and second, to prepare to organize a few people to go out and search for traces of this magic weapon. I see. Peacock and Chen Chen looked at each other. They both understood. Master Jing Fan said again, the location of the official selection is the same as 10 years ago. It is still at the Refining Heart Cave in the west. Sai, I really want to tell you the key to this. Unfortunately, I didn't pass the test of the official selection, so I have nothing to tell you. Master, you should tell us how you failed. At least we can use it as a reference. Chen Chen said heartlessly. Sai, you child, what is there to say? Jing Fan Shirtai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before I entered the cave, Master also said that there wasn't anything important. Even the other senior sisters who had passed through the Refining Heart Cave couldn't say anything. They only said that there were many reasons for failure, and everyone was different. After the principal selection, eldest senior sister, Lord Hierarch, and a few others passed. I also asked them, but they were also baffled. They couldn't explain it clearly, and even their explanations were different. In other words, every disciple who passed the Refining Heart Cave had a different reason for their success. Therefore, what others said was nonsense. It is still better to rely on one's own strength. But, Master, you should at least tell us what is in the Refining Heart Cave. It's nothing much. Inside the Refining Heart Cave is an illusory formation, an incomparably huge illusory formation. Every disciple will see and encounter different things when they enter. Only by relying on their own strength can they obtain the status of a direct disciple. Magic array? Zixia heard this and bit her lips. Is the magic array in the Refining Heart Cave as big as the protective array of our Lingxiang Peak? Chen Chen asked curiously. Master Jing Fan shook her head. How would I know? Even Lord Hierarch might not know about it. Since it is a magic array, then everything inside must be fake. I just don't believe it. How can we not get through it? Chen Chen frowned. Even Peacock had the same thought and nodded. How can it be as easy as you think? Master Jing Fan smiled bitterly. That magic array was set up by the immortals. Although its power has weakened, it is not as easy to deal with as you said. What is fake is real and what is fake is fake. Even in the mortal world, who can say that what they see in front of them is the so-called reality? Peacock and Chen Chen were confused, but Zixia was frowning. Moreover, this magic array is also a killing array. If one is not careful, it is very easy to be injured by the array inside. It is even possible to lose one's life. No one from Lingxiang Peak has passed the official selection for 50 years. There are also many outstanding disciples who died in the Refining Heart Cave. Otherwise, with Peacock's cultivation, it would be difficult for her to become the leader among the young disciples. In the end, Master Jing Fan said earnestly, therefore, no matter who you meet in the magic array, it is all fake. You must not be soft-hearted. Be decisive, that is the only way to save your life. Decisively? Peacock and Chen Chen were confused, but they still said solemnly, "Yes, Master, we will remember." Well, that's good. Although there is only one chance in the official selection, if you don't pass, you won't be a candidate for the sect leader. But your life is the most important. Tomorrow. Understood, Master. We will definitely prioritize our lives. We have been hearing this for the past few days. Chen Chen pouted and said. Your life is the most important. Master, even if you say it 10,000 times, it will not be too much. At the same time, in the Lihua temple, in a remote room, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged. He was making gestures with his hands. From time to time, he would cast a spell. His body was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. One could vaguely see that he had improved a lot compared to when he was at Shixin Peak. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Fist of the North Star when he saw Zhang Pinger angrily walking towards him. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked loudly, "Junior sister, why are you angry? Did the dining room not prepare breakfast for you?" A smile immediately blossomed on Zhang Pinger's ice-cold face. However, she immediately regained her ice-cold expression. She said, "Even at a time like this, senior brother is still in the mood to joke around? Isn't it just a martial arts test? What is there to be nervous about?" But senior brother, third senior sister, she's gone too far. Chapter 844. Too much. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, and pretended to be angry. "Did your third senior sister give me an impossible task?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's exaggerated expression, Zhang Pinger's heart relaxed, and said, "It's not impossible. If it's impossible, why would she ask you to do it? Then what is it?" Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling. "This. I don't know for the time being," Zhang Pinger said without thinking. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground, and muttered after a long time, "Since you don't know, how can you say it's too much? Senior brother, although I don't know what your task is, I know where you are going." Zhang Pinger's face was full of disappointment as she said, "I asked third senior sister yesterday, but she wouldn't tell me no matter what. Today, early in the morning, when she had to send orders to prepare, she told me the location of the test." "Oh? Where is it? Is it a dragon's pool or a tiger's den?" Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked. "Third senior sister arranged for you to test in the Ghost Valley," Zhang Pinger angrily said. "Ghost Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised, and asked, "Where is this Ghost Valley? Why haven't I heard of it? If senior brother has heard of it, then it's a strange thing." Zhang Pinger sneered, "This Ghost Valley is in a canyon under the Fire Palace's mountain. Only the Fire Palace's disciples know about it, even the other inner disciples don't know about it. So it's like this, but why is it called Ghost Valley? Is there a ghost inside?" Zhang Xiaohua probed. "How can there be a ghost? If there is a ghost, wouldn't there be a god in this world?" Zhang Pinger laughed, and then explained, "Speaking of this Ghost Valley, it's a long time ago. According to the records of the distant Fire Temple, this canyon was not called the Ghost Valley in the past, but the Emerald Tree Valley. It is a place with beautiful scenery, lush vegetation, and all kinds of spirit herbs grow in clusters. It seems to be even more beautiful than the strange birch forest in the Yulon Grand Canyon. In the past, the Evergreen Valley was very suitable for growing spiritual herbs. Therefore, many of the Lihua Palace's spiritual herbs were planted in the valley. Many of the disciples were also assigned to the Evergreen Valley. All the disciples loved to go there. Even the disciples from the other palaces and the disciples from Mo Nong Palace often came there. However, about 1,000 years ago, I don't know what happened to the Li Chui Valley, but there was an inexplicable black fog inside. This black fog was not much, but it was not little either. All the spiritual herbs and trees were polluted, and could no longer grow. The regenerated spiritual herbs and trees were gloomy, and could no longer be used for medicine or alchemy. Even the stones in the Lichui Valley lost their previous green appearance, and became a dark blue color. The entire Lichui Valley looked like there was a ghost, and all the disciples no longer went there to pick herbs and play. Over time, the name was changed to Ghost Valley. Oh, so it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since it was Ghost Valley, of course there were unknown dangers, and third senior sister Mei Suying wanted her to go to Ghost Valley for the test. But, since it's Ghost Valley, what is there for me to look for? Senior brother, you may not know, but after the spiritual herbs and trees in Ghost Valley were polluted by the ghost fog, it was naturally impossible to refine ordinary pills, but what about it? After the research of several generations of seniors in the Fire Palace, they found that some spiritual herbs, such as ghost face mushroom, ghost shadow grass, ghost eye fruit, have new uses, such as using poison, or using poison to fight poison. Moreover, some animals and unknown herbs in Ghost Valley also have an incredible effect. Presumably, third senior sister wants you to go to Ghost Valley to look for these strange things. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua heard and unconsciously laughed. Since some seniors have already entered Ghost Valley, even if there is danger, it should be limited. Moreover, your third senior sister's request is normal. If I lose, she will naturally succeed, and if I win, she will get the pills. She has the idea of having the best of both worlds. How can it be as simple as senior brother thinks? Zhang Pinger said, what I said was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Because Ghost Valley has been shrouded in ghost fog for a long time, although it is not much, ordinary people are extremely unaccustomed to it. Very few people can stay in it for more than 4 hours. Many people have gone crazy after entering Ghost Valley, so, in the past 100 years, no one has entered again. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed, looked at Zhang Pinger and said, I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I don't want to listen to your third senior sister's arrangement, I can only go back to the pill hall. Sigh, Zhang Pinger also sighed, and then complained, Master is really too much. That night, didn't she agree to let eldest senior sister conduct a martial arts test for you? I thought that eldest senior sister would at most exchange a few moves with you. At the very least, she would find a few disciples from the Rui Jin Palace Hall to test your martial arts with you. I don't know what the two of them are busy with, I can't see them all day, so. Then, she lowered her head and said softly, please don't blame me, senior brother. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, what's there to blame? I was the one who mocked your third senior sister that day, how can I blame you? Just as they were talking, a disciple hurried over, looked at Zhang Pinger and cupped his hands, and said respectfully, Senior Sister Zhang, Senior Sister Mei asked me to inform Junior Brother Ren that the test in Lichui Valley will begin in half an hour. Please ask Junior Brother Ren to hurry to the entrance of the valley in the west as soon as possible. Zhang Pinger waved her hand and said, okay, I got it. You go back and report first, I will take Junior Brother Ren there in a while. After the disciple walked away, Zhang Pinger looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Senior Brother, are you ready? Do you have anything to take? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, there's nothing to take, let's go. You don't need to bring a weapon. Zhang Pinger was worried and said, I remember that Senior Brother has a short sword, right? Short sword? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, scratching his head and said, I think I lost it, hee hee. Then, he pretended to be enlightened and said, that's right, don't I have a long sword? Wait a moment. After saying that, he went into the small house, and after a while, he walked out with the great wisdom sword. Zhang Pinger had never seen this heavy sword before, and frowned, Senior Brother, is this your long sword? I seem to have seen your mount before, I thought it was a stick. Zhang Xiaohua raised the great wisdom sword, waved it a few times, and said with a smile, it's just convenient to use, just treat it as a long sword. The two talked as they walked, and by the time they arrived at the Li Chui Valley, which was west of the Li Hua Hall, half an hour had passed. At this time, there were many disciples gathered at the entrance of the valley, and Zhang Xiaohua saw the third senior sister a few days ago, standing there in a fiery red robe. The entrance of the Li Chui Valley was behind a pile of rocks and messy vegetation, so Zhang Xiaohua could not see clearly. The entire valley seemed to be wrapped around the lingering fragrance peak, and the peak of the lingering fragrance peak blocked Zhang Xiaohua's line of sight. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Ping'er bowed to Mei Suiying. Mei Suiying waved her hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, I think you already know that because senior sister has an important matter to attend to, the matter of testing your martial arts has been left to me. Originally, you were disrespectful to me that day, and I wanted to teach you a lesson. If it were up to me, I would have invited a senior sister from Mo Xian's palace, and you would have been dealt with in a few moves. But before senior apprentice sister left, she repeatedly instructed me to find some simple tests for you. Moreover, in my Lihua Palace Hall's Dan refining room, due to the lack of Li Chui Valley's medicinal herbs, we haven't refined any strange medicinal pills for a long time. Since junior sister Zhang said that your martial arts are outstanding, then that's good. I'll find a simple test for you. As long as you find a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom in this Li Chui Valley, I'll consider it as a pass. How about it? 1,000-year-old? Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, Zhang Ping'er beside her cried out, "Third senior sister, this ghost face valley has a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom? This ghost face valley has only been formed for a few years." Mei Suiying smiled tenderly and said, "Seventh junior sister, as a senior sister, I'm a good-for-nothing. I only know how to cultivate, and I'm not interested in the records of this palace hall. Therefore, I don't know that this Li Chui Valley is called Ghost Face Valley. I only know that this Li Chui Valley has existed for more than 10,000 years. Although it's rare to find a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom in this Li Chui Valley, there should be a limit to how difficult it is." "You." Zhang Ping'er was flustered and exasperated, "You're deliberately making things difficult for me." "Deliberately making things difficult?" Mei Suiying snorted disdainfully and said, "I'm the most impartial. Since eldest senior sister has taught me this matter, I will definitely complete it well. Moreover, if I don't find something slightly more difficult, what if the hierarch lord finds out that I easily let go of the probationary disciple that she wants to strictly test? How do you want me to tell the hierarch lord this?" Zhang Ping'er was speechless. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "All right, third senior sister, I've already prepared everything. When should I enter?" Mei Suiying smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is indeed a hero. You're worthy of being the person who passed through the orchid dusk refinement. This Li Chui Valley's entrance is already open. You can enter at any time. Moreover, I'll send someone to wait at the entrance. As long as you pick a ghost face mushroom, you can come back at any time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Many thanks for senior sister's arrangement." After he finished speaking, he held his sword and walked towards the entrance of the Lichen Valley. "Moss. Junior brother Ren, be careful. If there's any danger, it's better if you come out early." Zhang Ping'er chased after him and said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, senior martial sister Zhang. I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, he entered the dark valley. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter, Zhang Ping'er stared at the entrance of the valley. After a while, she heard Mei Suiying say with a smile, "Seventh junior sister, come over here. I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Zhang Ping'er turned around and walked over. "Senior sister, what's the matter?" Just as Zhang Ping'er turned around, a pale white figure jumped up from the tree beside the Emerald Lily Valley. While all the disciples were looking at Zhang Ping'er, the figure disappeared into the valley in a flash. Chapter 845. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua entered the Emerald Lily Valley, at the western foot of the lingering fragrance peak, there were a dozen masked women dressed in palace attire standing in a strange arrangement. They were standing in a rather large area. In the middle of them was a stone tablet that protruded from the ground. The stone tablet wasn't big, but there were strange patterns engraved on it. The sun that was high up in the sky was shining its light on the stone tablet. Under the sunlight, the patterns on the stone tablet were faintly visible, as if they were swimming. Around the stone tablet, there were 3 masked women who were also dressed in palace attire sitting cross-legged. However, their hair was already pure white, giving them a youthful appearance. The 3 women placed their hands in front of their chests. Their fingers were either bent or straight, and they were in the same position as Zhang Xiaohua when she was forming hand seals. However, their fingers were just standing there, not moving at all. Behind the 3 women was another woman dressed in palace attire. She stood there majestically with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the woman who was standing there opened her eyes. She raised her head to look at the sky and said, "3 elders, it's time. Open the refining heart cave." "Yes, Lord Sect Leader." The 3 of them said in unison. At the same time, the 3 of them also extended their hands into their bosoms. Each of them took out a small stone and held it in their hands. Their previously frozen fingers began to twitch at this moment. Not long after, a faint red light rose from their right hands. The light grew brighter and brighter as time passed. When the brilliance reached a certain size, the 3 of them raised their heads and looked at each other. Then, they threw the brilliance in their fingers forward, hitting the stone tablet in the middle of the 3 of them. Just when the brilliance in their hands hit the stone tablet, there was a "hua" sound. It was as if firewood had been ignited. The entire stone tablet immediately emitted a dazzling green brilliance. Following the brilliance, the patterns on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life and really started to move. As the patterns moved, the stone tablet gradually became transparent until it finally disappeared. At the place where the stone tablet disappeared, there was a 3-foot circle of light. The green brilliance came from within the circle of light. After a long while, the circle of light gradually stabilized. Even the patterns were steadily moving above the circle of light. Seeing this scene, the 3 old women let out a long breath. Looking at the stone in their hands that had shrunk a lot, they said in a low voice, "Lord Sect Leader, fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. Good, all of you step to the side." With that, the hierarch walked forward and carefully looked at it. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the dozen or so young female disciples with their faces covered. "Okay, the main selection that happens once every 10 years is about to begin. In the past 50 years, our lingering fragrance peak hasn't been able to select a disciple that can inherit the position of hierarch. I hope that this time, you can live up to the expectations of the thousands of disciples in Mo Xian Palace and pass the test of the refining heart cave. Then we will select a few disciples that have the qualifications to inherit the position." Then, she paused and raised her voice, "Although our Mo Xian Palace's secret inheritance room is gradually disappearing, even if all 18 of you can pass the refining heart cave, the secret inheritance room will still provide enough space for you. So, you don't have to worry. Take out your most powerful techniques and use your martial arts to prove that you are the most outstanding disciples of Mo Xian Palace. Yes, we will obey the Lord Sect Leader's orders." The 18 disciples said in unison with great momentum. When the Lord Sect Leader heard this, her expression under the veil was unknown. She turned around and reached into her bosom to take out a palm-sized jade tablet. Her right hand also moved and formed a seal like Zhang Xiaohua. The Lord Sect Leader's technique was much more skillful than Zhang Xiaohua's. When the hierarch was done with the incantation, he raised his hand and a green brilliance hit the light circle. Immediately, the light circle began to ripple. Then, the hierarch took out the jade token in his other hand and drew an arc in the air, landing on the rippling light circle. Like an ice cube falling into a fire, the jade token gradually melted. As the jade token melted, the light circle around the jade token gradually disappeared, and a pitch-black hole appeared. The hole grew bigger and bigger, and finally, the entire light circle became a pitch-black hole. Following that, with a pang sound, a bunch of fireworks flew out from the cave entrance and landed on the heads of the 18 female disciples standing at the back. Then, they disappeared. Okay, the refining heart cave has been opened. Disciples, you can go in. The Lord sect leader's tone was still dignified. She said, I think your master has already told you about the matters in the refining heart cave. There is nothing to pay attention to. Just follow your heart and rely on your own ability to pass. Chen, you go first. Peacock goes last. The other disciples will follow the order and enter one by one. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. A female disciple in green walked out from the crowd and walked to the left side of the cave. She leaped up slightly and drew a beautiful arc in the air before entering the refining heart cave. Following that, each disciple entered the cave. Everyone's qigong was different, but they were all graceful. Only the peacock, who was wearing a pink palace dress, was the last to enter the cave. She was neither slow nor fast, neither hurried nor rushed. It was as if she was jumping a rubber band. With a small jump, she crossed the fluttering patterns and entered the dark cave. After the 18 disciples entered the refining heart cave, the Lord sect leader coughed and said, Elders, how long can the primordial stones in your hands last? An old voice said, Lord sect leader, if there are no accidents, we should be able to use it 2 more times. Sigh. The Lord sect leader nodded and then sighed. We don't have much time left. Another voice sounded. Lord sect leader, in recent years, I have felt that the Lingxiang Peak's yuan qi has become slightly more abundant. There must be a great change in the world. Perhaps, the Lord sect leader nodded and then shook his head. Elder is right. There is indeed a change. Otherwise, our Jinghua Lake's passageway would not be stable. It's just that, the Lingxiang Peak's yuan qi is still thin and cannot support our cultivation. Moreover, the primordial stones used to power the array are about to be used up. Although the Lingxiang Peak's yuan qi has changed, distant water cannot quench present thirst. Where can we find primordial stones to use? Then, he said thoughtfully, no one from Mo Xiangong has passed the selection for 50 years. This time, these 18 disciples, what do you think? This. The 3 women looked at each other, and one of them said, based on the way they entered the cave, their lightness skills are very good. But, in terms of mentality, they are still lacking. It seems like only Peacock in the end has some confidence. Sigh, that's right. The refining heart cave refines the heart. Although martial arts is important, the most important thing is the state of mind. These children are all geniuses. How would they know the difficulties? However, the state of mind depends on the individual. Even if we explain it to them clearly, it will be useless. Instead, it will have a negative effect. Peacock's state of mind is fine, but her martial arts cultivation is still lacking. Moreover, this child's background is somewhat miserable. It is hard to guarantee that there will not be a crack in her heart. For this specific test, it is also a fatal flaw. Let's leave it to the heavens. This is all we can do. Perhaps after a few hundred years, our fragrant sect will be like the Misty School and the Shindao sect. We will all go into decline. The Lord sect leader was somewhat depressed. The 3 elders looked at each other and did not say anything. Peacock was the last to jump into the refining heart cave. Once she jumped, she felt that there was starlight in front of her. However, there was nothing under her feet. She kept falling. Io, what should we do? The lower I fall, the faster I fall. There is no place for me to grab onto. Won't I turn into a meat patty in the end? Peacock was flustered. Then, she thought, Master said to only rely on the mind. There is no need to worry about it. I have never heard of anyone falling to their death in the refining heart cave. Sure enough, once this thought came to her mind, Peacock's falling speed slowed down. Peacock had the time to look at her surroundings. This was an illusory space. The sky was filled with stars. Beneath her feet were also stars. Peacock was the only one in this space. She could not see the other 17 sisters who had entered before her. Not only that, Peacock was suspended in the air. It was as if she was flying. Peacock saw everything clearly. She was shocked. Is this the technique of the immortal path? Just as this thought came to her mind, a figure appeared in front of her eyes. Master? Peacock cried out. Peacock, remember what I said. In this refining heart cave, what is real is fake and what is fake is real. Only by keeping your mind to yourself will you have a chance to break out of the illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure turned into specks of light and disappeared without a trace. This. Peacock did not know how to face it. Is this Master? Did she have such great divine power? However, if it wasn't Master, who would repeat what he said to me yesterday? That's right, yesterday Abbess Jing Fan had warned Peacock that the refining heart cave was an illusory array. Everything inside was fake, but these fake things were often the trial taker's own inner demons. They were the reflection of their true desires. If they wanted to break out of the refining heart cave, then they would have to kill their own inner demons and break through the illusory array. Perhaps, this is the effect of the illusion. Peacock was enlightened. This was what Jing Fan Nun had told her the other day. Peacock remembered it well. Once she entered the illusion, it was revealed. But, what is my inner demon? Peacock thought to herself. Before she knew it, her feet had stopped moving. It was as if she was standing on solid ground. At the same time, the space in front of Peacock shook and collapsed. The scene that appeared in front of Peacock made her furious. Chapter 846. In front of Peacock was a quaint, tranquil little courtyard with a pond of lotus flowers, a few ducks and a bed of peonies on the bank. This. Peacock's heart thumped wildly at the sight. Just as she was about to take a step forward, something even more shocking happened. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the young woman from before, but a little girl with small arms and legs. When she reached the pond, was the reflection of a little girl? Have I returned to the past? However, before Peacock could think of this, an even more terrifying thought suddenly intruded. This. Could it be that bloody afternoon? Peacock's childish little face immediately turned pale. If her memory served her right, in another 2 hours, her gentle and polite father would return from outside reeking of alcohol. This time, he would no longer call Peacock by her pet name and play with her as usual. Her father, who had a rough career ahead of him, would arrive at the Silver Hook Casino 5 miles away and sell this ancestral house, Peacock's mother, and even Peacock to someone else. Peacock watched as her mother who loved her dearly fell into the pond in front of her. After her father sobered up, he was even more remorseful and slammed his head against a pillar to commit suicide. A perfect family was destroyed in an instant. Peacock cried and screamed as she was taken away by the casino's thugs. She was caught halfway when she tried to escape and was almost beaten to death. However, she met Abbess Jingfan and was brought to Lingering Fragrance Peak. These were the secrets hidden deep in Peacock's heart. Apart from Abbess Jingfan, His Eminence, and a few other people, even Chen Chen, did not know. The trauma of her childhood had long been buried deep in Peacock's heart and she never wanted to think of it again. However, it was here, inadvertently and inevitably, it appeared in front of Peacock's eyes. Swoosh! Peacock's face was covered in sweat. Reliving the tragedy of her childhood made her feel like she had a sudden epiphany. Then, another absurd thought rose in her mind. Can I stop this tragedy from happening? With this in mind, Peacock immediately moved her little legs and ran toward the greenhouse. In her memory, her mother was brewing her favorite nail polish in the greenhouse. As expected, when Peacock pushed open the greenhouse door and saw the face of her mother that she had not seen for many years, she immediately burst into tears and threw herself at her mother. Peacock's mother was even more surprised. She carefully hugged Peacock and tried her best to comfort her. After a long while, Peacock stopped crying and pulled her mother to look for her father. However, Peacock's mother did not know where her husband was. If it was any other day, she would have made excuses and stayed at home with her child to play. But this time, no matter what she did, she could not stop Peacock. Under Peacock's lead, they walked for a full 5 miles and finally arrived at the Silverhook Casino. They found her father, who was about to be dragged into the casino by a group of people after he had drunk some wine. The rest of the story was even more natural. Everything was changed by Peacock. Peacock's father became a high-ranking official, and the whole family became more prosperous. Peacock herself became a famous figure, and finally married a famous scholar, and gave birth to a son and daughter. Peacock, the most promising candidate for the lingering fragrance Peak's Mo Xian Gong, once she entered the refining heart cave, she immediately fell into an illusion. Her mind was lost, and while she was enjoying the world, she had forgotten everything. She only knew how to be a good wife to her husband and children. At the entrance of Lai Chui Valley, Zhang Xiaohua was bold and did not speak much with Mei Suying. She held the Great Wisdom Sword and entered the Haunted Valley. Outside of the Ghost Valley, there was not much feeling. The entrance of the valley was cold and cheerless, without any greenery. After entering the Ghost Valley, a chilly aura hit their faces, causing them to shiver a few times. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked up. Wasn't it just as Zhang Pinger said? The scenery inside the Haunted Valley was completely different from the beautiful scenery outside. The ground and rocks in the Haunted Valley were dark brown. The trees that grew on the ground were also very short. Most of them were about the height of a person. The branches and leaves on the trees were grayish-brown, as if there was a layer of dust. The grass on the ground was replaced by mushrooms. The dark brown crown and grayish-white stem looked very eerie. Occasionally, one could see herbs growing between the mushrooms. The herbs were green with a tinge of black, and the fruits on the top of the herbs were either gray, black, or dark red. One look and one could tell that they were not materials used for alchemy. In addition to these, the most eye-catching thing was the grayish-black clouds floating in the Haunted Valley. These clouds were different from the ones Zhang Xiaohua saw at the top of Shixin Peak. The clouds there were bundles and piles. Here, the grayish-black clouds were wisps and streaks. However, most of these clouds gathered on the ground and wrapped around the herbs and trees. Zhang Xiaohua had already been warned by Zhang Pinger. She only took a breath. When she smelled a rotten stench in the Haunted Valley, she immediately stopped breathing and silently operated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to operate the genuine qi in her body. Zhang Xiaohua observed the scene in the Haunted Valley. She walked along the path of the Haunted Valley. Because the herbs and mushrooms here were different from those outside the Haunted Valley, Zhang Xiaohua was also curious and picked some as she walked. After walking for a while, she saw more trees and more haunted fog. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. The haunted fog was a strange thing. In her divine sense, she could faintly feel the fluctuation of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But if she carefully identified it, it was very different from the haunted fog that Zhang Xiaohua had refined before. If she forced herself to compare, it was somewhat similar to the haunted fog in the cave that Zhang Xiaohua had mistakenly entered on the way to the incense cult. Of course, it was only similar. Just based on Zhang Xiaohua's senses, she knew that it was very different. After seeing more haunted fog, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously became more careful. Her footsteps slowed down and she became more careful when picking herbs and wild mushrooms. After walking for a while, she saw that she had arrived at a gentle slope. The haunted fog below the slope was even more dense. At a glance, she could not see through it. Zhang Xiaohua also unconsciously stopped. Along the way, she also picked some wild mushrooms. Of course, there were also the ghost-faced mushrooms that Zhang Pinger had told her about outside the haunted valley. Unfortunately, even Zhang Xiaohua herself knew that the ghost-faced mushrooms that she had picked before were only 10 years old or even a few years old. It was not even close to the 1,000-year-old ghost-faced mushrooms that Mei Sujin had requested. If she wanted to complete Mei Sujin's task, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to walk to this gentle slope. She walked to a place where the haunted fog was denser. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood quietly on the gentle slope and did not move. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned around and sneered at a short tree. "This masked brother, you. Shouldn't you have come out earlier? Ha ha ha." After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, a white figure walked out from the tree. Zhang Xiaohua's expression did not change. She smiled and said, "This brother seems to be very confident in your qin gong. You are actually wearing a white robe while following behind me. Don't tell me you don't know that everything in Lichui Valley is gray?" The figure walked to the front and stood in the distance. He was about the same height as Zhang Xiaohua. The eyes that were exposed outside the mask were slightly squinted. His white robe was particularly eye-catching in this gray-black forest. The person laughed and said, "I didn't expect this little brother to be so vigilant. I was already very careful, but I was still discovered by you." Zhang Xiaohua sneered, "Brother, why are you following me? Are you waiting for me to drop some copper coins?" The person looked at Zhang Xiaohua with amusement. "Little brother, in this windy haunted valley, in this cold haunted fog, what do you think I can do by following you? If little brother has some copper coins to drop, that would be the best. Next year on this day, I will also make some paper money and burn it for you. What do you think? Are you that confident? Senior Yuxuan?" Zhang Xiaohua licked her lips and looked at the person's mask with interest. "Humph, I knew it. What's the use of wearing a mask?" Yuxuan took off the mask and stuffed it into his chest. He then said, "Ren Xiaoyao, your eyes are quite sharp. You can actually tell that it's me? You. Why don't you think it's Yan Jianhan? I remember that Yan Jianhan dragged you over yesterday and gave you a good beating. Hee, don't tell me that the two of you have already buried the hatchet." Yuxuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said frivolously, "Zhang Pinger is a beautiful woman. Do you think Yan Jianhan will give her to you so easily? That's not something senior brother you should worry about." Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, "Whether senior sister Zhang is a beautiful woman or not is not something senior you can find out in the future. Ioyo, junior brother Ren, you are so arrogant. You really scared me." Yuxuan patted his chest and shouted exaggeratedly, "Luckily, the wind in Ghost Valley is not strong. Otherwise, junior brother Ren's tongue would have been blown off. Let the wind blow harder." Zhang Xiaohua shouted to the sky, "Blow off my tongue." Ha ha ha. Yuxuan laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't waste your time. No one has come to Ghost Valley for so many years. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will hear you. Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua heard and smiled mysteriously, "This is a good place to silence people. No wonder senior brother you wants to come. Could it be that you have the same idea as me? Junior brother Ren, you are indeed a bold and skillful person." Yuxuan also smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Or should I say, the ignorant are fearless. To be praised by this senior brother, even if you die here, you can rest assured. Chapter 847. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Humph, junior brother Ren is talking so much with me, could it be, that you still have delusions in your heart? Yuzuochuan said with a smile, since I have already shown my true face, I have already made preparations to silence you. Junior brother Ren, save your strength, you may be able to withstand a few moves. Oh, right, I still have to advise junior brother Ren, you'd better kill yourself, this way I can leave you with an intact corpse. If you let me pull out my sword, hee, it's possible that I'll cut you into 70 or 80 pieces, or even chop you into minced meat and feed it to the dogs. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua shivered, as if he was having a cold war, and said with a trembling voice, You really need to do this? There really is nothing between me and senior sister Zhang. What's the point of saying this now? Yuzuochuan sneered, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smirk, ouch, wouldn't it be very painful if I did it myself? I've been afraid of pain since I was young, Let's forget about it. How about I trouble you to come and take my life? Then he thought for a moment, and slightly frowned, also, this little brother's meat doesn't taste good, please don't let any wild dogs eat it. I remember that last time, Lord Chen Chen came to Shixin Peak to deal with a guy called Zhao Jian, saying that he was going to cut him into pieces and feed him to wild dogs. Oh my, where did Chuanxiang cult see wild dogs? How do you want to feed them? Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of panic, but his mouth was still laughing. How was he at the end of the road? This caused Yuzuochuan to be extremely bewildered. While she was puzzled, she also became extremely vigilant. She circulated her energy to the extreme and observed the surrounding situation with her eyes. It was no different from usual. She couldn't see any helpers. Could it be? This guy is a great master? Yuzuochuan looked at the fearless Zhang Xiaohua, and this thought quietly rose in his heart. But then he immediately denied it, how is that possible? Even if this guy had practiced internal strength since he was a child, he still wouldn't be my opponent, let alone an alchemy boy from the Pill Tower Hall. It was said that a few years ago, there was also a disciple from the Pill Tower Hall who was given an internal strength mental cultivation method by the inner gate and entered the Wuming Hall. Was this guy the same as that disciple? Alas, even if it's the same, he still died in my hands. Yes, it must be a stalling tactic. Yuzuochuan was similarly confident. She reached out her hand and pulled out a long sword that was shining brightly from her waist. She said with a smile, since junior brother Ren is so polite, I will make the first move. As he spoke, he thrust his sword forward and executed his movement technique. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and raised her heavy sword to meet the long sword in front of her. With a clang, the long sword was knocked far away. Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword did not lose its momentum and continued to smash towards Yuzuochuan's chest. Ouch! Yuzuochuan exclaimed. She did not expect that her first attack would be blocked. She immediately turned back and executed her lightness skill to avoid the attack. She saw that she was in the air and said, Ren Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You actually hid some of your strength. Before her voice died away, the long sword in her hand was thrust towards Zhang Xiaohua's throat. It's more than just some skills. You see, I, Xiaoxia, will definitely not let you go back today. A laugh more arrogant than Zhang Xiaohua's sounded, if you want to take my life, then. I'm not looking down on you. You still have to practice for 100 years. The long sword was like frost, and it flashed with sword light. Yuzuochuan held the long sword in her hand and raised her spirit. She used her exquisite sword skill and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Holding the heavy sword in his hand, he also used the nameless sword skill skillfully and blocked the attacks. Zhang Xiaohua's sword skill was not as good as Yuzuochuan's, but his strength was great. As long as Yu Zhuochuan's long sword touched the heavy sword, even if there was a slight distance between it and the heavy sword, it would immediately be swept away. After a few moves, Yu Zhuochuan no longer had the idea of fighting force with force. She only looked for flaws in Zhang Xiaohua's sword skills. After fighting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was getting impatient. He was an immortal qi practitioner, and sword skills were not his forte. With his great strength, he could only bully ordinary people. Although it was not difficult to deal with Yu Zhuochuan, it would take time. He heard from Zhang Pinger that it was best not to stay in the Ghost Valley for too long. He still had to pick the ghost face mushrooms. It was unreasonable to waste time here with Yu Zhuochuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stabbed the heavy sword into the ground and took out Chasing Dream from his chest. Ha! Yu Zhuochuan saw this and laughed loudly. There's that brat. Is your sword skill not a match for this young master? You actually took out a little girl's small sword. Looks like you really are. You're someone from the Tenryu sect? Yu Zhuochuan was mocking him at first, but when he saw the Chasing Dream dagger rise into the air and fly towards his throat like a nimble little snake, he finally came to his senses and cried out, this. After that, he didn't say anything else and immediately leaped backwards, looking as if he was about to escape. Zhang Xiaohua was also very surprised. He thought to himself, this Yu Zhuochuan is quite a character. Once he saw the flying sword, he immediately knew that he was no match for it. He was not willing to stay any longer. Unfortunately, since Yu Zhuochuan already had the intention to kill Zhang Xiaohua, and Zhang Xiaohua had also taken out his flying sword, how could there be any room for reconciliation between the two of them? Zhang Xiaohua rode on the wind and in the blink of an eye, she overtook Yu Zhuochuan. She pointed her finger and the Chasing Dream was still stabbing towards his throat. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air and blocking in front of him, Yu Zhuochuan was not surprised and quickly used his long sword to block the flying sword. However, the flying sword was like a meteor and he could not block it at all. After blocking a few moves, it cut open a wound on his forehead. Since this was the case, Yu Zhuochuan did not dare to stay any longer. He gritted his teeth and reached into his chest and took out an unknown item. He shook his hand and threw it towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was releasing her divine sense and saw clearly that it was a light golden jade talisman. How does this guy have an immortal jade talisman? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. Even Peacock and Chen Chen don't have it, how did he? But at this time, the jade talisman was already in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think and immediately reached into her chest and grabbed a defensive jade talisman. Without waiting for her hand to take it out, she crushed it. The golden jade talisman that Yu Zhuochuan threw was in front of Zhang Xiaohua and suddenly exploded. With a sizzle sound, dozens of golden dots sprang out and these golden dots grew with the wind. In a flash, they turned into dozens of golden long swords and uniformly covered Zhang Xiaohua's head. Good. What kind of offensive jade talisman is this? Zhang Xiaohua thought as she rode on the wind, trying to escape the attack range of the golden long swords. Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique could not be said to be slow, but just as she escaped the attack of the long swords immediately changed their direction and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua, who had already escaped to the side. At this time, the jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had just crushed also took effect. A light green light shield also rose around Zhang Xiaohua. But Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She still released her divine sense and carefully observed. Moreover, her other hand was still in her chest and did not take it out. As expected, when the golden long swords pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's light green light shield, the light shield shook for a while. When the golden long swords were destroyed, the light shield also dimmed a lot. But after a few more long swords pierced in, the light shield was about to be destroyed. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She crushed another defensive jade talisman and another light shield appeared. Not far away, Yuxuan threw out her jade talisman. She did not stop and continued to run. However, as she ran, she stole a glance behind her. She saw Zhang Xiaohua being attacked by the golden longsword and was somewhat flustered. A trace of joy appeared on her face. The dimming of the light shield made her stop in her tracks. But when he saw another light shield rise, he did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the defensive light shield was effective, she could not help but feel relieved. She still had a lot of jade talismans with her, why should she be afraid of him? Hence, she looked at Yuxuan who was running away. This guy knows how to behave. Zhang Xiaohua cursed inwardly. He floated up again and chased after them, completely ignoring the golden longswords that were chasing after him. You. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was blocking his way again, Yuxuan narrowed his eyes. He did not reply and turned in another direction. Unfortunately, after a few more times, Zhang Xiaohua crushed a few more defensive jade talismans, the golden long swords disappeared and Yuxuan stopped. Seeing the light green light shield around Zhang Xiaohua, Yuxuan knew that Zhang Xiaohua had crushed more than one jade talisman. His face turned pale. You really want my life? Yuxuan stared at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, unwilling to give up. Hehe, do you think you still have a way out? Zhang Xiaohua replied coldly. But, if you let me go, I will give you endless benefits. Zhang Pinger. I will never fight with you again. Yuxuan's voice became softer and softer. Hehe. Zhang Xiaohua did not reply. She pointed her finger and the flying sword attacked again. Yuxuan sighed softly. Her fingers exerted force, and the thing she had prepared in her hand was crushed in an instant. A yellow defensive light shield immediately protected her within it. It was the same as what Vice Hall Master Su of the Pill Tower Hall had used previously. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. He pointed with his finger, and the flying sword stopped in the air. Zhang Xiaohua took out a few light red jade talismans from his bosom and struck them on Yuxuan's light barrier with crackling sounds. Immediately, several places were set ablaze, and the light barrier was as thin as paper. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yuxuan without the slightest bit of pity. His finger moved slightly, and the chasing dream immediately pierced the light barrier like lightning. With a light pop, the earthen yellow light barrier was destroyed, and the chasing dream pierced Yuxuan's throat. Yuxuan screamed at the top of his lungs, Ren Xiaoyao, why do you want to kill me? My master is Jing Gang. She won't forgive you. Chapter 848. Jing Gang? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Zhu Meng did not even pause for a moment and immediately touched Yuxuan's throat. A dark red dot flashed. After that, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Yuxuan, who is Jing Gang? How would I know? Not to mention Jing Gang, even if it was Li Gang or Wang Gang, since you have offended this Xiaoxia, do you think I will spare you? Yuxuan's throat was pierced and he was about to die. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, his eyes, which had already rolled back, showed an expression of disbelief and unwillingness. It was as if he was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua did not know who Jing Gang was, and also as if he was extremely sad that he had died so mysteriously. When Yuxuan fell to the ground with a myriad of thoughts, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade talisman and hit it on Yuxuan's corpse. A flame immediately appeared and burned the corpse until there was no trace left. What is this? Could it be that this guy has something good on him? Zhang Xiaohua kicked the spot where the flames had burned to see if there were any traces left behind. However, when he kicked it, he heard a crisp sound. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was a golden phoenix hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the flame in the jade talisman was extremely domineering. It could burn anything in the mortal world. Only immortal weapons and the like could not be destroyed. When he held the phoenix hairpin in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense, he felt that the fluctuations within were obscure. His divine sense seemed to have been repelled by some kind of restriction. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, so this guy is here to deliver a treasure to me. After putting away the golden hairpin, Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully again. After confirming that there were no traces left, he turned around and walked along the faint mountain path, preparing to walk down the gentle slope. Moreover, the peacock in the refining heart cave had already lost its mind. It only wanted to live the happy life in its heart. If it was so intoxicated, in the end, the peacock would definitely completely lose its mind. It would only know how to live in this illusion. After the successor selection, it would become a walking corpse. There would never be a moment of clarity again. In the dreamscape, Peacock was sitting beside a lotus pond with her child to cool off the heat. Unintentionally, Peacock glanced at the surface of the pond that reflected the stars. Then, as if she had lost something, she immediately raised her head and stared blankly at the stars in the sky. No matter how her husband, her child, and even her father and mother cried for her, Peacock did not respond. She just stared blankly at the stars. Under the watchful eyes of the peacock, the starlight that filled the sky no longer changed. There was no more moon, no more stars, no more alternating between the sun and moon, no more changing between day and night. After an unknown amount of time, the peacock let out a long cry that shook the 9 heavens. That long cry was like a hurricane, stirring up all the scenes and people around the peacock into the sky. Finally, there was a crisp cracking sound, like a broken mirror, and all the scenes were fragmented into fragments, revealing the sky full of stars that the peacock saw in the beginning. Seeing this scene, Peacock had a slight realization. At the same time, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. She did not know how long she had been in the refining heart cave. But it was obvious that when she entered the cave, she was immediately trapped in the dreamscape. It was only now that she was able to escape from the dreamscape by chance. When she thought of this, Peacock felt lucky. She couldn't help but think, thank goodness. As the saying goes, demons are born from the heart. This dreamscape can actually read one's inner demons. It is truly powerful and impossible to guard against. But, if I didn't stop it, just as Peacock thought of this, the scenery around her immediately changed. Peacock's body was about to fall again. Peacock was shocked. She did not dare to delay and quickly sat down on the ground. Her mind was clear and her heart was facing the sky. She silently chanted the Mortal Heart Sutra, trying to get rid of the inner demons that were about to appear. Peacock's method was effective. When her inner energy circulated in her body, when she opened her eyes, the scenery around her had returned to normal. Seeing that the Mortal Heart Sutra was effective, Peacock was overjoyed. She did not get up and continued to circulate her inner energy for 36 cycles. When Peacock opened her eyes again, the scenery in front of her was still the same. Perhaps this is not the key to breaking the formation. Seeing that the Mortal Heart Sutra did not work, Peacock immediately understood that just sitting down was not the key to breaking the formation. If this was the way to break the formation, her master would have told her before entering the cave. Just as Peacock thought of her master, in the starry sky, the image of Abbess Jing Fan appeared. That image said lovingly, "Peacock, demons are born from the heart. By guarding the heart, you can only prevent the inner demons from appearing. It is not enough to kill the inner demons. Only by opening your heart and releasing the inner demons can you truly kill the inner demons." As soon as she finished speaking, the image turned into specks of light and disappeared. Peacock, who already knew the power of the dreamscape in the smelting heart cave, could not believe what she just heard. She stood up and pulled out the soft sword at her waist. Step by step, she carefully walked in the air. She did not know how long she walked. Perhaps it was an hour, perhaps it was a few hours. Peacock's surroundings remained the same. Sigh, when will this dreamscape end? It is so much more powerful than the Chiman 3 talents formation that I have seen before. Just as Peacock thought of the Chiman 3 talents formation, the scene in front of her changed. It was the scene when Peacock was attacked by the trio when she returned from Rejuvenation Valley. When the trio saw Peacock in the dreamscape, they all brandished their swords and pounced on her. Peacock knew that these were all illusions, but she did not know whether she should raise her sword to meet the attack. When the saber was so close, Peacock could not take it any longer and raised her sword to meet the attack. Kacha! It was the sound of sword and saber clashing. The sound was so real that it caused Peacock to break out in cold sweat. She did not dare to imagine what would have happened if she had not raised her sword to meet the attack. Peacock fought with the trio in the dreamscape for half a day. As Peacock returned to the Smelting Heart sect, she immediately consumed the Minor Pulse nourishing pill and her powers increased tremendously. Peacock paid the price of heavy injuries and successfully killed the trio. Just as the trio was killed by Peacock, the scene in front of her changed again and they were still at the same place. Peacock's injuries were all gone. How did this happen? This. Peacock inspected her surroundings and shook her head. The dreamscape is so powerful, how can I pass through it? Maybe only by mastering the Mortal Heart technique to the Heavenly Tao can I break through it. Just as the thought came to her mind, the stars in the sky suddenly twinkled. Then, a tall and skinny figure appeared in the middle of the starry sky. He was walking slowly and his eyes were fixed on Peacock. He stepped on the void and walked towards her. Ren Xiaoyao? Peacock looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure in disbelief and blurted out. Ren Xiaoyao walked in the void and blocked out all the sights. He was the only figure in the entire world. It was just like how Peacock felt when she first saw Zhang Xiaohua. He filled up the entire world. Ren Xiaoyao took a few steps forward, and in a moment, he was in front of Peacock. Peacock stared at him, dumbfounded. Looking at the man who seemed to be slightly taller than himself, but felt that he was taller than the sky, he couldn't even say a word. Peacock, you are wrong. Very wrong. Ren Xiaoyao opened his mouth. It was the voice that Peacock had heard before. I am not Ren Xiaoyao. I am the heavenly axiom. It is the heavenly axiom that you have cultivated the heart of mortal mantra and have been pursuing. Now, I am in front of you. Didn't you miss me? I'm here. You. What are you still standing there for? Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile. His eyes, which were as bright as stars, stared at the Peacock without blinking. Is that so? Then should I call you Ren Xiaoyao? Or Heavenly Tao? Peacock smiled and took a step forward. Either is fine. Ren Xiaoyao is the Heavenly Tao and the Heavenly Tao is Ren Xiaoyao. You can call me whatever you want. Ha! Peacock waved her hand and the flexible sword in her hand pierced Ren Xiaoyao's chest. With a swoosh, Ren Xiaoyao immediately transformed into a flowing cloud that dispersed into the starry sky and vanished without a trace. At the same time, a tall and thin figure appeared in the distance. He smiled and said, Peacock, why are you so cruel? I came to see you and this is how you treat me. Then, with a wave of his hand, the scene changed again. It was a grassy plain. Ren Xiaoyao walked in front of Peacock and sat down. He smiled and said, even if I am not the heavenly Tao that you have been pursuing, but I am your nemesis. If you don't end this, how can you pass the selection? Peacock stared at Ren Xiaoyao and walked closer. She still held the long sword in her hand. When she was close enough, Peacock did not answer. She raised the sword and stabbed. This time, Peacock did not get what she wanted. Ren Xiaoyao stretched out his finger and pinched Peacock's flexible sword. He smiled and said, is this how you treat your nemesis? Then, he stretched out his other hand and scratched Peacock's face. He sniffed and said, Senior Peacock's face smells so good. I wonder what kind of powder you use. Peacock's face was burning. She tried to snatch the flexible sword back, but Ren Xiaoyao loosened his finger and the flexible sword returned to Peacock's hand. Peacock did not hesitate after receiving the flexible sword. She used her movement skills and attacked Ren Xiaoyao. Senior Peacock, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your husband? Ren Xiaoyao asked shamelessly. How could Peacock answer this? Even if she knew it was an illusion, she would not answer. Peacock kept her mouth shut and used all her skills, but she could not hurt Ren Xiaoyao at all. Every time Peacock attacked, Ren Xiaoyao would casually dodge and almost snatch Peacock's sword away from her. Peacock saw that her soft sword did not work. She was embarrassed and angry. She stood aside, panting heavily, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Ren Xiaoyao, who was casually sitting on the ground again. Chapter 849. Zhang Xiaohua went down the slope. She didn't know if it was because of the low terrain, but there was more ghost fog in the valley below the slope. Correspondingly, there were more and more short trees and mushrooms. Zhang Xiaohua held her breath and circulated the worry-free sutra in her body. Although there was a lot of ghost fog, it was still in the form of silk. Occasionally, it would float over Zhang Xiaohua's body. It only caused a little numbness, but it didn't cause any substantial harm to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua went down the path at the bottom of the valley. She collected a lot of strange herbs and mushrooms, but she didn't encounter anything strange. The further down they went, the more luxuriant the plants on the lingering fragrance peak grew. Gradually, they blocked out the little sunlight. Coupled with the increase of the ghost fog, the place slowly became damp and cold. Although Zhang Xiaohua was immune to both heat and cold, she could still sense that this place was not friendly. However, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. Usually, the forest was filled with the chirping of birds, but the ghost valley was so quiet that it was scary. There wasn't even a bird chirping, let alone a small creature like a squirrel. Pricking up her ears, Zhang Xiaohua listened carefully. Above her head, there were some faint chirping of birds, but they were very far away. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua's extraordinary hearing, she definitely wouldn't have heard it. Ghost Valley, is this how it is called? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Do I still have to go down? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hesitate. He wasn't interested in becoming an inner disciple of alchemy. So what if he didn't pass this so-called martial arts test? What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently looked down and saw some small holes in her sleeves. This set of clothes seems to have been changed when we left Shixin Peak. How did it tear so quickly? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She looked at the other sleeve, and it was the same. That's not right. Even if it's worn out, there shouldn't be so many tiny holes. At this moment, another wisp of ghostly fog floated past Zhang Xiaohua and collided with his sleeve. The ghostly fog rushed up his sleeve and disappeared. The originally small holes on his sleeve were now much bigger. So it's because of this ghost fog. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately tilted her head to the side to avoid the oncoming ghost fog. Looks like this ghost fog is very corrosive. If I absorb it into my body, I'm afraid that my internal organs will be destroyed. Forget it, I should turn around. The front looks like it's filled with fog, how can I go down there? Don't be naked later, it'll be embarrassing. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to retreat. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a slight movement in front of her chest. Oh no, my clothes are already torn. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. When she lowered her head, she saw some movement in her clothes. Zhang Xiaohua reached into her clothes and took out the two living creatures hidden inside. She saw that Goldie, who was wrapped in a shell of keystone, was slowly swaying its tail and moving its four little legs. As for Blackie, it was still motionless. Zhang Xiaohua placed Blackie back into her clothes and held Goldie in her hands. Goldie's little head was twisting up and down as though it was extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua took it out of the keystone. Goldie immediately stretched lazily in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, but it still didn't open its eyes. Is it going to wake up? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. At this moment, a few wisps of ghost fog floated past Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that she would hurt Goldie, so she moved her hand away. However, Goldie sniffed and raised its head. It sniffed at the wisps of ghost fog that floated past it. Goldie let out a soft snort, and an extremely weak white light shot out and sucked in the wisps of ghost fog. It was extremely similar to how black is sucked in the black worms in Oyan's Naiwan Palace. After it sucked in the black fog, Goldie shook its head. It sniffed and continued to search for more. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was overjoyed. Huang Feng left in a hurry and didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua what Goldie wanted to eat. Zhang Xiaohua was vexed that she had to be a wet nurse. However, Goldie and Blackie were still unconscious. Perhaps they were relying on keystones to survive. Zhang Xiaohua thought that they would be unconscious for 100 years and that she would never be able to see them wake up in this lifetime. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Goldie could actually absorb the ghostly mist, as if it was feeding on it, it would naturally grow if it ate more. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua immediately gave up on the idea of turning back. Holding Goldie in his hands, he slowly made his way down. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had been avoiding the ghost fog, but now, she was heading towards the place with the most ghost fog. Goldie was also amazing. The white light from its nose was very mysterious. It didn't care how much of the black fog there was. With just a puff, the black fog was sucked in like a whale sucking in water, leaving nothing behind. The valley below the gentle slope was extremely long. Zhang Xiaohua walked for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, but she still hadn't reached the end. Because she was holding Goldie in one hand, Zhang Xiaohua only used her other hand to form a seal and pluck a large amount of herbs. As for the black fog at the bottom of the valley, most of it was sucked into Goldie's stomach. Only a small amount of it remained floating in the air because Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to chase after it. Why aren't you full yet? Seeing that Goldie had already sucked in a lot of the black fog, Zhang Xiaohua was almost afraid that Goldie would be bloated. However, when she saw that Goldie's stomach was still not bloated, Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Fortunately, this fellow eats fog. It's similar to drinking wind and dew. Otherwise, wouldn't I be broke from eating like this?" Just as she was thinking, a huge cloud of black fog floated over. Zhang Xiaohua quickly raised her left hand and welcomed it. Goldie sucked in a breath and finished it. Then, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her left hand and looked around again. Before Zhang Xiaohua could find anything, she suddenly felt something strange. It was as though something was spying on her. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She quickly released her divine sense, but there was still nothing alive within a 1 zhang radius. She looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing. Why is that? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, his eyes inadvertently fell on his left hand. He saw a pair of small eyes staring at him without blinking. Wasn't that Xiao Huang, who had been unconscious all this time? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She knew how powerful Huang Feng was. Back then, she only wanted to raise Goldie and Blackie, but she didn't think about how they would treat her. Now that Goldie had woken up, her first reaction was, "Don't tell me this fellow is like its mother. Let me catch it." However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the longing, joy, and hope in Goldie's clear eyes, she couldn't help but tear up. A feeling that she had never experienced before filled her heart. It was as though this little thing was an indispensable part of her life. She just wanted to put everything in front of it, to see it happy, to see it enjoy itself. Almost without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua held Goldie in front of her eyes and reached out with her right hand, gently stroking Goldie's fur. Goldie enjoyed it very much. It lay there comfortably, its large tail wagging up and down. Then, Goldie flipped over and hugged Zhang Xiaohua's right hand with all four of its legs. It used its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's fingers, just like a naughty child kissing its father's palm. This child is so naughty. The 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand the feelings of a father, but he couldn't help but laugh. When Goldie heard that, it flipped over and stood up. It did not seem to be as weak as it was when it was born. It used its two hind legs and tail to support its body. It waved its two front paws up and down, but its eyes flashed with a coquettish look. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that he understood Goldie's words. "Mother, you're the naughty one." "Mother." Zhang Xiaohua staggered and almost fell. "Am I mistaken? Is this a hallucination? I know Goldie's voice. Anne. It's actually calling me mother." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, Goldie's face was innocent and full of concern. "Child, how am I your mother?" "I'm your father." Zhang Xiaohua laughed, but then, Zhang Xiaohua burst out laughing. How could I be your father?" Goldie didn't seem to know anything about being a father or a mother. It only flipped up and down in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. After a while, it seemed to be able to move its arms and legs. It immediately waved its tail and climbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's head. It used its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face all over. As it licked, it acted like a spoiled child. Zhang Xiaohua felt as though it was calling out to her, "Mother." She smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua felt very helpless. Although she was gratified that Goldie was acting like a spoiled child, her face was still wet and she felt very uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed Goldie back into her left hand. But not long after, it flew onto Zhang Xiaohua's head again. It didn't lick Zhang Xiaohua's hair so much that it made a mess. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She thought of something and said, "Goldie, are you still hungry? Let's continue eating." As she spoke, she reached out to take Goldie down. However, when Goldie heard her words, it stood up on Zhang Xiaohua's head and pointed its claws forward, chirping incessantly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. "Mother, I'm hungry. Let's go." Defeated. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed like she could no longer escape from this mother. Perhaps in the future, when Xiaohuang grew up, it would be able to use the book Shuo Wen Jia Zi to enlighten it. Perhaps it would understand. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua didn't take Goldie from the top of her head. Instead, she walked straight to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 850. Li Chui Valley had never seen such a spectacle before. A tall and skinny young man with a palm-sized yellow marten on his head walked forward while looking around. When he saw something that caught his eye, he immediately waved his hand. Not long after, that thing seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope and flew into the young man's hand. That thing just spun in the young man's hand and disappeared without a trace. What was even more amazing was that the yellow marten on the young man's head. No matter how the young man walked, it stood steadily on the young man's head and did not sway at all. That young man was also different from the previous disciples who entered the valley. He only looked for places with a lot of black fog. As long as the young man walked in front of the black fog, the little marten would raise its head and poke its small nose forward. A white brilliance flashed and the black fog was immediately sucked into the little marten's nose. Looking behind the young man, sure enough, there was only a small amount of black fog floating around. It seemed that it was all sucked away by the little marten. The one who caused this spectacle was Zhang Xiaohua and her Goldie. Although the Lichui Valley was long, there was an end after all. When Goldie had sucked away all the black fog in the valley, Zhang Xiaohua also walked to the end of the Lichui Valley. She saw that the bottom of the valley was a semicircular mountain wall. As the black fog was sucked away, its original appearance had long been revealed. This mountain wall was different from usual. It had long been terrifyingly dark. When she touched it with her hand, it actually felt like it was cast from iron. However, on this stone wall, there were a variety of plants that were half a foot tall. These plants were roughly the same as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua picked previously. However, at a glance, it was obvious that they were very old. Were they not hundreds of years old? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Looking around, she formed a seal in her hand and picked them one by one. It took nearly half a meal's time to sweep everything clean. Among them, there were a few so-called ghost face mushrooms. Although they were very old, they were still a distance away from being 1,000 years old. However, Zhang Xiaohua believed that as long as she handed in the ghost face mushrooms of this age, she would definitely pass. It was true that Mei Sujin wanted to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaohua, but if she really managed to pick all the ghost-faced mushrooms that were rarely seen in the Ghost Valley, then she would have nothing to say. But don't forget, the one in charge of the distant fire hall was still the hall master, and not some third senior sister. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and down again, afraid that he might have missed something. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a burst of chatter above his head. "There's still a way inside? Little Huang, are you kidding me? This is the bottom of the valley, there's no road ahead." Zhang Xiaohua was amused. This little thing must be addicted to eating. Little Huang jumped down from Zhang Xiaohua's head and stood on a protruding piece of the stone wall. First, it sniffed with its nose, then it raised its claws and scratched the stone wall a few times. The seemingly solid stone wall was immediately scratched by Little Huang. Then, Little Huang stuck out its nose and pressed it against the stone wall. With a flash of white light, it forcefully sucked out a few wisps of black fog from the stone wall. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. His purpose in coming to the Lichui Valley was to pick the ghost face mushrooms. He didn't care about the origin of the black fog. At this moment, seeing Little Huang's actions, he suddenly realized that the ghost fog actually seeped out from the stone wall. Could it be that there's another world in this stone wall? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Squeak squeak. Without absorbing the ghost fog, Little Huang seemed to be a little impatient. It jumped up and down on the stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua's heart kept feeling, "Mother, mother," sigh. Zhang Xiaohua was very helpless. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhang Xiaohua. After thinking for a while, he took out a piece of jade and crushed it. A light green defensive barrier enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held the heavy sword in one hand and waved his hand. Little Huang immediately jumped happily onto Zhang Xiaohua's head. Then, he formed a seal and Zhang Xiaohua rushed into the stone wall, as if there was an invisible door there. It was dark inside the stone wall, and one couldn't distinguish the direction clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach far, so of course, his eyes were dark. Fortunately, he had Little Huang on his head. Under Little Huang's guidance, he directly slanted upwards. After some time, there was an empty space in front of him. He had escaped to a cave. Before Zhang Xiaohua could do anything, Little Huang jumped up and down on his head. Its nose kept snorting. Rays of white light flashed and sucked in a lot of the black fog. After Zhang Xiaohua stood still and released his divine sense, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a mountain path that was only about the height of a person. There was an extremely thick ghost fog in the mountain path. Compared to the ghost fog in the Ghost Valley, it was simply very clean. The ghost fog here was also more corrosive. The defensive barrier that Zhang Xiaohua cast in advance had already begun to corrode in the black fog. Where is this? Why is there so much ghost fog? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. When he raised his head to look ahead, there seemed to be some light through the dark ghost fog. At this moment, the ghost fog at the end of the mountain path had been completely sucked in by Little Huang. Thinking that this black fog was very satisfying, Little Huang unconsciously used its little claws to hammer its chest. It also pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hair and anxiously moved forward. Soon, soon. Zhang Xiaohua understood Little Huang's meaning. She only said that with her mouth. Once again, she used her divine sense to look ahead and raised the great wisdom sword in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua walked very slowly. On one hand, the path was a little bumpy. On the other hand, she let Little Huang suck with all his might. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the black fog in the Ghost Valley was very rare. If it wasn't for Mei Suqin deliberately making things difficult, she wouldn't have found such a place for Little Huang to suck. And Little Huang's way of sucking was definitely very beneficial to its growth. Zhang Xiaohua walked for a while and her eyes lit up. It was a circular space. On the empty stone wall, there were a few luminous pearls. In front of the stone wall, there were two paths. One gradually led downwards, the other gradually led upwards. For some reason, the path leading upwards didn't have much black fog, but the path leading downwards had a lot of black fog. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua led Little Huang down the mountain path. Every once in a while, there would be a luminous pearl used to light up the path. However, under the black fog, there wasn't much use. As Zhang Xiaohua went deeper, the black fog became thicker and Little Huang's sucking speed slowed down. The light barrier around Zhang Xiaohua's body was almost completely corroded. She crushed another piece of jade and the light green light barrier was restored to its original state. Just as Zhang Xiaohua finished setting up the defensive barrier, he heard a shrill cry coming from afar, and it pounced on him. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She immediately stopped and raised her sword in front of her chest. Little Huang, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. Then, it was overjoyed. Its nose twitched as if it had smelled the most delicious thing in the world. Just as Zhang Xiaohua raised her sword, she felt the black fog in front of her tumbling. She didn't look carefully and saw a white object flying towards her. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stab at the white object. The white object didn't dodge and stabbed at the center. However, the white object was like the black fog and the sword missed. Shit! Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge and quickly retreated. Zhi. Little Huang was unhappy when it saw Zhang Xiaohua retreating. It tugged at its hair in protest. Although Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, he didn't dare to place all his hopes on this little thing that had just woken up. He reached out and took out Chasing Dream. With a wave of his hand, Chasing Dream flew out. The white thing immediately chased after it and collided with Chasing Dream. Unfortunately, Chasing Dream missed and flew past the white thing. At this moment, the thing had already flown close. With a bang, it pounced on the defensive light barrier. The light barrier swayed twice and dimmed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that the white thing was indeed an object. A white object that was similar to the black fog and looked like snot. The white object stuck to the light barrier and flew back with a shrill sound. Then, like before, it slammed into the light barrier. Little Huang on Zhang Xiaohua's head moved at this moment. It swung its tail and floated in front of Zhang Xiaohua, blocking the white object. It snorted and the white light covered the white object. That thing did not know fear. It was only when the white light caught it and dragged it towards Goldie's nose that it realized it was in danger. It immediately retreated. It struggled for a moment, but Goldie's white light was powerless. It easily escaped. Then, that thing changed its angle and continued to crash into the light barrier. Although Goldie's movements were fast, it still could not catch up to that unknown white thing. Bang! Another sound rang out, and the light green barrier was immediately shattered. That thing seemed to have smelled something good, and it sped towards Zhang Xiaohua's body again. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was prepared. Before the white object could get close, she crushed the jade talisman in her hand and another light barrier appeared, blocking it outside the light barrier. At the same time, Goldie also flew over, and a ray of light enveloped the white thing. Unfortunately, little Huang had just woken up and was still young. Although it seemed to be the white object's nemesis, the difference in strength was too great. The white object only needed to move slightly to the side and it escaped. Little Huang was furious. It seemed to have lost face in front of its mother. With a roll, it chased after the white object. The white object didn't run far. It quickly returned and slammed into Zhang Xiaohua's light barrier. What should we do? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Chapter 851. Zhang Xiaohua watched as Goldie failed to absorb the white thing, and the white thing continued to ram into her defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier was effective against the black fog, it only took a few hits for it to shatter. The Prajna heavy sword and chasing dream dagger were both ineffective, and the dragon binding hoop was probably useless as well. Zhang Xiaohua could only turn her attention to the offensive jade talismans. After all, she didn't know how to use the newly acquired small shield, small mirror, and the golden hairpin. Even the bracelet with 36 beads on her wrist could only be used as a decoration. Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. If the fire talisman didn't work, then she would turn around and run. Goldie had already absorbed quite a bit of the black fog, so letting it eat its fill would be worthy of it calling her mother. Reaching out, Zhang Xiaohua grabbed a fire talisman and threw it out. It flew in front of the white thing, and with a "pa" sound, a cluster of flames rose up and landed on the white thing's body. To Zhang Xiaohua's delight, the spot where the heavy sword and the small sword had missed was actually burned a small hole by the flame. Unfortunately, the flame only lasted for a moment, and the small hole also disappeared. Good! Zhang Xiaohua cried out in her heart. Since it was able to burn a small hole, it proved that it was effective. Although it wasn't powerful enough, it was still better than hitting nothing. The flame appeared and was immediately extinguished. The white thing seemed to be stunned for a moment, and hesitated for a moment. However, it immediately let out a mournful sound and flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that this thing had been thirsty for a long time, and no one knew how many years it had been since a flesh and blood person had come here. Now that it had seen it for the first time, it had already lost its mind. Well, that was on the premise that this white thing had intelligence. As expected, that thing did not have any intelligence. Zhang Xiaohua continued to crush defensive jade talismans, evade with the wind, and hit the white thing with fire talismans. The fire talismans were not powerful enough, but there were many of them. When Zhang Xiaohua was free, she would often use these talismans to practice. Therefore, after a short while, the white thing became thinner, and the force with which it hit the light barrier was much weaker. Gradually, it lost its threat to Zhang Xiaohua. Goldie didn't stay idle either. It kept using its white light to cover that thing, and the time that thing stayed there grew longer and longer. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled as she watched the white thing's strength gradually diminish. It was still chattering non-stop, not knowing how to retreat. I don't know what this thing is, but it's actually so powerful. Luckily, I'm the one who came in. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they have lost their lives? But, how did it kill? Did it turn them into minced meat? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua threw out another handful of fire talismans. Boom! The talismans burned many huge holes in the white thing. When the flames were extinguished, the holes disappeared, and the white thing was as thin as a black fog, but its color was white. Goldie saw this and didn't hesitate anymore. It rushed forward and snorted. A light that was thicker than before enveloped the white thing. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned when she saw this. When did Goldie learn to be so cunning? Is this still the little thing that just woke up? This time, Goldie's light was stronger. Once the white thing was sucked in, no matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. Gradually, a wisp of white was sucked out of the white thing by the light and entered Goldie's nose. Following that, more and more white was sucked out. At that moment, the white thing seemed to have realized that it was in danger and struggled to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. More and more of the white substance was removed from its body by Goldie. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the white thing was completely sucked into Goldie's stomach. Zhi, Goldie let out a satisfied sound and flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's head. It stretched lazily, as though it was enjoying its meal. Do we still want to go forward? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself again. However, even though Zhang Xiaohua couldn't think, Goldie understood. It used its claws to tug on Zhang Xiaohua's hair. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. I haven't eaten enough. What? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. This time, he wasn't surprised by Goldie's appetite. Instead, he was thinking that if Goldie could read his thoughts, then what privacy would he have in front of it in the future? Even though it was just a little thing that couldn't speak, but he was still unhappy about it. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Zhang Xiaohua only thought about it. He didn't know what to do. Who knew how Goldie could communicate with him mentally? Zhang Xiaohua still had a lot of jade talismans in his money pouch, so he wasn't too worried. Thus, he held the heavy sword upside down and held a few fire talismans in his hand as he continued forward. Luckily, there was nothing else on this mountain path other than the white thing from before. Goldie also absorbed the black fog as much as it wanted until it arrived in front of a stone door. There was nothing strange about it at all. It was an extremely ordinary stone door, but it was also extremely strange. It was ordinary because it was the same shape as the courtyard doors and doors that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It felt as though it could be opened with a push. It was strange because the entire stone door was emitting a faint blood-red color. It was very different from the dark green color of the stone walls on the mountain path. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to think that there must be something extremely dangerous behind this stone door. However, the stone door wasn't completely closed. There was a small gap on the side of the door. The thick black fog in the mountain path floated out from this small gap. The black fog in the mountain path had been mostly sucked in by Goldie. It had returned to its original appearance. Under the luminous pearl, the black fog could be seen flying out from the gap. Goldie jumped down from Zhang Xiaohua's head and leaped to the front of the stone door. It greedily sucked in a few times before it snuck in through the gap. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Be good, Goldie." Suddenly, Goldie's little head popped out from the gap before it disappeared again. Zhang Xiaohua was originally hesitating, but this time, Goldie made the decision for him. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the gap and inserted his heavy sword into the gap. With a light pry, the stone door slid open. More black fog floated out from the gap, and light seeped out. Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and peered through the gap. It was a small cave. The cave was inlaid with many luminous pearl. There was still a lot of black fog in the cave, and it was even thicker than what he saw on the mountain path. In the middle of the cave, there was a platform that was about the height of a person. There were some strange objects placed on top of it. Due to the distance, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see them clearly. At this moment, Goldie was sitting on the platform with its body upright as it sucked in the black fog. Seeing that there was no danger, Zhang Xiaohua used his heavy sword to push open the stone door. He looked around with his eyes and divine sense and stepped into the cave. The ground in the cave was very flat, just like the mountain path on Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was paved with limestone slabs. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the platform and didn't find anything strange. There were some strange objects placed on the platform, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what they were used for. With his divine sense, he didn't sense any yuan qi fluctuations from them. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the platform and saw something similar to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the platform. However, this pill furnace was much smaller, only the size of 2 fists. The interior of the pill furnace was also solid, and it was obvious that it wasn't used to refine pills. Below the pill furnace, there was a black pearl that was the size of a date. Beside the pearl, on the flat platform, there was a wisp of black fog that was constantly flowing up. The black fog was extremely fine, and it was almost invisible. However, when it spread out in the air, it gradually expanded, as though it was expanding. So the black fog in Evergreen Valley is gushing out from here? Where is this place? In an instant, countless questions rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's mind, faster than the black fog that was gushing out. Could it be that this platform is used to block the black fog? Perhaps this black pearl is used to suppress the black fog? Squatting on the platform, Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for no reason. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the black pearl moved and flew above the black fog that appeared out of thin air. However, it only stopped for a while before it was immediately pushed by the black fog and rolled to the place where the pearl was just now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell, and the pearl flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua again. Carefully looking at this black pearl, Zhang Xiaohua also tried to use her divine sense to invade it, but the strange fluctuations on the pearl couldn't find any flaws at all. Maybe it's some kind of treasure? Zhang Xiaohua thought. Seeing that there was no more pearl on the platform, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and kept the pearl in her money pouch. But, why is this black fog gushing out of thin air? Zhang Xiaohua was still curious about the origin of the black fog. Her eyes and divine sense scanned the area for a long time, but she didn't find any clues. At this time, the black fog in the cave had been mostly absorbed by Goldie. Seeing that Goldie's absorption speed was getting slower and slower, it must have eaten its fill as it squinted its eyes and wagged its tail. Seeing the vertical scratches on Goldie's forehead, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She stretched out her left hand and pointed it at the place where the black fog gushed out. She closed her eyes and used the essence of Dan in her Naiwan Palace to connect with the illusion breaker eye in her left hand. Only feeling a heavy wave of fatigue in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and quickly opened her illusion breaker eye. What entered her eyes was a thin black line that stretched from the top to the bottom, and Zhang Xiaohua's illusion breaker eye couldn't see it anymore. It had reached the end. Oh! It turned out to be a type of pitch-black black gas. It actually came from underground, and I can see it with my delusion breaker Dharma eye. But what is this black gas? Zhang Xiaohua closed her falsehood breaker eyes and thought, if my skills are strong enough, my falsehood breaker eyes will be able to see very far. Maybe I can see where the black qi is coming from. Chapter 852. Zhang Xiaohua was right. As long as one had enough divine powers, they would be able to see the origin of the black gas. However, this enough divine powers was something that Zhang Xiaohua would never have thought of. The black gas came from an unknown place underground and appeared abruptly on top of the platform. It was obvious that it did not follow an ordinary underground route. It was not the place Zhang Xiaohua thought he would normally go through. However, this platform blocked Zhang Xiaohua's line of sight and restricted his line of thought at the same time. Moreover, the strange thing on the platform made him mistake the purpose of the platform. He thought that the platform was to block the black gas. However, the real purpose of the platform was to raise the height so that the black bead could block the black gas from gushing out. The place where the black gas came from and the route it took were not the same as the platform, nor were they in the same space. To see the origin of the black lines in this space, that kind of divine power, TSK, perhaps could only be seen when Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation reached an unimaginable level. Just as Zhang Xiaohua closed his delusion breaker eye, Goldie, who was lazily sucking in the black gas, seemed to have sensed something and immediately flew to his side. Goldie copied Zhang Xiaohua's actions and squatted in front of the black gas. The delusion breaker eye on its forehead opened slightly. However, unlike Zhang Xiaohua, Goldie's eyes only opened slightly. Then, a ray of silver light shot out and stared at the place where the black gas came from. Squeak squeak. Goldie squeaked as if it was very happy. Then, it threw itself on the platform and put its nose to the place where the black gas came from. A ray of white light shot out and the black gas seemed to be attracted and went straight into Goldie's nose. Seeing that Goldie was sucking in the black gas again, Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile. At this time, there was not much black gas left in the cave and they could already see clearly. When Zhang Xiaohua first came in, he was attracted by the platform in the cave and did not pay attention to anything else. Now that he had some free time, he looked around and was overjoyed. In the corner of the cave, there were dozens of strange plants, one of which was the ghost face mushroom he was looking for. The ghost face mushroom was more than half a foot long. The top of the mushroom was reddish-brown and in the middle of the reddish-brown mushroom, there was a vivid ghost face with fangs. Is there really such a strange thing in the world? Seeing that it really looked like the ghost face in the legends, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but praise, this ghost face mushroom really lives up to its name. From the looks of it, it is at least 1,000 years old. And, if it is really 10,000 years old, I'm afraid it will become a spirit? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly paused. Then what is that white thing in the mountain path? Looking at it, it seems to be alive, but also not alive. Could it be that something here has become a spirit? Looking at the things in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and took out a pile of jade boxes and collected everything. Then, he clapped his hands and walked back to the platform. Xiaohuang, be good, it's time to go. Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. Unexpectedly, Xiaohuang did not fly up to Zhang Xiaohua's head as fast as he expected. Instead, it did not seem to care and lazily raised its head. Its little head swayed and looked sleepy. What is this for? Zhang Xiaohua was curious and walked up to support Xiaohuang. Don't sleep here, it's so dark here, don't catch a cold. Unexpectedly, Xiaohuang used its little paws to block Zhang Xiaohua's hand, as if it did not want to be carried. Then, it forced itself to wake up and straightened its body. As it squeaked, it pointed at the faint black gas on the platform and explained something to Zhang Xiaohua. Indeed, after a moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood and said in shock, You want to sleep here? Xiaohuang, be good, are you sure? Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless when he heard little Martin's firm reply. He couldn't help but feel reluctant to part with little Martin. He was the one who delivered little Martin, and he had been holding it close to his chest ever since. Although little Martin had called him mother, he felt very happy. He felt that he hadn't let little Martin down for so long. Now that little Martin was going to stay here alone, he felt as if he was watching his child grow up and leave him. However, when he thought about little Martin's performance in Lichui Valley and thought about how he had not moved for so long after he had warmed it, he thought that the black gas had a great effect on little Martin's growth. This kind of black gas was something that could only be found by chance. If he forcefully took it away, he did not know when he would encounter it again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and looked at the stone door that was wide open. He smiled and said, "Let's leave this door open first, but you have to be careful. If it's closed, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to push it open." That little marten seemed to understand. With a "so" sound, it flew to Zhang Xiaohua's head and scratched his hair. Its big tail swayed in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and allowed it to be mischievous. He walked to the door and patted little marten. "I'm leaving. If you're full, come and find me. Or if I leave Lingxiang Peak, I'll come and take you away." Little marten squeaked a few times and flew back to the platform. It lay there slanted and looked as if it was about to fall asleep. Zhang Xiaohua took one last look and walked up the mountain path. He walked back along the path that he came from. Along the way, the black fog had already disappeared and it was rather clean. Thinking that little marten had already woken up and had found a place to grow, Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously took Little Black out of his bosom. However, Little Black was still sleeping soundly like before. It was not interested in the black fog in the surroundings at all. Perhaps, Little Black's opportunity is still in the future. While thinking, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the empty cave with the fork in the path. He originally wanted to go back to the original path. However, when he thought about how he had unintentionally given Little Yellow an opportunity, and how Little Yellow was slowly growing up while Little Black was still the same as before, he thought that if Little Black also called him mother, the two little things would play and act coquettishly with him. Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other fork in the path and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He kept Little Black in his bosom and continued to move forward with the great wisdom sword. He raised his head and walked towards the other mountain path. This mountain path was clean and there was no black fog. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the stone walls of the mountain path for a long time. However, he did not find any clues. However, Lingxiang Peak was the core of Lingxiang cult. It was also the foundation of a large sect and the way of immortals flourished 10,000 years ago. It was normal that there was something that Zhang Xiaohua did not know. This mountain path went up. Zhang Xiaohua walked up the stairs very carefully. However, the luminous pearl on the stone wall emitted a faint brilliance, illuminating the mountain path. After walking for a long time, he did not see anything strange. The mountain path was not straight. Instead, it meandered upwards. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not know where he had walked to. Just as he was muttering in his heart, the mountain path leveled out and led straight to a white door. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. Before he reached the end of the mountain path, he immediately recognized that the white door was carved out of a piece of white jade. When he walked closer, Zhang Xiaohua did not act rashly. He released his divine sense and looked carefully. When he did not find any hidden mechanisms, he moved forward. The door carved out of white jade was about the same size as the door he had seen underground. However, only the middle of this white jade door had a smooth jade surface. The surroundings of the door were engraved with patterns that were similar to the stone tablet Zhang Xiaohua had seen at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Could it be that this door was a magic weapon? Zhang Xiaohua then took out the small shield he obtained from Floating Hill Peak and carefully compared it. Sure enough, the pattern of the two was similar. However, after looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua could not see the use of the pattern. Maybe it's time to go in and take a look. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua still did not use her hands. Instead, she held the great wisdom sword and gently opened the door. The door looked very heavy, but Zhang Xiaohua did not use much strength and just gently pushed it open. When Zhang Xiaohua looked inside, she could not help but be flabbergasted. Behind the door was not a cave like Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It was also not like before where there was a platform. Instead, it was a rather large hall. If it was a large hall, Zhang Xiaohua would not be surprised. However, all the furnishings in the hall were carved out of white jade. Even the surroundings of the hall, including the ceiling and the floor, were all made of white jade. She had seen extravagant people before, but she had never seen such extravagance. When Zhang Xiaohua was in the mysterious mountain villa, she had seen dozens of coffins carved out of jade. However, even though those were shocking, it was not as shocking as the entire hall made of white jade. Think about it. What kind of feeling would it be to see a jadestone as white as snow, a jadestone as warm as the arm of a beautiful woman, step under your feet and sit under your butt? However, this was not considered much. After Zhang Xiaohua had seen everything in the hall, she could not help but sit on the warm jade stool in a daze. Saliva continuously flowed down her mouth as she greedily looked at the white jade. She was almost mumbling to herself, what kind of extravagance is this? He really didn't dare to imagine that this entire hall, everything in this hall, was carved together. Could it be that, this entire hall is carved out of a single piece of white jade? After a long while, when her saliva had formed a puddle on the white jade floor, Zhang Xiaohua finally regained her senses. She hurriedly rubbed the saliva on the floor with her feet and stood up. She reluctantly touched the jade table in front of her, feeling the smoothness of the surface. She admired the white, flawless surface of the jade and let out a long sigh. Heavens, since you did not give me the ability to take away this jade hall, why did you let me see it? Chapter 853. That's right. Not to mention the value of this jade hall, just by looking at the hall's colorful jade and beautiful flowers, it would make people greedy. Just looking at it and not having the ability to take it for themselves, how could Zhang Xiaohua not sigh? After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. There is a kind of liking called letting go. Maybe if I don't take it away, it will leave a good impression in my heart. Immediately, she said in distress, but, I really want to take it away. What's the matter with the fragrant religion? Why would they put such a thing here? Don't they know? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously became vigilant. There was no one here, but it didn't mean that no one on Lingering Fragrance Peak knew. It also didn't mean that no one would come. She had better be careful. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her attention from the hall carved with jade and carefully observed the furnishings in the hall. The furnishings in the hall were very simple. In addition to the stone table, stone chairs, stone stools and other things that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before, there were some silk and other things in the hall. Directly above the hall, there were 3 portraits. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked forward and carefully looked at the 3 portraits. In the middle of the 3 portraits, there was a woman in green. Her figure was graceful and her face was covered with a veil. She held a long whip in her hand and stood beside a small bridge. Her eyes were looking at the gurgling water under the small bridge, as if she was thinking about something. On the left was a portrait of a man in embroidered clothes. He held a long knife in his hand and rode on a horse. It seemed that the wind was blowing and the man's clothes were flying, showing his heroic spirit. On the right was another portrait, but it was a scholar in white. A sword hung at his waist and a folding fan in his hand. He was walking leisurely and seemed to be endlessly carefree. These 3 paintings seemed to be from a long time ago. The paintings were yellowed, but they were drawn very realistically. Everyone was vivid and lifelike on the paper. Although the face of the woman in green was covered by a veil, the tenderness of her emotions could be seen at a glance. It was a subtle contrast to the heroism of the man on the horse and the elegance of the white-robed scholar. While admiring it, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was a large blank space beside the scholar's portrait. It would be perfect if another painting was placed there. Could it be that there was a 4th portrait here in the past? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. But this thought only flashed through her mind. Whether there was a portrait or not, it had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Why would she think about it? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be used to picking up junk. After looking at the portraits, she searched the magnificent hall for a long time. But she couldn't find any junk that she could pick up. She couldn't help but feel resentful. While she was setting up this dazzling jade hall, she nagged, this is such a luxurious hall. Elder of the fragrant religion, can't you put some magical tools here? Even if you don't like them, you can just throw one or two away. You can't blame me for coming here. As she spoke, she walked to the door of the jade. Looking at the door, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Could it be that this door that can move is also a part of this jade? When she released her divine sense, she looked carefully. Indeed, the door had an extremely intricate mechanism that was connected to the hull. Looking at the pattern of the jade, it matched the hull perfectly. Needless to say, the door was also a part of the entire jade. I've been defeated. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and was about to retract his divine sense. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly discovered that around the jade door, in other words, the exterior of the jade hall that was covered by the mountain rocks, there were actually some yuan qi fluctuations. Could it be, the entire hall is a magical tool? Or is there a part that can be refined? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped into the stone wall. She followed the outside of the hall and used her divine sense to search. This jade hall was quite big. She followed the traces of the fluctuation on the outside but couldn't find any clues. Zhang Xiaohua's vision turned dark and she came to an empty space. Oh no, I only looked in front and didn't pay attention to the back. Where am I? Sigh, lingering fragrance peak really can't be rushed. I haven't walked much and I'm already lost. Zhang Xiaohua secretly regretted it. Before he could take out the night luminescent pearl, the darkness in front of him suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with light. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised and thought. However, when he saw everything before him clearly, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? It turned out that what appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua was a straw hut in front of a river. Zhang Xiaohua was standing on a wooden bridge that extended into the river's waters. Isn't this the place where I met my dream and Shirtai? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to understand, a girl bounced over and asked with a smile, Xiaohua, did you catch a fish today? Fish? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she lowered her head, she saw the great wisdom sword in her hand. Wasn't she holding a fishing rod in her hand? Looking at her body, she was exactly the same as when she was 12 years old. Illusion array. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood in his mind and wanted to release his divine sense. But when he saw that Meng was also 11 years old, he immediately changed his mind. Yes, even if it was an illusion array, so what? Ever since he parted ways with Meng at the riverside, they hadn't seen each other for many years. Although their encounter in the mortal world was short, Meng had left a deep mark in his heart. Although he didn't know where Meng was and could only taste her appearance in his memory, he didn't know what Meng was like now. But as long as he could see Meng again, be together with Meng again, and smell her breath again, so what if he fell into an illusion array? However, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. It seemed that at the riverside, he was seriously injured. Most of the time, he was lying on the bed and was taken care of by Meng. He had never done anything like fishing before. Of course, since it was an illusion array and he could be together with Meng, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to pursue the matter. She smiled and said, "Who said I didn't? I just caught 2 kissing fishes. Seeing that they were family, I couldn't bear to part with them, so I let them go this time." Xiaomeng, don't tell me you want to eat 2 kissing fishes in fish soup. Hee, Brother Xiaohua, you are really too naughty," Meng said as she stepped forward and pointed her fair finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. This intimate action was something that Zhang Xiaohua had imagined countless times in his mind. Now that it really happened in the illusion array, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. You know why? Behind Meng, another girl appeared. She was Nie Xiaoyu, who appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind when he said, "Little fishy," just now. "Brother Ren. Are you okay?" Nie Qianyu was still shy and asked with her head slightly lowered. Before Zhang Xiaohua could answer, Meng sneered, "Xiaohua, who is she?" Looking at Meng's cold and indifferent expression, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly said, "Meng, don't misunderstand. Little Fishy is a little girl that I saved on the road. I was just sending her home." Nie Qianyu nodded and said, "Sister, Brother Ren is really a good person. He was just sending me home." "Just sending you home?" Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at Nie Qianyu and said with a smile, "It seems that he also won the martial arts competition. He even taught me the Forget Worry Sutra. Well, he also told me about the cicada's mournful cry to the eternal pavilion. Do you think I don't know anything?" Looking at Meng's indifferent and sorrowful eyebrows, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of heartache. Even though they were in the illusion array and he knew that this was just a memory in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua was reluctant to let Meng be unhappy. He stepped forward and held Meng's fair hand. He said in a low voice, "Meng, you are the only one in my heart. When I saw you before, I was still young and didn't know anything. But all these years, I have been thinking about you, all these years?" Meng was surprised and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We have only met for a few days." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said patiently, "Anyway, you are the only one in my heart. If I don't tell you now, I will regret it when you leave with Shirtai. Really?" Meng smiled mysteriously and said, "Brother Xiaohua, you said you missed me, but why didn't you look for me?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "I wanted to look for you, but I don't know where you are. Jianghu is so big, At this time, Meng held one hand and covered Zhang Xiaohua's mouth with the other hand. She said with a smile, "Brother Xiaohua, don't say any more. I know what you are thinking. Actually, I am the same. Since I met you, my heart can't hold anyone else. I just want to be with you for the rest of my life." "Me too," Zhang Xiaohua said happily. "But..." Meng turned around and pointed at Nie Qianyu, "What about her?" "Her?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. At this time, Nie Qianyu had already burst into tears. She covered her mouth and said, "Brother Ren, I know what you are thinking. You can go with this sister. I am fine, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. At this time, Meng flung her hand and ran away quickly. She said as she ran, "Brother Xiaohua, it is not that I don't believe you, but I don't trust this girl. I think you should find a way to make her disappear from this world. Only then can I see you." After saying that, Meng disappeared without a trace. The fishing rod in Zhang Xiaohua's hand also disappeared and the Prajna heavy sword reappeared. Nie Qianyu took a step forward and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She said, "Brother Ren, just kill me. I miss you and miss you. If I can't see you, I would rather die." Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "Even if it is an illusion, even if it is a fake person, in my heart, it is a real killing. Will my dream allow me to do it? Do you think I'll let myself do it?" Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish her words, a crisp, "Kacha" sound rang out. It was as if a bronze mirror had shattered. All the scenes disappeared, and another scene appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Chapter 854. Peacock and Ren Xiaoyao had spent a lot of time together in the refining heart cave and they were already familiar with each other. Peacock had also been through countless trials and tribulations. She knew that Ren Xiaoyao was just her inner demon, an illusion created by her in the refining heart cave. He was not real. Initially, she was still a little reserved, but after a while, she could not care less. In addition, Peacock remembered Abbess Jing Fan's advice that she had to follow her heart in the refining heart cave and let nature take its course. Only then would she have a chance to break the array. Hence, she no longer held back. It was all her own wishful thinking and no one would know. Maybe she could find a chance in this place. At this time, Peacock and Ren Xiaoyao were chatting about some private matters. Peacock would occasionally ask about cultivation methods and opportunities. Suddenly, Ren Xiaoyao, who was hugging Peacock, disappeared in a flash of light. Oh! Did I succeed in refining my heart? Did I break the array? Peacock was overjoyed. However, the starlight and her body lying in mid-air told her that she was still in the illusion array. What's going on? I didn't kill Ren Xiaoyao. How did he disappear? While Peacock was still in shock, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's head poking out from not far away. He looked around as if he was looking for something. Peacock smiled and leaped forward. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's neck and said, "Hubby, where did you go? I'm asking you a question." This Zhang Xiaohua was the real Zhang Xiaohua. When he was enlightened in the illusion array, he didn't kill Nie Qianyu just because she was an illusion. Instead, he used her to please the illusion. The illusion array immediately changed and sent Zhang Xiaohua to another place. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua saw a place filled with stars. He was walking in the void, thinking that the dream was hidden somewhere in the starry sky. Thus, he didn't dare to release his divine sense, afraid that if he broke the array, he wouldn't be able to see the dream. Just as he was looking around for his dream, he saw the peacock flying towards him. The peacock hugged him and affectionately called him husband. Zhang Xiaohua fainted and mumbled, "Sister Kong, why are you here?" Yes, she called him hubby. How could he still call her Master Kong? Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to have a peacock in his heart. How could he not be embarrassed? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua calling her Sister Kong, Peacock giggled. She lifted Zhang Xiaohua's head and kissed him on the cheek. She said, "You're such a lovable and hateful person. You called me your wife and now you're calling me sister. Do you think I should slap you to death?" Peacock's kiss was so real that it made Zhang Xiaohua's face burn. He thought to himself, Since when did I have such thoughts about Master Kong? This is so flattering. Then, he was shocked. Don't tell me she saw it in her dream. If she sees it, she'll be angry again. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua immediately pushed Peacock away and said, "Big Sister Kong, this is not good. What if someone else someone sees it?" Peacock smiled, "Aren't you me and I'm you? How can anyone see it?" As she spoke, she walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and floated up. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Xiaohua's neck and said, "It's all because of you. You still want me to be your wife? Even now, you still call me big sister. Then you're me and I'm you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "How can I not know? But, isn't there a dream beside me?" Hearing Peacock's reprimand, Zhang Xiaohua peeked at the stars around them and whispered, "Then I'll call you my wife, but what?" Peacock's face was a little red. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said shyly, "You'll only tell me the truth if I let you put it here?" Zhang Xiaohua put his hand there and felt like he was struck by lightning. His heart was trembling. Oh my God, how can this illusion array be so real? He thought to himself and his fingers scratched a few times. Could it be that this is what it feels like? The strange feeling from his hand made Zhang Xiaohua's heart itch. But, he quickly calmed himself down and looked around. "Dream, where are you? Please don't see me." Peacock's face was still burning. She scolded, I knew you wouldn't be honest. Sigh, who asked you to be my nemesis? I saw you in the Rejuvenation Valley. Sigh, I don't know, it's nothing, but I just can't forget you. Oh my god, why do I feel so good about myself? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Master Kong is an inner disciple, I can't believe I thought so badly of him. But, since you're my enemy, I've given you everything here, why can't you let me see through, let me see the secrets of heaven? As she spoke, Peacock hugged Zhang Xiaohua again and stretched out her cherry lips. Petrified, Zhang Xiaohua felt moist and fragrant, his heart was like a monkey on a horse. This illusion is really. Sigh, it's too erotic, I have to deal with it quickly, don't let Meng see it. Should I kill her? How can I do that, even if it's fake, I have to follow my heart, I can't kill innocent people for their treasures. Oh, Heaven's Way, just by looking at the Heaven's Way, I can let Sister Kong go? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He looked at the starry sky and cupped Peacock's face. He kissed her red lips and smiled, if you can leave just by looking at the Heaven's Way, then your husband will open your eyes and let you see what the real Heaven's Way is. As he spoke, he crossed his legs and sat with his palms facing the sky, trying to understand the Heaven's Way in his mind and at the same time, trying to show his understanding to the starry sky. Zhang Xiaohua was right, in the illusion array, the demon was born from the heart, even the understanding of the Heaven's Way could be shown. However, the Heaven's Way was still the Heaven's Way, it was not something an illusion array could compare to. How much of the Heaven's Way could be shown was debatable. But, even if it was just a trace of the Heaven's Way, in this illusion array, how unparalleled was it? In an instant, the starry sky, which was silent and motionless, began to move slowly, as if every star had its own unique path, and the entire starry sky's path was projected. Peacock was stunned on the spot. She was just challenging her own heart as usual, challenging her nemesis, Ren Xiaoyao. Who knew that his answer this time would be different from before, he would show her the Heaven's Way. She was pleasantly surprised and could not believe her ears. When she saw the reflection of the Heaven's Way in the starry sky, she knew immediately that this was the end result of her painstaking cultivation of the Mortal Heart Sutra. Such a heaven-defying opportunity was placed right in front of her eyes. Immediately, she crossed her legs and sat down, channeling the Mortal Heart Sutra. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the starry sky, trying her best to imprint the Heaven's Way in her mind. After an unknown amount of time, the Heaven's Way was still moving, but Peacock could not understand it anymore. She was after all a martial artist, and the Mortal Heart Sutra was just a way to pursue the path of immortality. To be able to learn a trace of the Heaven's Way from Zhang Xiaohua's way was already a rare and precious thing. Peacock knew that her opportunity had come to an end, she immediately closed her eyes and channeled her Mortal Heart Sutra. Not long after, Peacock realized that her Mortal Heart Sutra had reached an unimaginable level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had reached the peak of perfection. Peacock was overjoyed, she stood up and looked at the Heaven's Way that was still moving, and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting cross-legged. She could not help but think, Master was right, this man is my nemesis, and only by going with the flow will I be able to get the opportunity to break the array. I might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in the Mortal Heart Sutra. At the same time, Peacock suddenly thought, no wonder Master was so tight-lipped about her experience in the Cave of Refined Heart. How could she tell anyone about such an embarrassing experience? Peacock's face turned red as she thought about it. At this moment, the Heaven's Way stopped moving. Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile. Have you understood it? Peacock smiled and jumped into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She buried her face in his neck and murmured, yes, yes. Just as she uttered the words I'm enlightened, Peacock felt a force tugging at her. She immediately understood that she had broken the array and was about to leave this illusion. She was about to leave this man who had been with her for who knows how long, and she was about to leave this man who had given birth to a child with her. "I'm leaving, Xiaoyao, my husband. I'll always remember everything that happened here." Peacock's tears dripped down and stained Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. She opened her cherry lips and bit Zhang Xiaohua's neck, leaving a row of deep teeth marks on Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to jump and scream, Peacock disappeared without a trace. Only Zhang Xiaohua's cries of pain resounded through the entire starry sky. "Lord Kong, Sister Kong, Lady Kong, you are too cruel. It's just an illusion, how can it be so realistic? I'm really in pain." Fortunately, Peacock had already left the illusion array, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Zhang Xiaohua touched the teeth marks on her neck and smiled bitterly. "I don't know if Meng will see them when I find her later. I can't bring the things in the illusion array out. Don't tell me I still have these teeth marks on my neck when I go out." Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to continue searching for Dream, she heard someone shouting from afar, "Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there." Chapter 855. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to hear the familiar voice. When he turned around, he was even more surprised. He thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? When did this Chen appear in my memory again? Could it be that I also have some feelings for her?" Chen held a long sword and was very happy to see Zhang Xiaohua. She gritted her teeth and said, "You little thief, stop right there. I gave everything to you. You eloped with Nie Qianyu." "What?" Zhang Xiaohua fell down. Fortunately, they were in a strange starry sky and he was not afraid of falling down. What the hell is going on? When did my memory become so bad? But, if you want to argue, Nie Qianyu is in front of Chen. While he was thinking, Chen came closer and was in a flying position. Zhang Xiaohua saw Chen glaring at him coldly with a face full of anger and did not hesitate to stab the sword into his heart. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the sword was just an illusion and would not really take his life. However, when he thought about how Lord Peacock had bitten his neck just now and it was still hurting, was there any need to say anything else when the sword pierced through his body? Therefore, he raised his right hand and grabbed the tip of the sword. He exerted a little force and snatched it away. Chen was not surprised to see the long sword being snatched away. She widened her almond-shaped eyes and said, "You little thief, how dare you treat me like this and not let me kill you to vent my anger? You are really ungrateful." After that, she did not care about the long sword and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's ear and shouted, "How dare you cheat on me again and again? How dare you break my heart again and again?" Ouch! It was the first time in Zhang Xiaohua's life that a girl had pulled his ear like that. He couldn't help but feel strange. Even if he was angry, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. Thinking about the appearance of the illusion peacock just now, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He threw his sword on the ground, grabbed Chen's hand that was pulling his ear with his left hand, and wrapped his right hand skillfully around Chen's waist. He smiled and said, "Sister Chen." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaohua felt something was wrong. He didn't seem to be calling her that intimately enough. Sure enough, Chen's hand was grabbed by Zhang Xiaohua and she immediately tried to break free. She even pulled Zhang Xiaohua's ear and scolded, "You were calling me your wife just now and in the blink of an eye, you've become my sister." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why was this exactly the same as what Peacock said? However, it dawned on her that they were all in her own illusion. How could there be any difference? When she was with Peacock earlier, Zhang Xiaohua already had a way to deal with girls and now it was not difficult. She just held Chen in her arms and coaxed her gently. It did not take long for Chen's anger to dissipate. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Chen Chen is even more voluptuous than Peacock? How come I didn't know that I could still remember this in this illusion? What am I thinking about every day? In the illusion, Chen Chen was more straightforward than Zhang Xiaohua thought. After a few rounds of tenderness, Zhang Xiaohua had taken the initiative to comfort Chen Chen, but now, Chen Chen was the one who took the initiative to take the initiative. Ouch! What should I do? Although it's an illusion. But after all, it's not a dream. Maybe the dream is watching us. Just now, when she saw Nye Xiaoyu, she was already furious. If she saw me and Chen Chen together, what would happen? Zhang Xiaohua managed to keep her mind calm. Although there was a faint expectation in her heart, when she thought about her dream, she could not help but hesitate. Seeing Chen Chen's blushing face and her seductive eyes, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She moved closer to Chen Chen's ear and said, "Wife, you. Wait a moment." Chen Chen glanced at her. "Xiaoyao, my husband." Chen Chen bit her lips lightly. Her eyes were watery. "What do you want?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned but immediately understood. Her face immediately turned red and she said hurriedly, "Don't you want to see the heavenly Tao?" Heavenly Tao? Chen Chen was originally infatuated, but when she heard the heavenly Tao, she immediately became wild with joy. She thought to herself, sure enough, the opportunity has arrived. Of course, you're my husband. Of course, you'll give it to me. As she said this, her little hand unceremoniously pinched Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and did not dare to be careless. She pushed Chen Chen slightly and calmed her mind. She expelled all the distracting thoughts and fantasies in her mind. Then, she communicated with the illusion array and the stars in the sky began to move. Chen Chen looked at her husband, who had been with her for who knows how long. Seeing the surrounding stars change, she immediately sat cross-legged like a peacock and operated the Mortal Heart Sutra. Soon, she became a solemn statue, which was completely different from before. Chen Chen's cultivation level was lower than Peacock's by 2 levels. The evolution of the heavenly Tao was only less and stopped. Even so, the improvement of the Mortal Heart Sutra was not something that Nun Jingfan could achieve. Of course, this was only the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. It was different from martial arts or internal energy. Looking at Chen Chen who stood up, Zhang Xiaohua was a little reluctant, but still asked with a smile, "Wife, have you understood?" "Husband, with you, of course I can understand." Before Chen Chen finished speaking, her face immediately lit up with joy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her with a smile. She knew that Chen Chen in this illusion would disappear again. Sure enough, Chen Chen hugged Zhang Xiaohua and kissed him fiercely on the lips. Zhang Xiaohua responded by hugging her with his left hand and covering his neck with his right to prevent another sneak attack. However, suddenly, her lips hurt and there was a salty taste. "Oh God, it's impossible to guard against it," Zhang Xiaohua cried out miserably. Chen Chen smiled and said, "I will always remember you, my husband." Before she finished speaking, Chen Chen disappeared. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left behind, shouting, "Why are you like Peacock? Could it be that all the girls in my memory are this violent?" Licking the wound on her lips, Zhang Xiaohua was in pain but happy at the same time. Her heart was flying. Chen Chen, who was out of the illusion, was a little surprised. "What? There's blood in this illusion?" Then, she wiped it with her finger and shook her head. "How is this blood? Are there golden threads in human blood?" Just as she was about to shake off the golden liquid, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She placed her finger in front of her mouth and licked it with her small tongue. She thought to herself, "This is my husband's blood. How can I waste it?" Just when Chen Chen was feeling happy, she heard someone exclaim, "Someone else came out." Chen Chen was suddenly awakened. She saw that she was standing where she was before she entered the refining heart cave. Beside her was her senior sister, Peacock. Senior sister? You came out too? Thinking about what happened in the illusion, Chen Chen could not help but blush. Fortunately, there was a veil covering her face so others could not see it. Congratulations, junior sister, you came out too. Peacock had calmed down and said with a hint of melancholy. Senior sister, aren't you the same? You came out a long time ago. Where are the other senior sisters? Not out yet? Chen Chen looked around and was surprised. It was already nightfall and a day had passed. There were only 2 people who came out of the illusion safely. It's still early. I heard the elders say that the refining heart cave will only close tomorrow morning. By then, the disciples who didn't break the illusion will be forced out. Oh, why didn't the master say this? The elders were afraid that we would be lucky and affect the refining heart cave, so they didn't say anything. We can't tell the disciples who enter the refining heart cave in the future. Before Peacock finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise. Peacock. Chen Chen. You. Why did you come out so early? A figure flew in from afar. Looking at the familiar figure, was it not their master, Jingfan Nun? Peacock and Chen Chen greeted with a smile and bowed. We did not disappoint you, we passed the test of the refining heart cave. Good, good, good. Jingfan Nun's eyes were almost filled with tears. She hoped that her 2 disciples could pass the test. However, she had been through the test herself and knew how difficult it was. She did not dare to have too much hope in her heart. Now that it had only been a few hours, she was worried and came to take a look. Who would have thought that? Both of her disciples came out and passed the test of the refining heart cave. Jingfan Nun held the hands of her 2 disciples. She was a little choked up. Back then, she did not pass the test of the refining heart cave and had always been brooding. Now that her 2 disciples were so good, they came out of the refining heart cave safely as soon as the sky turned dark, she had mixed feelings. She was moved by the progress of the younger generation and also moved by the passing of time. The refining heart cave was meant to refine one's state of mind, but it had nothing to do with the improvement of the sutras. Therefore, Jingfan Nun did not think that her disciples could use the extraordinary experience of the refining heart cave to improve their sutras to an unimaginable level. Jingfan Nun also knew about the experience of the refining heart cave, so she did not ask them. Only Chen Chen held back for a moment. He really wanted to ask, so he asked in a low voice, Master, you. When you came out of the refining heart cave, did your sutras, mortal sutras, change in any way? Jingfan Shirtai was startled and shook her head. Master was pushed out of the refining heart cave by the illusory formation in the early morning. He didn't pass it, so how could there be any progress in his mental cultivation method? Then, he thought for a while and said, however, I heard from the great elder and the hierarch that although the refining heart cave does not directly help one's cultivation, it has a direct and indirect effect on one's future cultivation. Only by passing the test of the refining heart cave can one become a direct disciple. Only then can one obtain the inheritance of our fragrant religion in the secret inheritance room. Peacock and Chen Chen both let out a cry of disbelief. What's wrong? Jingfan was startled and asked, Is there something wrong? Chapter 856. After Zhang Xiaohua sent away the peacock and Chen Chen in his illusion, he took a deep breath and patted his chest. Smack, smack. His lips were bitten by the illusion of Chen Chen, and he touched his neck, which was bitten by the illusion of the peacock. A feeling of longing for more welled up in him. Zhang Xiaohua had never had such an erotic dream in his 18 years of life. He never thought that this dream would come true in the illusory array of the fragrance cult. Moreover, this erotic dream came like a violent storm. Even if Zhang Xiaohua could soar in the storm like a swallow, he was still caught off guard. It was just that. Zhang Xiaohua felt that this was not his dream and it was not the Nie Qianyu who had feelings for him. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel even more incredulous and he felt a little guilty. However, what was even more strange was that Zhang Xiaohua did not know that there were two inner disciples of Lingxiang Peak hidden in the depths of his consciousness. Chen Chen's voluptuous is really not bad. Peacock's skin is also good. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and looked at the place where the two disappeared just now. There was an inexplicable sense of melancholy in his heart. Was this an erotic dream without a trace? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts and searched for the dream in this illusory array. It was just a pity that Zhang Xiaohua had just evolved the heavenly axiom in the illusory array. This was the truth of heaven and earth that was much more profound than the illusory array. Zhang Xiaohua had used the heavenly axiom to drive the illusory array and had already infiltrated a trace of the heavenly axiom into the illusory array. For someone who had comprehended the heavenly axiom, how could the illusory array extract any inner demons from his heart? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua searched for a long time and did not find any trace of the dream. Moreover, even Nie Qianyu was nowhere to be found. Strange, where did they all go? Just now, they came one by one. Those who should come are here and those who shouldn't come are here. Now, those who should have left are gone and those who shouldn't have left are gone. This illusion array, why is it gone? By the way, besides Dream and Nie Little Fishy, Peacock and Chen Chen are here. Why aren't Little Orange and Zhang Ping'er here? Damn, this guy doesn't seem to be satisfied yet. However, when she thought of Zhang Ping'er, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she had been in this Li Chui Valley for a long time and did not know what the situation outside was like. Although Mei Suiying did not mention the time of the test, she guessed that it would be dark soon. She would not fall asleep in this Li Chui Valley, right? Forget it, I don't know where Meng has run off to. I'd better go out and take a look. I'll explain everything here clearly. When I'm free in the future, I'll come here to play. Having been in the illusory array for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew how to break the array. She cast a few incantations, and a passage appeared in the starry sky of the illusory array. Zhang Xiaohua rode the wind and went straight in. Outside the Li Chui Valley, the sky was completely dark. The few disciples who came to watch the fun in the morning had already left. Only two young girls stood there, letting the mountain wind blow their clothes into a mess. Needless to say, the girl was Zhang Ping'er. She stared at the entrance of the valley, almost unable to take her eyes off it. The melancholy on her face was obvious. The other person was Zhang Ping'er's sixth senior sister, Shui Linglong. Although Shui Linglong was also staring at the entrance of the valley, she obviously did not care. However, her gaze occasionally swept across Zhang Ping'er's face, and there was some worry in it. Shui Linglong looked at the sky, lifted her collar, and patted Zhang Ping'er. She said in a low voice, "Junior sister, don't wait. Those who enter this ghost valley rarely come out after 4 hours. Look at Ren Xiaoyao. From what you said, he should have been in there for 12 hours. He might have died inside. You see, third senior sister doesn't even want to wait here. You'd better go back with me. Third senior sister. She is really hateful. How can she treat senior? Junior brother Ren like this? Junior brother Ren is such a good person. He saved me 3 times, and also saved Master's life. I only wanted to repay his kindness by forcefully bringing him from the pill-opening hall to Lingering Fragrance Peak. I originally wanted to. But I actually suffered from third senior sister's evil scheme. I will not let her off. I only quarreled with her for a few words, and she wants to kill him. Zhang Ping'er was somewhat gnashing her teeth. Shui Linglong was speechless. Mei Sujin and Zhang Ping'er were both her senior sisters. Although she had a good relationship with Zhang Ping'er, if she was not done with Mei Sujin, she also had to think about it. Since things are like this, let's go back. Master and senior sister will come back tomorrow. This matter, let them decide. Zhang Ping'er's eyes didn't leave the entrance of Lai Chui Valley at all. She said very firmly, "Sixth senior sister, you. If you are bored, you can go back first. I still want to wait. Junior brother Ren's martial arts are very strong. This Ghost Valley definitely won't be able to stop him." But Shui Linglong was somewhat angry. But in this Ghost Valley, one can't escape just because their martial arts are high. Previously, didn't Mo Xian Gong's disciple also die inside? Your junior brother Ren. How can he be compared to Mo Xian Gong's disciple? Zhang Ping'er slowly shook her head. Junior brother Ren's martial arts might not be as high as Mo Xian Gong's disciple, but I have a premonition that he will definitely not let me wait in vain. Seventh junior sister, you. Could it be that you have already turned into a devil? How can he come out alive? Furthermore, even if he comes out alive, how can you get what you want? Don't forget that you are the direct disciple of the deputy master of the Lihua Temple. Your status is very noble. Ren Xiaoyao is just a little medicine boy of the pill-sprouting hall. Although he has some martial arts, he is the lowest disciple guarding the garden in the Lihua Temple. Even the disciple guarding the pill furnace can't compare with him. His master has already repaid his kindness by bringing him from the pill-sprouting hall to the Lihua Temple. In the future, he still has to walk his own path. There are thousands of disciples in the Lihua Temple. How can he, a disciple with no background, stand out? Even if you want to be together with him, master. How can she agree? How can Mo Xian Gong's elders agree? Hearing this, Zhang Ping'er's face turned slightly red. She used her hand to tidy up her hair that was messed up by the mountain wind and slowly said, "Sixth senior sister is wrong. Since you have seen through my feelings, I don't mind telling you that the matter of being together with him is too far away. I don't dare to think too much about it. I only wish to be in the same hall as him and be able to see him every day. That is enough for me." Crazy, crazy. Shui Linglong stomped her feet with an exasperated look on her face. At this moment, a voice was heard. Is it senior sister Zhang? It's already so late, why don't you go back to wash up and sleep? Senior brother? When Zhang Ping'er heard the familiar voice, she was overjoyed. She screamed and threw herself at him. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face under the light, she threw herself into his arms without a care for anything else. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to dodge, but she didn't dare to. She would feel embarrassed if she didn't dodge. When Zhang Xiaohua's hot body was in his arms, Zhang Xiaohua could only hold the heavy sword with both hands and raise it up high. She didn't forget to rub her nose with one hand as if she was in an illusion again. Senior brother? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's strange address, Shui Linglong frowned. When she saw Zhang Ping'er's rudeness, she shook her head. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful appearance. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. When Shui Linglong walked in front of her, she coughed twice and said, "Seventh junior sister, this is the Fiery Palace. You are the direct disciple of the Fiery Palace." Zhang Ping'er's tears of joy had already wet the front of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. When her unbridled emotions were interrupted by Shui Linglong, she immediately felt ashamed. When Zhang Xiaohua's scent rushed into her nose again, Zhang Ping'er immediately let go of her arms and took a few steps back. She stood silently in the darkness. Shui Linglong looked at Zhang Ping'er and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, congratulations. You have been in there for more than 12 hours. You actually came out alive." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you senior sister Shui. It was all thanks to you and senior sister Shui that I was able to escape safely." Junior brother Ren, did you encounter any danger in the Ghost Valley?" Zhang Ping'er asked timidly in the shadows. She was both concerned and embarrassed. "Yes, but it's all in the past. It's good that I came out alive. Don't you think so? Senior sister Zhang." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's words were the truth in Zhang Ping'er's heart. Zhang Ping'er immediately nodded, "Yes, that's right. It's good that you came out alive. You didn't disappoint." She couldn't finish her sentence. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Zhang. It would have been good if I came out earlier. I have made you worry for so long." It's nothing. I had nothing to do here. I was just enjoying myself here." Zhang Ping'er didn't mean it, but she unknowingly said Ren Xiaoyao's name. Zhang Ping'er felt even more ashamed. She lowered her head to her chest. Her fair nape was especially seductive in the night. Especially since Zhang Xiaohua had just been seduced. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He thought for a moment and took out something from his chest. He smiled and said, "Senior sister Zhang, senior sister Shui, where is senior sister Mei?" "This ghost face mushroom. I picked it. However, I searched the entire Lichui Valley and this is the oldest one." "How old is it?" "I don't know." What Zhang Xiaohua took out was the ghost face mushroom that he had picked at the bottom of the valley in Lichui Valley, but it was not the ghost face mushroom that had already taken shape in the cave. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. With Zhang Xiaohua's stingy character, how could she take out the best thing? When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she immediately lifted her head and bit her lips. "It's all right, junior brother Ren. As long as you can get the item, it's fine. Third senior sister is obviously making things difficult for you. How can there be a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom in the Ghost Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua tactfully handed over the ghost face mushroom and said, "I'll follow senior martial sister's decision." Chapter 857. When Zhang Xiaohua handed the ghost face mushroom to Zhang Ping'er, high above in the west of Lingxiang Peak, where the refining heart cave was located, Nanjing Fan couldn't hide the surprise on her face. She grabbed Chen Chen, who couldn't hide his joy, and asked in a loud voice, "Chen Chen. You. Say that again. You actually practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra to great success?" Chen Chen was a little proud and flaunting. He nodded and said, "That's right, master. I went through the tempering of my mind in the refining heart cave and broke through the bottleneck of the mental cultivation method. I achieved great success in one leap and got out of the illusory array." How is this possible?" Jing Fan Shirtai frowned and said, "The dreamland can only sharpen one's state of mind. It will be of great benefit to one's cultivation in the future. I've never heard of anyone being able to break through any bottleneck in the refining heart cave, let alone practice the technique to the highest level. When you entered the cave in the morning, although I didn't come, I knew clearly about your progress last night." He. Chen Chen hugged Nanjing Fan's arm and said with a smile, "Why would I lie to you? Won't you know if you check?" Nanjing Fan woke up from her dream and immediately checked. She also practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra and was very familiar with it. After a while, she found it even more unbelievable. Although Chen Chen's internal strength didn't have any obvious improvement, but the Mortal Heart Sutra was indeed practiced to great success. Even she, as her master, could not catch up. If there were no surprises, Chen Chen would have practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra to perfection in less than 10 years. How? How is this possible? How? How is this possible? Abbess Jing Fan mumbled, it's only been a day, and she's already reached the realm of great success. Then, Nun Jing Fan asked, Chen Chen, you. What did you encounter in the Refining Heart Cave? Master, Chen Chen said coquettishly, this is disciples' privacy. You. Don't ask. As soon as Nun Jing Fan said this, she also regretted it. She knew the secret inside. She knew that although Chen Chen was straightforward, he would definitely not answer this question. While Abbess Jing Fan had yet to recover from her shock and was still complaining about the unfairness of the heavens, Chen Chen smiled and asked Peacock, Senior, you came out earlier than me, have you improved your heart technique? Chen Chen was showing off a little. Her martial arts had never been as high as Peacock's and her cultivation method was also a few notches lower. Now that she had made the great leap, of course she wanted to show off in front of her senior. When Abbess Jing Fan heard this, she also asked, that's right, Peacock, how's your heart technique? Peacock was silent for a moment. She seemed to be organizing her words and hesitating at the same time. Seeing this, Master Jing Fan comforted her, it's okay, Peacock. Your junior sister Chen Chen is just an anomaly. Don't complain about it. Just focus on your cultivation and you won't fall behind her. Chen Chen was very happy, but she complained, Master, look at what you're saying. Can't my martial arts be better than senior? At this time, Peacock opened her mouth and said, Junior, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. Master, my mortal heart technique has been perfected. What? This was Master Jing Fan's surprise. How is that possible? This was Chen Chen's doubt towards Peacock. She also told Peacock what Master Jing Fan said. Master Jing Fan immediately checked and sure enough, it was the same as Chen Chen's. There were no special changes in her martial arts and internal energy. Her heart technique had indeed been perfected. This was the realm that countless disciples of Mo Xian Temple had been pursuing for thousands of years. It was also the realm that Master Jing Fan dreamed of but could never reach. When Chen Chen saw this, she panicked and asked, Senior, you. What did you encounter in the Refining Heart Cave? Why? It wasn't easy for me to become stronger than you. How did you leave me so far behind? Peacock's face was burning but she said, Junior, are you confused? How can you talk about what happened in the Refining Heart Cave? Chen Chen was also stunned. Of course, he had been tight-lipped in front of his master, how could Peacock talk about it? After that, Chen Chen extinguished the thought of getting to the bottom of the matter. After a while, Chen Chen's gloomy mood disappeared. Even if Peacock was much better than him, wasn't he also one of the few disciples who had perfected the mortal heart technique in the past 1,000 years? After a long time, the petrified Master Jing Fan woke up from her shock and melancholy. She looked at the two disciples that she had raised lovingly and smiled, I forgot to quickly tell this good news to the leader. Our fragrant religion has produced an extremely talented disciple this time. The inheritance of Lingxiang Peak will not be lost. You two wait here for the other senior and junior sisters to come out. After that, she didn't wait for them to speak and used her qinggong to rush to the top of the mountain. Peacock and Chen Chen smiled when they saw that their master was so emotional. It was already late at night and an elder was sitting cross-legged in the distance. He was meditating with his eyes closed and did not pay any attention to what Master Jing Fan and the others had said. In front of the Refining Heart Cave, only Chen Chen and Peacock stood there alone. Fortunately, the two of them were standing in front and behind each other so they could talk. After Abbess Jing Fan left, Chen Chen was about to grab hold of Peacock and pester her to ask how she managed to master the Mortal Heart Sutra in such a short time. However, just as he reached out and was about to ask, he remembered what Peacock said. That's right. It's just my own experience. It's an anomaly. Who would have thought that my nemesis would be the guy who held the girl's hand, kissed her on the lips, and even set her marriage? How did he leave an impression in my heart? I only saw him as a person who could talk. He's just a little medicine boy in the pill-expanding hall. Now, he's only been recognized by Elder Sage. He's just a disciple on duty at Shirshine Peak. He's really too far away from me. How is it possible? Still, he was so handsome in the illusion. That martial arts. TSK, it's incredible. If I have a husband like him, it's worth it. Sigh, it's just an illusion. How could he know such profound martial arts? And that ethereal heavenly axiom? That stellar transposition. Sigh. How could a country bumpkin like him know that? Sigh, if I can live in an illusion, I won't regret it for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Chen Chen blushed shyly. Everything that happened in the illusion should not be described to others. It was the most secretive thing in her heart. Senior sister, what did you encounter? Chen Chen thought of her own romantic experience. She was curious about other people's privacy, but it was not appropriate to ask. Peacock stood there quietly. The wind of Human Mountain blew her clothes, but it could not blow up the veil covering her face. Her expression could not be seen. For a moment, in front of the Refining Heart Cave, on the seemingly desolate mountain peak, the two sisters were filled with thoughts. They lowered their heads and did not speak. Perhaps only God knew that these two poor sisters were thinking of the same person. And this person was sitting cross-legged in a secluded hut, taking stock of the day's harvest. First, he took out the small pitch-black bead. He had already seen this thing in the cave. Now, even if he used his divine sense with all his might, he could not penetrate it. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua took out a small jade box and put the pitch-black bead away. Then, he used the most effective technique he had at the moment. After that, it was the strange herbs that she had picked from the cave. They looked very old, and Zhang Xiaohua did not know the use of them. Zhang Xiaohua did not hurry to organize them. Instead, she took out the compendium of herbs, and quickly skimmed through the parts that she had not seen before. Sure enough, in this jade scroll, not to mention the ghost face mushroom, there was nothing similar to these strange herbs. Moreover, from the compendium of herbs, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that the ghost face mushroom, as well as those picked from the cave and the ghost valley, were not the same as ordinary herbs at all. Maybe it's because of the black fog? And the herbs that are usually used absorb the essence of heaven and earth? But, this black fog is formed by the black gas that comes from underground. Could it be that this black gas is the same as the essence of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. No, the delusion breaker eye could only see things related to the essence of heaven and earth. Even a living person could not see it. Since it could clearly see the black gas that was as thin as gossamer, then this black gas must be extraordinary. Thinking about how little yellow used to rely on vitality stones to survive, and now it could absorb the black fog, black gas, and even that white thing, connecting all these together, it was easy to conclude that the black gas was also the essence of heaven and earth. Regardless of the essence of heaven and earth, these herbs are all precious. Who knows when they will be of use? It's better to keep them well. By the time she finished keeping the herbs, it was already very late. However, thinking about the day's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua was still in high spirits. I wonder where this Yuzuchuan came from. I should ask Zhang Pinger who this Jing Gang is. Seeing how fearless he is, he must be a well-known figure on Lingering Fragrance Peak. TSK, that illusion array is really not bad. If I'm not practicing in the future, I might as well enjoy myself in it. Anyway, it's all fake and no one will know. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a wretched smile. There was a gorgeous palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although it wasn't dazzling, it was simple and elegant to the extreme. Every single brick and tile of the palace emitted a graceful and luxurious aura. There were countless pavilions within the palace that were brightly lit, and in the surroundings of the pavilions, there was a gurgling stream, a small bridge, and the occasional red-crowned cranes that walked about emitted a serene and dignified aura. This was precisely Mo Shui Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. In the main hall of Mo Xian Palace, there were only a few people. An old woman in a palace robe was sitting at the front. The veil on her face hid her expression, but her tone was filled with surprise. What? Both Peacock and Chen Chen had joined the battle? And his mortal heart mantra has improved greatly? Chapter 858. Yes, senior sister. Peacock and Chen Chen are outside the Refining Heart Cave, waiting for the other disciples to come out. Just now, I have already checked. Their mortal mantra has already reached an inconceivable height. I am ashamed to say that even I have never cultivated to their current level. Ah, I'm ashamed. Junior sister Jing Fan, you're thinking too much. Everyone has their own destiny. Junior sister just hasn't had the right time yet, so it's nothing. Besides, there's an old saying, the pupil surpasses the master. If the disciples aren't as good as the masters, then how can our fragrant religion be passed down from generation to generation and prosper? Jing Fan's face turned cold, she bowed and said, "Thank you for your warning, senior sister. I'll remember it." Well, since the two of them have passed the primary selection, and the mortal heart technique has reached great success, this time's primary selection can be said to be perfect, and, the matter of the inheritance can be considered settled. The hierarch's laughter was loud and clear. Congratulations, hierarch, an old woman next to her said. In the past, we had to first worry about the primary selection, then worry about the inheritance. Today, these two children have really done well, they actually managed to overcome all the obstacles in the Refining Heart Cave. It's really the blessing of the 10,000 years of fragrant religion's ancestors. Another masked elder also smiled. Hierarch, it can be seen that the time for our fragrant religion to prosper has arrived. The hierarch laughed and waved her hand. Although it's a joyous occasion, and we can also inherit our immortal heart technique, it's still too early to say that it will prosper. Then she looked outside the palace, looking at the dark night, she said with some melancholy, in the past 10,000 years, the world has changed greatly, the immortal heart technique's world yuan qi has greatly decreased. Although our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens, with the immortal heart technique's restrictions and formations, it's already difficult to retain a bit of world yuan qi on the 19 peaks. What's more, the Aroma sect has an inheritance palace, and the secret rooms inside guarantee that each generation will have 1 or 2 disciples who practice the immortal Dao arts. Although the immortal Dao arts can't be used often, it's still an inheritance, and can guarantee that the Aroma sect won't be wiped out in the Jianghu. Yes, the immortal heart technique is too powerful. No matter how high your martial arts are, it's still reduced in front of the immortal heart technique. Perhaps this is the main reason why our fragrant religion has been able to stand for 10,000 years. But the heart technique's room has a limited amount of primordial stones, I don't know how long it can last. Even this sect protecting grand formation, to be honest, I'm not sure about it. The heart technique's appearance, Jianghu is. This is the prophecy of an immortal Dao senior. Now that the great sect protecting formation is becoming more and more stable, even the opening time has gradually become fixed. Although it is not the same as before, it can be considered normal. This concerns the survival of our fragrant religion, everything is important. The hierarch said solemnly, "These are troubled times. Those rascals who sneaked into our fragrant religion have been making a lot of moves recently. If it weren't for the fact that we have to find the source and that the inheritance is more important, we would have eliminated them long ago." After thinking for a while, the hierarch said, "What's the situation in the ruins of Huan?" An elder bowed and said, "Hierarch, according to the disciple guarding the place, there were some movements in the ruins of Huan on the day of the heavenly thunder, but he can't be sure that the heavenly thunder has something to do with the ruins of Huan." "How would he know?" The hierarch sneered, "What heavenly thunder? It's clearly an attack from a Dharma artifact. The attack was so sharp that even the peak protecting formation couldn't block it. What else could it be other than that thing in the ruins of Huan? Could it be that someone from the immortal path sneaked into our fragrant religion and tried to kill a weak disciple?" "Hierarch, you're right. Only an attack from that thing could have such power. It's just that this thing has been in the ruins of Huan for so many years without any movements. We don't even know what that thing is or what it looks like. How could it suddenly?" The hierarch waved his hand and said worriedly, "Isn't this what I'm worried about? It's because of that thing's inexplicable problems that we're rushing the direct selection to confirm the inheritance. No matter what happens, you and I won't become sinners of the fragrant religion." "Hierarch, you're wise." All the elders bowed and saluted. The elders have also worked hard. After a few hours, the direct selection will end. You should also let the hall masters of the various halls return and let them rest for a few days. Then, we can discuss how to eliminate the rascals who have sneaked into the cult and the matter of entering Huan Su. "Yes, hierarch." Everyone was respectful. Early in the morning, the rising sun broke through the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes in the secluded little house. At the same time, in front of the refining heart cave at the western foot of Lingxiang Peak, there was another female disciple in a purple palace dress beside Peacock and Chen Chen. The three of them were sitting cross-legged. When they saw the sunlight, they immediately stood up from the ground. There was a soft clang and the mysterious pattern that had been spinning for 24 hours stopped. Then, like rolling clouds, it surged toward the pitch-black cave entrance. When the light and pattern were about to disappear, there was a clear, humph sound. Dozens of light threads shot out from the pitch-black cave and nailed themselves around Peacock and the others. Chen Chen and the others seemed to have been warned and did not move. In a few breaths, the dozens of disciples who had entered the cave earlier suddenly appeared where they were standing. However, at this time, they were in different forms. The moment the disciples of Mo Xian Palace appeared in front of the refining heart cave, the light threads on their bodies were retracted. The mysterious pattern began to slowly spin around the cave entrance. The rotation seemed slow but was actually very fast. In just a moment, the cave entrance was sealed. With a pa sound, a black shadow shot out from the sealed cave entrance. The hierarch, who had been standing at the side, waved his hand. The black shadow that was about to fly away immediately changed direction and flew directly into the hierarch's hand. At this time, at the cave entrance, a few illusory shadows flashed and a stone tablet appeared. It had returned to its original state of not being opened yesterday. Looking at the dozens of female disciples of Mo Xian Palace who were pushed out of the illusion array, they were all lying on the ground in different postures. Their expressions were very strange. Some were happy, some were sad, some were angry, some were as calm as water, some had their almond eyes wide open. Looking at their clothes, most of them were in a mess. Some were bare-chested, some were flirtatious, and some were even half undressed. In short, there was no one to speak of. Of course, there were also a few female disciples who were sitting cross-legged. However, the expressions on their faces were also very varied. It was as if they were fighting against their own inner demons. Peacock, Chen Chen, and the disciple who passed the official selection were all flushed under their veils as they thought of all their experiences. On the other hand, the sect leader and a few elders were calm. They methodically walked into the crowd of disciples and sealed their acupuncture points. After that, they tidied up everyone's clothes. Then, they clapped their hands and dozens of other female disciples came in a line from afar. They brought the disciples who had passed the direct selection out. After everything was tidied up, Jing Yi came in front of Peacock and the others. Looking at the third disciple, she was surprised. Yuyan, I didn't expect. You also passed the official selection. Not bad, not bad. The female disciple lowered her head and said shyly, Thank you Hierarch for your praise. It's all because of Master's teachings. Xiaofan has always been in charge of the affairs of the labor camp. I know that. I didn't expect her to have taught such a good disciple. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, Yuyan, you. In the refining heart cave, the heart technique you practiced. Did it make any progress? Yuyan's face was blank. No, Hierarch. I heard Master say that the refining heart cave is a trial of the mind. How could it have any effect on the heart technique? Then, she thought of something and turned her head to look at Peacock and Chen. Jing Yi clapped her hands and said, Good. No matter what, this year's official selection greatly exceeded our expectations. There were actually 3 disciples who stood out. This can be considered as making up for the lack of results of the official selection for the past 50 years. Alright, Peacock, Chen, Yuyan, you all go back and rest. In a few days, go to the inheritance palace and carry out the inheritance ceremony. Let's see which one of you can inherit my fragrant sex legacy. Yes, we will follow Hierarch's orders. The 3 of them bowed. Below the Lingxiang Peak, in the Firely Hall, a woman in palace attire sat high up on the throne. She smiled at the woman beside her who was also masked. Junior Sister Een, these few days of the official selection have been hard on you. Hierarch has ordered you to rest for a few more days. The woman shook her head and said, It's nothing. The official selection is related to the inheritance of our fragrance sect. Who wouldn't do their best? Fortunately, Mo Xian Palace has 3 disciples who passed the official selection. This is better than the previous 10 years of hard work. Isn't that right? Elder Jingfan has 2 disciples all of a sudden, and even Abbess Xiaofan has a disciple. They both have good lives. Just look at my good-for-nothing disciples. If they were half as good as them, I would be satisfied. Senior Sister Hua, you can't say that. Every disciple has their own characteristics. They can't be lumped together. Hall Master Hua waved her hand. Forget it, Junior Sister Een. Don't say it. I have heard you say this for decades. You have 7 good disciples, especially the youngest, Zhang Pinger. TSK, she is so considerate to you. She even rushed to the Yulon Grand Canyon for your illness. How can I not be envious? Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, right. I just heard from the disciples patrolling the mountain that your 3rd disciple, Mei Sujin, used our Firely Hall's Lai Chui Valley yesterday. It seems that she was testing the martial arts of some disciple. That Lai Chui Valley is also known as the Ghost Valley. Go back and ask, why did she use that place? Vice Hall Master Yin's expression changed greatly. She quickly got up and said, Understood, Senior Sister. I will immediately go back and investigate. I will report back to you. Chapter 859. Lihua Temple, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Vice Temple Master Een sat with a veil on her face. She looked at the disciple in front of her and asked in a deep voice, Suying, why do you want to use Li Chui Valley? Tell me. Mei Suying raised her head to look at her master, then looked at the expressionless eldest senior sister. She smiled and said, "It's nothing, master. It's just that the day before you went to Mo Xian Palace, eldest senior sister told me to do something." Vice Temple Master Yin frowned and turned to ask, "Zhuqi, why did you call Suying?" "Me?" Eldest senior sister Han Zhuqi obviously didn't expect her to be involved. She was stunned and looked at Mei Suying strangely. When Mei Suying saw this, she immediately smiled and said, "Eldest senior sister, did you forget? Didn't you say a few days ago that Master told you to do something? You wanted to go to Mo Xian Palace with Master, but you were afraid that 7th junior sister would be anxious, so you told me?" Han Zhuqi slapped her forehead and said, "That's right, Master. Didn't you tell me to test the martial arts of that alchemy disciple called Xiaoyao? This disciple was recommended by 7th junior sister and can be considered Master's savior. Disciple is going to Mo Xian Palace with Master. I was afraid that Ping would be anxious, so I chatted with 3rd junior sister. If Ping couldn't find us, I would let 3rd junior sister test for me." However, she immediately understood and turned pale with fright. "3rd junior sister, you wouldn't let this disciple go to Ghost Valley, would you?" "Why wouldn't I? He's going to Ghost Valley." Vice Temple Master Yin coldly snorted and said, "Even the Temple Master knows." "Temple Master knows?" Mei Suying was also stunned. She immediately smiled and said, "Master, eldest senior sister, I'm just being kind. You see, no one has entered Li Chui Valley for a long time. There must be mountains of herbs inside. Letting Ren Xiaoyao take advantage of the opportunity to go in and pick some, isn't it the best of both worlds? Furthermore, Sir Cult Leader has personally said that a martial arts test is a must. Disciple has thought for a long time but still could not think of any test that fits Sir Cult Leader's taste. I only feel that testing martial arts in this Li Chui Valley can show Sir Cult Leader's benevolence." Deputy Hall Master Yin didn't seem to be interested in asking so many questions. He waved his hand and said, "What are the results of the test? Did that Ren Xiaoyao come out alive?" Mei Suying shook her head slightly. "Disciple waited for 8 hours but didn't see any movement, so I came back first. 7th junior sister and 6th junior sister are standing guard over there. This disciple doesn't know the exact outcome. However, there are very few people in Li Chui Valley who can last for 6 hours. This disciple feels that." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Yin couldn't help but speak harshly, "You. Mei Sujin, don't you think you've gone too far?" Seeing that Vice Hall Master Yin was angry, Mei Sujin immediately stood up and bowed. Disciple knows her wrongs. "Master, please punish me." "You." Vice Hall Master Yin smiled bitterly. "No matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is Master's savior. Your 7th junior sister did everything she could to get him to distant fire hall. You, on the other hand, died a few days later. If I had known earlier, why would I have asked Sir Cult Leader for help?" "Master." Disciple also, without waiting for Mei Sujin to finish speaking, a voice came from outside. "Master, eldest senior sister, you're finally back. You have to uphold justice for me." 2 women flew in. Wasn't the one who was shouting in front Zhang Pinger? Vice Hall Master Yin shook his head. "Whoever you say will arrive. This lingering fragrance peak is really strange." As soon as she saw the pavilion, Zhang Pinger threw herself to the ground and cried, "Master, you have to uphold justice for me. 3rd senior sister, she used her position to avenge a private grudge." Mei Sujin was anxious and argued, "Master, don't listen to her nonsense. When did I use my position to avenge a private grudge?" Vice Hall Master Yin glared at her and said angrily, "Shut up." Then, he comforted Zhang Pinger. "Pinger, don't be anxious. Speak slowly." Thus, Zhang Pinger sobbed and told him about how she and Zhang Xiaohua met Mei Sujin that day. Vice Hall Master Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at Mei Sujin again and said with a smile, "Your third senior sister was only joking with you. How could you take it seriously? Even if you offended Sujin that day, she wouldn't be so ruthless just because of a few words from Ren Xiaoyao. Just now, your third senior sister had already told Master the whole story. She only wanted to borrow Ren Xiaoyao's luck to pick more herbs. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? So, even if your third senior sister was wrong, it was an unintentional mistake. She didn't really want to take Ren Xiaoyao's life. Sigh, this Ren Xiaoyao was such a good child. It's all my fault. Pinger, I think this child's body is also gone. Make a cenotaph for him. When it's finished, Master will also burn incense for him." Zhang Pinger listened to Master's words. At first, she nodded, then shook her head. When she heard the last few words, she was even more puzzled. She wiped her tears and asked curiously, "Ren Xiaoyao is dead? Master, did third senior sister curse him in front of you again?" At this time, not only Vice Hall Master Yin, but Han Zhuqi and Mei Sujin were also surprised. "Ren Xiaoyao, he's not dead?" Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhang Pinger felt better. She said proudly, "Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are very good. How could a mere ghost valley take his life? If he's not dead, why are you crying?" Vice Hall Master Yin turned his head and looked at Shui Linglong, who came with Zhang Pinger. "Your seventh junior sister is right." "Yes, Master. I also saw it with my own eyes." Shui Linglong bowed and answered. Good. Linglong, go and call Ren Xiaoyao here." After Shui Linglong went out, Zhang Pinger took out the ghost face mushroom that Zhang Xiaohua gave her yesterday and said, "Not only did Ren Xiaoyao come out, but he also picked a 500-year-old ghost face mushroom." With a hiss, Vice Hall Master Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. "There's actually a 500-year-old ghost face mushroom." "Yes, Master. Ren Xiaoyao risked his life to pick it. According to him, he almost lost his life." Zhang Pinger said pitifully, "But, this still doesn't meet third senior sister's requirement. Third senior sister wants Ren Xiaoyao to pick a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom to pass." "Wu Master, this is the reason why I'm crying." "Ridiculous." Vice Hall Master Yin glared at Mei Suying for the third time. Mei Suying's face turned red. "Don't cry, Pinger. Master made the decision to let Ren Xiaoyao pass the Li Chui Valley's martial arts test." Zhang Pinger's face was slightly red, but there was joy in her eyes. She said, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." "What kindness?" "Ren Xiaoyao has the strength." "Of course, he passed." Vice Hall Master Yin said with a smile. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua followed Shui Linglong to the pavilion on the water. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the pavilion from afar and greeted everyone. Soon after, Vice Hall Master Yin said, "Ren Xiaoyao, congratulations on passing the martial arts test. You can take off your status as a reserve alchemy disciple. In a while, I will send someone to report to Mo Shuigong. Your waste token will be sent tomorrow. You are now an official alchemy disciple of the Li Hua Palace Hall." Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Vice Hall Master, for your support." Vice Hall Master Yin said with a smile, "It's all your credit. You don't have to thank me." I saw that you passed through the Li Chui Valley yesterday. It seems like you didn't suffer any injuries." "Oh, your lips seem to be injured." Zhang Xiaohua's lips and neck were bitten yesterday. However, his body's self-healing ability was very strong. He recovered more than half of his body in one night. Only the teeth marks on his lips could be faintly seen. If it was a normal day, Vice Hall Master Yin might not know. However, when he heard that Su Mo had passed through the Ghost Valley, he couldn't help but look carefully. Zhang Xiaohua touched his lips awkwardly and said, "Yesterday, I accidentally fell down in the Lichui Valley." He. Vice Hall Master Yin didn't pursue the matter. He only said, "Then, tell me about what happened yesterday." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this moment would come. He had already planned it in his heart. He only told Vice Hall Master Yin about what happened yesterday. What? What did you say? The black fog in the Lichui Valley has dissipated? Vice Hall Master Yin stood up and asked in shock. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why Vice Hall Master Yin was so nervous. He rubbed his nose and said, "Vice Hall Master, think about it. If the black fog did not dissipate, how could I have the ability to pick the ghost face mushroom at the bottom of the valley?" Good. This can be considered a great contribution. Vice Hall Master Yin turned to Han Zhuqi and said, "Zhuqi, quickly go and confirm it. If it's true, immediately report to Mo Shuigong. The disappearance of the ghost fog in the Ghost Valley might be related to the fragrant cult." After Han Zhuqi took the order and left, Deputy Hall Master Yin asked again, "Ren Xiaoyao, since you didn't encounter the ghost fog at all, there is naturally no danger. But, why didn't you come out immediately after picking up the ghost face mushroom? Instead, you stayed in there until it was dark?" He. Zhang Xiaohua laughed embarrassedly, reporting to Vice Hall Master, "Senior Mei wanted a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom. This is obviously not the ghost face mushroom. I searched the valley 3 times, but it was a waste of time." And what? "And the night before yesterday, I heard that there was going to be a test yesterday. I was too excited and did not sleep well. Plus, I was tired from wandering around the Lichui Valley. So, I sat in a place facing the sun and slept, fell asleep." This. Everyone was speechless. What kind of person is this? After a long while, Vice Hall Master Yin finally came to his senses. He clapped his hands and said, "What a lucky person." Then he thought for a moment and said, "However, Ren Xiaoyao, although you are an alchemy disciple of the Lihua Temple, you must strictly follow the rules of the temple. Step by step, I cannot give you too much help." Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "That is natural. I am willing to follow the rules of the Lihua Temple." Good. As an alchemy disciple, you will start by guarding the garden. After you have learned the basics of watering, you can enter the pill room and learn the basic alchemy techniques. Guard the garden? A garden to grow herbs? It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua had always been fated to grow herbs. Chapter 860. The sun was high up in the sky, illuminating the Lingxiang Peak. A pair of red-crowned cranes were leisurely strolling by the side of a secluded and flat mountain path. Occasionally, their long beaks would come into contact with each other. Their pure white wings, which were mixed with black spots, would flutter open and close. It was a peaceful scene. Suddenly, there seemed to be some noise. The pair of red-crowned cranes were startled. They spread their wings and flew up. However, just as they flew up, they turned their heads to look. Thinking that it was someone they knew, they circled around and landed on a mountain rock. "Look at you, senior brother. Every time, you purposely scare this pair of cranes. How could that be? I just wanted to remind them that not everyone in this world is kind. Don't let your guard down just because others are kind. If there comes a day when they are no longer at Lingering Fragrance Peak, won't they be caught and roasted?" Pfft, 2 young people, a man and a woman, came out from the corner. The young woman's skin was exceptionally white. Her features were picturesque. Her originally cold face was filled with charm when she smiled. She was Lihua Hall's Zhang Pinger. As for the young man, needless to say, he was tall and thin, with small eyes and a flat nose. He was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Pinger's smile was like a flower as she said, everyone says to burn the zither and cook the crane. You are good, roasting it and eating it. You are really, really, shameless. Zhang Xiaohua still rubbed his nose and said in confusion, what? Why didn't I notice this good point of mine? Then, seeing that Zhang Pinger had finished laughing, he said in a serious tone, meat is easy to get old if it is cooked. It is better to roast it. It can add flavor and atmosphere. Plus, there is the 100-flower wine. TSK, just thinking about it makes me drool. The two red-crowned cranes quietly looked at the two people who had been walking on this mountain path recently. They were puzzled. One person was always talking with a straight face while the other was always laughing. They were completely unaware that they had become roasted meat in someone's mouth. As the two of them talked, they walked away. Their laughter gradually faded away. But after a while, it was unknown what was so funny, but the sound of silver bells rang out again. At this time, several male disciples came from behind. When they heard the clear and melodious voice in front of them, their faces unconsciously revealed expressions of jealousy, envy, and puzzlement. One of the disciples curled his lips and said, I don't know how this little brat called Ren Xiaoyao managed to win senior sister Zhang's favor. How could the two of them be so brazen? Everyone has their own preferences. Who knows? Isn't that so? Senior brother Yu from Mo Nong Gong is so wise and mighty. How could he not enter senior sister Zhang's eyes? Not to mention senior martial brother Yu, even I am more handsome than this Ren Xiaoyao, aren't I? Senior sister Zhang didn't even spare me a glance. By the way, did senior martial brother Yu leave the mountain for business? Why haven't I seen him for so long? Wait and see, when senior brother Yu returns, there will definitely be a good show. Isn't that so? Isn't he just a little medicine boy from the Pill Tower Hall? He actually managed to hug senior sister Zhang's thigh. But who is senior sister Zhang? She is the cold beauty of our Fire Palace Hall. She is the person that senior martial brother Yu likes. He actually dares to get involved. Just wait to be taught a lesson. As he spoke, the disciple picked up a small stone from the ground. He didn't use any strength in his hand and directly threw it at the red-crowned crane that was standing beside the mountain rock. The red-crowned crane was obviously used to these people. It wasn't vigilant until the small stone hit its body. Although it didn't hurt, it was still startled and flew away. A few clear and loud cries rang out. The two red-crowned cranes circled a few times. They looked at the crowd with puzzled eyes and spread their wings to fly away. Why did you provoke these red-crowned cranes for no reason? A disciple scolded. The disciple said in a bad mood, I didn't think so before. These red-crowned cranes are similar to that tall and thin Ren Xiaoyao. My heart is indescribably vexed, forget it, let's go. The crowd rushed away noisily. It had been a few days since Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts test. Under the consolation of her master, Zhang Pinger didn't manage to get any reply from Mei Sujin. After all, Mei Sujin had been entrusted by senior sister and could do it at a cheaper price. Although the Ghost Valley test was a little difficult, according to Zhang Xiaohua, there wasn't any black fog inside. Instead, it became the simplest test of picking herbs. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua even slept inside and came out. This made everyone speechless. Therefore, they could only conclude with Zhang Xiaohua successfully passing the test and receiving the job of looking after the herb garden. Of course, what happened next was just as Zhang Pinger wished. Vice Hall Master Yin found a medicinal garden not far from Zhang Pinger's alchemy room for her. Moreover, this garden was quite a distance away from the other gardens, so it was very quiet. Due to this convenience, Zhang Pinger would drop by Zhang Xiaohua's little house every morning and call Zhang Xiaohua to walk together. The two's intimacy was witnessed by the distant Fire Palace disciples. How could they not be jealous? They only felt that this Zhang Xiaohua had run into dog shit luck and gained Zhang Pinger's favor. As they looked around in self-pity, they also hoped that the so-called senior brother Yu would come over and give him a little suffering. Actually, even Zhang Pinger's heart was a little anxious. Before the secluded orchid evening refinement, Yu Zhuochuan would come over almost every day. Even when she was recuperating, she did not speak much to him, and he would also appear in front of her every few days. However, these few days, she had not seen Yu Zhuochuan, and Zhang Pinger's entire heart was on Zhang Xiaohua. Her heart was filled with joy and uneasiness. Seeing the two of them walking to a flat herb garden, Zhang Pinger smiled and said, "Senior brother, then. You can go ahead with your work. Remember, read up on the books on growing herbs. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll help you ask Master. However, I think that with senior brother's inner strength, this will be a small matter. If not for Master saying that you have to progress step by step, would have already given you the vitality stones to try. No matter, no matter. Junior sister, don't be anxious. I've only been here for a few days and it's not good to stand out too much. I know that senior brother is modest. Hee, what would senior brother like to eat for lunch?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "There's no need, junior sister. I'll just eat some wild fruits on the mountain. I'm not interested in other things." TSK, who said that he wanted to roast the red-crowned crane? Did I hear wrongly? Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and said, "Is that so? Who? Why didn't I know?" Ha ha ha, Zhang Pinger laughed and waved her hand. She ran forward, and after walking for a while, she immediately turned back and said, "Wait for me for lunch." After saying that, she did not wait for Zhang Xiaohua to reply and immediately ran away. This. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Seeing Zhang Pinger's increasingly obvious actions, he really did not know how to deal with it. He had only casually said some witty words, and it was enough to make her laugh. Just a few days ago, they had inadvertently touched each other's arms. These few days, she had been pestering Zhang Xiaohua for lunch. After a few more days, he did not know how far it would develop. Was this still the famous ice beauty of the distant flame hall? Zhang Xiaohua turned around and entered the herb garden. He muttered to himself, could this be the legendary girl chasing a guy? After entering the garden, Zhang Xiaohua found the tree that he usually sat under and took out a book. It was the book that Zhang Pinger had secretly given to him a few days ago. She said that it was a book that Distant Flame Hall's alchemists had to read. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, he knew that it was something that he would need to learn in the future. Zhang Pinger was just being selfish and wanted him to learn as soon as possible. Hence, he did not decline and kept it. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it, when he opened the book for the first time, he was shocked, even surprised, because what was recorded in the book was none other than the immortal Tao method of growing medicinal herbs. Oh, this description was not accurate. It should be similar to the ecstasy finger. It should be using martial arts to imitate the immortal way to grow herbs. Of course, this method was not the same as Zhang Xiaohua using the immortal way to clear the weeds and pluck the herbs. It was using the immortal way to activate the yuan qi in the primordial stone to nourish the herbs in the field. It was the same as Zhang Xiaohua using the heaven and earth yuan qi to nourish the herbs. Like I said, the immortal way of growing herbs must have its own immortal way of growing herbs. How can it be the same as a normal person growing food? Using the immortal way to activate the yuan qi is the right way. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. This book only talked about how to activate the yuan qi. It did not explain how to clear the weeds and how to water the spring water. But after thinking about it, he understood how precious the primordial stone was. Using it to activate the yuan qi to nourish the herbs was already the limit of the incense sect. As for clearing the weeds, watering the spring water, and plucking the herbs, it was better to do it by hand. There was a lot of content in the book and the methods used were all different. Zhang Xiaohua had been reading it carefully for the past few days. He already had the primordial stone in his pocket, so of course, he was in a favorable position. He sat under a tree and read the contents of the book. Just as he was about to take out the primordial stone from his pocket, he suddenly heard a few people walking by the side of the herb garden. Zhang Xiaohua naturally turned his head to look and saw a few people walking by and looking at him. One of them said loudly, "Look, isn't that the brat? That gigolo? That guy who lives off a woman, Pui?" He spat on the ground. "If senior brother Yu is not here, why didn't senior brother Yen teach him a lesson? The more I look at this brat, the more uncomfortable I feel. You don't know this, but senior sister Zhang is the direct disciple of our vice hall master. With such a big tree, who would be afraid of her? Even senior brother Yen would have to avoid her in the future. Shu, lower your voice. It won't be good if others hear you. Hee, this brat is just a junior now. What can he do to me? Even if he has a meteoric rise in the future, why would he care about what I say today? If I don't say a few words now, it will be difficult for me to say them in the future." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he could only shake his head and look at the sky for no reason. Who knows my heart? On the lingering fragrance peak, in a large hall, below the tall platform, a middle-aged man with a pair of bright eyes was holding a book in his hand. He was reading it attentively. A young disciple rushed in and stood at the entrance of the hall. Reporting to Martial Uncle, this disciple has something to report. The middle-aged man was rather unhappy. He looked away from the book and scolded, "Can't you see that I am busy? If there is nothing important, don't disturb me." The disciple panicked, but he quickly walked forward and whispered a few words into the middle-aged man's ear. "What? How long has it been since third brother returned?" Chapter 861. What? Third brother hasn't returned for a long time? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He waved his hand and said, "Doesn't third brother often stay out late? What's there to be surprised about? If this is an important matter, what else is there that isn't important in your eyes?" Reporting to Martial Uncle. The disciple's face turned red as he whispered, "Martial Uncle, you did go out frequently, but he only went out for 2 days each time. The longest he went out was 3 days. Furthermore, Martial Uncle Yu was usually accompanied by a disciple. Even if his whereabouts were known, it was definitely not like today where there was no news at all. Is that so?" The middle-aged man frowned and said unhappily, "This kid doesn't know how to cultivate and is always thinking about crooked things. Why don't you try to persuade him? What has he been up to recently?" The disciple spoke in a low but clear voice about what had happened to Yuxuan during this period of time. The middle-aged man snorted and said, "She's just a little girl from the distant fire palace. Since when has old third's taste been so low? Humph, he even almost forced a disciple from the pill repository hall to sell her. What the hell is he doing? Oh, is this disciple related to that girl from the mythical flame hall? By the way, do you think your Martial Uncle Yu went to find trouble with that disciple?" The disciple replied respectfully, "This disciple doesn't know. However, that disciple from the pill repository hall is just an ant in my eyes. How could Martial Uncle Yu be interested in her? Forget it. Let's wait a few more days. Who doesn't know Yu Zhuochuan's name on Lingering Fragrance Peak? There shouldn't be anything wrong with her." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned his gaze back to the book. That disciple tactfully bowed and left the room. After the disciple left, the middle-aged man looked at the sky for a while. He muttered to himself, "Isn't it obvious? That Yu Lao-san must have fallen in love with another disciple. Why would he spend an entire month on a female disciple? It seems that Zhang Pinger is already long enough. Then, he put down the book in his hand, rubbed the space between his eyebrows, and quickly walked out of the hall. Following the corridor in front of the main hall, they arrived at a huge courtyard at the back. This courtyard was extremely spacious and filled with strange flowers and trees. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a triangular pavilion with slanted eaves. There was an old woman dressed in palace attire sitting in the pavilion. The old woman's face was covered with a white veil, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Her snow-white hair was scattered behind her head. There was an incense burner the size of a fist in front of the old woman. A sandalwood stick as thick as a little finger was shooting straight into the air. When the middle-aged man entered the courtyard, he immediately put on a respectful expression and walked forward with light footsteps. Who knew that a voice would ring out, "Mu Jun, what's the matter?" That voice seemed to ring in his ears. When the middle-aged man heard it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He exerted strength in his legs and soon arrived in front of the pavilion. He said happily, "Master, your cultivation has increased greatly again. I remember that you only noticed it when I was halfway through. Now that I have just entered, you already know. Moreover, listening to your voice, it has traveled so far, yet it still hasn't dissipated. The level of your internal energy, TSK, is far beyond what this disciple can compare to. Alas, I don't know if this disciple can reach your level in this lifetime." The old woman's face was covered with a white veil, making it impossible to see her emotions. However, there was a trace of joy in her voice. "Look at what you are saying. That was a matter of a few years ago. Half a year ago, I could already hear you entering the garden. Did you already know about it? Perhaps this disciple has forgotten." The middle-aged man wasn't nervous at all and smiled. "Mu Jun, it's a pity that you are not a direct female disciple, much less a disciple of Mo Ning Palace. You can forget about reaching this realm in this lifetime." "That's right. This disciple regrets not being born a female. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have been so melancholic all these years." "Melancholic?" The old woman was startled, then she smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Ruijin Palace is where my Yi Xiang Peak's disciples are located. All of them are male disciples, and since I am in charge of Ruijin Palace, I naturally have more male disciples. This is nothing." However, she immediately sighed, "It's just that the girls I taught in Mo Ning Palace are too disappointing. If only their talents were half as good as yours, then they wouldn't have all lost in the direct selection. They even let junior sister Jingfan's 2 disciples enter. Yes, even junior sister Xuezhen's disciple won." Then she waved her hand, "Forget it, they are all Mo Ning Palace's disciples. This year, we finally have a direct disciple. Our Xian religion's inheritance has been settled, so this old woman can rest assured." Speaking up to hear, she suddenly realized something and said, "Old people like to talk too much." "Yes, is there anything important in the palace that doesn't happen? You can deal with the normal matters. Didn't I already hand everything over to you?" "Of course not. With Master overseeing things here, how could there be anything important? Disciple hasn't seen you in a few days, so I came to see Master," the middle-aged man gently said. The old woman slightly nodded, then she seemed to realize something and said, "Go do what you need to do. The matters in the palace might be a bit trivial, but don't mind it. Although you aren't a disciple of Mo Ning Palace, as long as I'm here, in a few years, although I can't guarantee the position of Ruijin Palace's palace master, the position of vice palace master will definitely be yours." The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand and smiled, "Master, you're thinking too much. Disciple didn't mean that." Then he paused for a bit and said, "Junior brother, you hasn't come back for several days. Is there any problem? That little brat. Who knows where he ran off to?" The old woman seemed to be a bit helpless. "He relied on his good looks and the entire lingering fragrance peak, is unscrupulous. I really can't do anything about him. Even the Lord Religion Head has mentioned this to me many times. Fortunately, this brat knows the severity of things and never provokes the disciples of Mo Ning Palace. Otherwise, as his master, I wouldn't be able to protect him. No, master is the famous head elder of our lingering fragrance religion. Even the Lord Religion Head has to give way to you. How could there be anything in the religion that would trouble master? This old woman was the head elder of lingering fragrance religion and the head of Rui Jin Palace. She was the Jinggang Shirtai that Yu Zhuochuan mentioned before she died. Jinggang Shirtai shook her head. You guys, how could you know how powerful the Lord Religion Head is? Back then, I passed the main selection with the Lord Religion Head, but in the Inheritance Palace, she was one step ahead of me. Her current cultivation is even harder for me to reach. At this point, Jinggang Shirtai was taken aback. She seemed to have thought of something and said unhappily, Shimujuan, is there something wrong? When the middle-aged man called Shimujuan heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Master, I just wanted to ask, did you see the Lord Religion Head again during the main selection? About my matter. Jinggang Shirtai laughed and said, I say, you've been here for half a day and kept talking about this and that. So you're still thinking about that matter. When she finished laughing, she stared at the lingering candles in front of her and sighed. Regarding your matter, I took advantage of the fact that the Lord Religion Head was happy these past few days to sound her out. However, just like before, the Lord Religion Head didn't say no, nor did she say yes. She only talked about it and I couldn't ask further. However, since the Lord Religion Head didn't explicitly reject it, I think there's still some hope. I'm just afraid that the Lord Religion Head will reject it outright. Shimujuan's expression did not change in the slightest. He only said gently, perhaps my request was a little overboard and made things difficult for the Lord Religion Head. Love between a man and a woman is a matter of mutual consent. The Lord Religion Head won't make things difficult for the Lord Religion Head. She probably has other concerns. Let's wait for a while. My eldest disciple has found a female disciple with no foundation. It's not a disgrace to her. What's so hard to say? As long as I'm here, I'll definitely make the decision for you. Shimujuan was overjoyed when he heard this. I'm relieved to hear that, Master. I'll wait for you to bring me good news. Go ahead. Oh right, tell Zhuochuan to come to me when you see him. I have something to tell him. Yes, Master. I'll send someone to look for him now. Shimujuan walked out happily. The fragrance of the flowers that he breathed in was exceptionally intoxicating. In the secluded herb garden in the distant flame hall, Zhang Xiaohua kept the small booklet. She recalled the technique in her mind and took out a primordial stone from her chest. She used her vital energy to follow the path indicated in the technique and guided the primordial stone out. Then, she waved her hand and the primordial stone sprinkled the primordial stone evenly across the herb garden, nourishing the spiritual herbs in the garden. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses could clearly see that although the primordial stone was sprinkled in the herb garden, 4 out of 10 of the primordial stones dissipated between heaven and earth. Sigh, this efficiency is too low. No wonder the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak coveted the secret of Huanxi Mountain Manor being able to grow spiritual herbs without the use of primordial stones. Of course, this kind of spiritual herb would consume too many primordial stones. Even I would feel the pinch, let alone the Lord Leader of the fragrant religion. After keeping the primordial stone, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since the distant flame hall had this method of using their inner energy to imitate vital energy, the fragrant religion would definitely have the real deal. They would definitely have a technique that could guide the primordial stones to water spiritual herbs. They would definitely have a method to water and weed the spiritual herbs. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with excitement. Even her hands were itching. It was a pity that she didn't know where the jade slip was hidden. Otherwise, she would have used the earth escape technique. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua did not stay idle. She made a hand seal and burrowed into the ground, heading straight to the mountainside. The place that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to was a secluded place. It was a cave covered by a few mountain rocks. This was discovered by Zhang Xiaohua a few days ago when she was bored in the herb garden. Although it was a cave, there was a small hot spring in the cave. The spring water was clear and warm. Zhang Xiaohua had unceremoniously soaked in it for a while the day before yesterday. Perhaps she had thought of it recently. However, when Zhang Xiaohua popped her head out of the hot spring, she froze on the spot. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 862. What could be in the hot spring? Of course, it was a person. A woman, a white woman. Zhang Xiaohua had just emerged from the ground when he was dazzled by the white thing in front of him. Did I enter an illusion? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his cheeks and rubbed his eyes. The hot spring in front of him was surrounded by mist. A woman with long hair had her back facing him. She was humming an unknown tune as she used her hands to splash the warm spring water on her fair body. Beside the hot spring, Zhang Xiaohua placed his clothes on the mountain rock. There was a light purple palace dress on it. Come here, fly here. Zhang Xiaohua mumbled a few times. The woman did not fly in front of Zhang Xiaohua like in the illusion. Zhang Xiaohua immediately knew that something was wrong. Needless to say, he had bumped into an inner sect disciple bathing. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and was about to escape. At this moment, the female disciple seemed to have heard the movement. She covered her chest with her hands and did not dare to look back. She squatted down in the hot spring and shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to answer. He was about to make a hand seal when the voice entered his ears. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and stood there in a daze. He stared at the woman's long black hair and did not say a word. The true qi condensed in his fingers slowly dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth. The female disciple saw that no one answered, but she was still too embarrassed to look back. She shouted angrily, "How dare you? I don't care who you are, get out quickly. I am a disciple of Mo Nong Gong. If you don't leave, I will report to the sect leader and punish you." The more he heard the voice, the more familiar it was. Zhang Xiaohua's body almost trembled. He resisted the urge to rush forward and said with a trembling voice, You are Meng." "Of course I am Meng." You know my name?" "Good, since you know, why don't you get out quickly?" The woman was even more furious. Hearing the woman's affirmative answer, Zhang Xiaohua was wild with joy. In an instant, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her heart was so excited that it turned cold. Ever since he started cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, he had never felt so cold before. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was a little dry. She licked her lips and said in a hoarse voice, "In the dream. I am Xiaohua." "Zhang Xiaohua, do you still remember?" "Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua Gij?" In an instant, the woman was also stunned. Then, she turned around and stood up without hesitation. She looked straight at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua no longer felt the urgency in his heart. The moment when Meng turned around was really very short, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was incomparably long. When Meng turned around, he saw Meng's fair face and her big eyes filled with surprise and joy. Especially the little beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was reflected in his heart. Just like how Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua, Meng's face was magnified in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. It was incomparably clear and filled his entire heart. It was as if at this moment, in this world, there was only Meng. Only Meng's dark eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Then, he met Nie Qianyu on the way back to Pingyang City. Then, he knew that the Misty School had been annihilated. Then, he received the bad news of Zhang Xiaohu's disappearance. Then, he escorted Nie Qianyu back to Rejuvenation Valley. And because he saved Nie Qianyu, Valley Head Nie sent him to the incense cult to find Zhang Xiaohu. In the incense cult, he first went to Tianmu Peak. Then, he went to the Valley of Orchids and met Zhang Xiaohu in the Valley of Orchids. Then, he was sent to Shixin Peak. After a few months there, he had the opportunity to come to Lingering Fragrance Peak because he saved Zhang Pinger. It was also because he came to Lingering Fragrance Peak and Fire Leaving Hall that he had the chance to take care of the herb garden. Then, he had the chance to coincidentally find this small cave with a hot spring. And in this strange cave, the world was so big, but in this small cave, he saw the dream that he had yearned for day and night. It was a dream that he could never forget. Zhang Xiaohua thought that he came to the incense cult to find Zhang Xiaohu. But Zhang Xiaohu was living a comfortable life and did not need him to worry at all. Now, it seemed that everything that Zhang Xiaohua had done, was for one purpose, to find the lover of his heart, Meng. Everything that Zhang Xiaohua thought of in that moment seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, bringing him step by step to the front of his dream. This hand was fate. It was karma. It was a long-cherished wish. Suddenly, in the way of heaven that Zhang Xiaohua comprehended, the way of karma that had just revealed its outline began to change with a rumbling sound. Just like Zhang Xiaohua in the illusion array, when everything stopped, Zhang Xiaohua clearly saw that the way of karma had turned into a huge palm. That palm stood in the way of heaven in the dazzling starry sky, and it was making a complicated and unusual gesture. Everything that Zhang Xiaohua thought happened in the blink of an eye. Before Zhang Xiaohua could find the blurriness in Meng's eyes, he heard Meng scolding, "What are you looking at? Why don't you go out first?" In all honesty, although Meng was facing Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were only looking at Meng's face that he could not forget for many years. How could he have the leisure to look at other things? Besides, Meng was like a fairy in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. How could he bear to use his eyes to blaspheme the goddess in his heart? It was when he heard Meng's scolding that Zhang Xiaohua immediately woke up. He immediately closed his eyes, turned around, and walked out step by step. He did not think about releasing his divine sense at all. Standing at the entrance of the small cave, Zhang Xiaohua's mood was difficult to calm down. His eyes looked at the many medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain, and then looked at the countless beautiful flowers on the mountainside. Even the dazzling sunlight and fierce mountain wind were twice as lovely at this time. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to embrace this world. What a happy life! After a short while, Meng came out wearing the correct palace clothes. Her pitch-black hair was not completely dry, and there were droplets of water dripping on her clothes. Zhang Xiaohua saw the hairpin on her wet hair. It was the same hairpin that he had in his money pouch. Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at Meng's flushed face. There was a faint trace of surprise in her eyes. After looking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Meng, you have grown up. You are a little different from before." Yes, a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua saw Meng in the illusion. She was indeed a little different from now. Meng laughed out loud, "We have not seen each other for 5 years. How can I not change? But you, brother Xiaohua, you have not changed at all. Oh, your voice has changed. It is much deeper than before." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that other than his mother, Meng was the second person to recognize him at first glance. Even if his voice had changed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "But, Meng, your voice has not changed at all. If I did not hear your voice, I would have been scared away." Meng's face turned even redder and said shyly, "Your voice has changed. If I did not see your face, I would have killed you to silence you." Murder. Zhang Xiaohua did not say the last word. Meng smiled and asked, Xiaohua, why did you come to the fragrant religion? I remember that when I saw you, you seemed to be a person from some place. You have no connection with the fragrant religion. I followed my master to the lingering fragrance peak. You can't be a disciple of the fragrant religion. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately asked, That's right, where is the Shirtai? I heard that a Shirtai passed away at the lingering fragrance peak. Could it be? Meng's eyes turned red and she said sorrowfully, Yes, it was my master, she was an elder of the fragrant religion. But she was suddenly murdered by someone. Zhang Xiaohua was filled with hatred and said, Do you know who did it? When master left, his face was very peaceful. According to the hierarch, it should be someone close to him or someone he was familiar with who did it. However, until now, we have not found any clues. We can't find the real culprit. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and raised his head to look at the towering lingering fragrance peak. He originally did not have a good impression of the fragrant religion. He felt that the fragrant religion was his enemy for destroying the Misty School. But when he looked at the Shirxin Peak, he saw that the Misty School's disciples were all fine. They did not suffer any torture after coming to the fragrant religion. Unconsciously, his hatred for the fragrant religion lessened. He came to the lingering fragrance peak with malice and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to uproot the fragrant religion. But now, he knew that the Shirtai who saved his life in the past was an elder of the lingering fragrance peak. In the end, he owed the fragrant religion a debt of gratitude. Even if he remembered this debt of gratitude to the Shirtai, he could not bring himself to destroy the Shirtai's sect. Forget it. Perhaps the grudge between the fragrant religion and the Misty School can only be resolved by the two of them. Zhang Xiaohua had already made up his mind. However, he glanced at the dream, then at the floating clouds in the sky, and said, Nanjing Xian is my savior. She was killed by someone, making it impossible for me to repay her kindness. I swear that I will find the real culprit who killed Nanjing Xian and kill him with one sword. If I can't do it, then I am willing to suffer the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing my heart. Xiaohua, Meng's small hand covered Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and said, Master's matter will be investigated by the lingering fragrance peak's disciples. Don't force yourself to be burdened. Meng's small hand felt the warmth of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and nose. She immediately knew that she had lost her composure. She quickly withdrew her hand and hid it behind her back. Chapter 863. Where is the master's grave? I want to pay my respects. Zhang Xiaohua asked sorrowfully. Meng was a little embarrassed. Master's grave is at the back of the mountain of Lingxiang Peak. Only the female disciples of Mo Xiangong can enter there. You probably don't have the qualifications to enter. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. When there is a chance, tell me the location. I'll see if I can sneak in. Sneak in? Meng was very surprised. She then realized something. By the way, Xiaohua, why are you at Lingxiang Peak? Are you a disciple of the fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, What about you? Meng, after you separated from me, you followed Shirtai directly to Lingxiang Peak? Meng nodded and said, Yes, I didn't know this before. When I came to Lingxiang Peak, I knew it was the fragrance cult. Later, I gradually learned a lot of things in Jianghu. Then. You just said that you are a disciple of Mo Xiangong? Is that true? Meng smiled bitterly. It's true. However, the leader hasn't announced it yet, so I didn't wear any veil. Alas, you also know that I didn't know martial arts. I was brought to Lingxiang Peak by Master. Although he had been teaching me and I improved quickly, I was still far from the requirements of being a disciple of Mo Xiangong. Therefore, until Master died, I didn't directly say that I would be accepted as a disciple. Later, the leader saw that my filial piety was commendable and allowed me to be a disciple of Master. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Second brother is Shirtai's registered disciple. This Meng actually became second brother's senior sister. This world is really small. Then Meng said, but the leader has never let go. I don't know why he didn't let me be a disciple of Mo Xiangong. There was some worry between her eyebrows. She looked sideways at the bottom of the mountain as if she had thought of something annoying. Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. She just looked at Meng's side profile thoughtfully. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, Meng, I was wondering why your side profile was so familiar. Have you been to the Yulon Canyon and followed Chen Chen? Senior sister Chen. Meng Ji was surprised, you know her? Then he admitted, yes, a few months ago, during the Yulon Dusk refinement, I received special permission from Sir Hierarch to follow senior sister Chen Chen to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Thinking about it, it was really dangerous and I almost couldn't get out. As she spoke, she patted her chest with her hand. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her fair little hand and said with a smile, I happened to be there too, and I saw Chen Chen holding your hand and rushing out of the canyon. What? You went too? You, at that time, that Huang Feng chased after me in a hurry. You, could it be that you were right behind me? That's not right. As she spoke, her fair little hand moved from her chest to her mouth. She opened her eyes wide, covered her mouth with one hand, and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua with the other, and said in disbelief, You, are the young man standing in the carriage? Then Meng looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure. Yes, it was exactly like this. At that time, I only saw the back of your head, and didn't see your face. That's right, I only saw half of your face. I only felt that you were familiar, and I was wondering which junior sister Chen Chen brought with him. That, we could have met, but unfortunately, it was delayed for so long. Meng was a little melancholy. We finally met, it's better than not meeting. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, in the future, we can see each other every day. By the way, can the disciples of Mo Xian Palace go to the entire Lingxiang Peak? Meng murmured, that's not. Before she finished, she smiled and said, that's right, we can go anywhere. I can come here to find you every day. Oh, by the way, why are you here? I come to this hot spring every few days, and other than the disciples of Mo Xian Palace, the other disciples are forbidden to come here. How dare you break in? Are you a disciple of the Lingxiang sect or not? Meng had already asked Zhang Xiaohua several times how she came to Lingxiang Peak. Because Zhang Xiaohua had seen Meng's jealous face in the illusion of the refining heart cave, she knew that although it was different in reality, she could not tell the truth, so she did not give a direct answer. Now that she understood, she told Meng what happened after she parted with Meng at the ferry. She picked out the important things one by one, including the events on the deserted island. Of course, she also described it as a martial arts secret book. Zhang Xiaohua's story was very long, and she only finished when the sky was dark. Meng was fascinated by the story, and she stared at Zhang Xiaohua with her big black eyes without blinking. This made Zhang Xiaohua's vanity grow infinitely. Of course, Nie Qianyu's part had to be deleted. Zhang Xiaohua had already thought about it. What marriage contest, what son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley, none of it was mentioned. She only said that she heard about the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the Lingxiang sect, so she joined Rejuvenation Valley and became a little medicine boy. Then, she came to the Lingxiang sect to find her second brother. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua's story was too complicated, or perhaps Meng was different from the ways of the world, or perhaps Meng trusted Zhang Xiaohua very much. Therefore, she didn't even ask. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua's second brother was doing well, she was very happy. At the same time, she also expressed sympathy for Xia Zai's encounter and applauded for Zhao Jian's execution. However, when Zhang Xiaohua said that she hated Zhong Pei, Meng hesitated, but still said, "Xiaohua, even if you are stronger than Zhong Pei, you won't have the chance to take revenge." Why? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be that this bastard is full of evil and was struck by lightning? Meng was surprised. That's right, so brother Xiaohua already knows? What? Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and grabbed Meng's hand, shouting, could it be that this bastard was really struck by lightning? How can this be? I still want to use my sword to split him in half. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand and struggled slightly. Of course it's true. A few days ago, at noon, many of the disciples in Mo Xian Palace knew that Zhong Pei was struck by lightning in Mo Xian Palace. He, Xiaohua, your martial arts are too high, and you still want to strike someone to death? You can't even go up Mo Xian Palace. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said disdainfully, what's so great about Mo Xian Palace? Wait till I get angry and charge up with my sword, I'll let you see. Meng pulled her hand out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and lowered her head, covering her mouth. Stop bragging. However, before she finished her sentence, she suddenly paused and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua, what are you wearing? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also surprised. She raised her left hand and looked at it strangely. It was the ring on her index finger. Zhang Xiaohua casually took off the ring and looked at it in the twilight. I don't know, I just picked it up on the mountain one day. It looked strange, so I kept it. Then, he turned his eyes and glanced at the pearl hair clip on Meng's head. He smiled and said, that's right, Meng, I remember that when you gave me the pearl hair clip, I didn't have anything to give you. How about I give you this ring? As a return gift? Meng smiled, didn't you give me your small sword? Could it be that you've lost it? No, the small sword was originally yours. I only took care of it, how could I dare to lose it? As she spoke, she took out Zhu Meng. And, since it's still here, why did you give me a return gift? Moreover, it's been 5 years, don't you think this return gift is too late? Meng said mischievously. This. Zhang Xiaohua said, the small sword is suitable for me, and it will continue to follow me. As for this ring, although it's not worth much, it's also my thought. Although it's 5 years later, but in my heart, it's no different from 5 years ago, so. Zhang Xiaohua's words were somewhat vague, but Meng heard it clearly. The red glow on her face had disappeared. Seeing that Meng didn't say anything, Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and asked, how about it, do you want it? Meng still lowered her head and didn't say anything. This. Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious, don't tell me you don't want it. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua was so clever in front of Nie Qianyu, Zhang Pinger, and even Chen Chen. Why was she so stupid when it came to Meng? You gave her something, and she had the nerve to say that she wanted it? Especially when a boy gave a girl a gift? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, Meng nodded slightly and said in a voice smaller than a mosquito, and, although the voice was small, it was like the sound of nature in Zhang Xiaohua's ears. He grabbed Meng's left hand and held the ring for a long time. Then he said with a smile, Meng, after looking at it for a long time, I think your ring finger is the best match for this ring. She'll take it. Without any explanation, he put the ring on Meng's ring finger. As soon as the ring was put on her finger, Meng immediately withdrew her left hand and hid it behind her back shyly. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Meng took the ring and was happy again. He took out a luminous pearl from his arms and said with a smile, by the way, I also picked up a luminous pearl on the deserted island. I'll give it to you too. After he finished speaking, he stuffed it into Meng's hand. This time, Meng didn't want it and said, if you give me something worthless, then it's your intention. Of course, I'll be happy. But this luminous pearl, forget it, Zhang Xiaohua said anxiously, I just want to give you everything I have, you. Meng heard this and said with a smile, I know your heart. But, no matter how precious this luminous pearl is, how can it be compared to this ring? How can it be compared to this pearl hair clip? Meng said these words in a hurry. It was too embarrassing. She looked at the sky and said, Xiaohua, it's getting late. I have to go back. Tomorrow, if I have time, I'll go to the herb garden to find you. If I can't find you, I'll wait for you here. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and kept cheering. He was afraid that Meng would be in trouble if she went back late, so he urged her to go back early. Dream looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled sweetly. With a leap, she used her qinggong to leap towards the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's gaze followed Dream's figure all the way up. Even though she knew that Dream's figure had disappeared, she was still reluctant to part with it and didn't want to take it back. Chapter 864. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, there was a simple and unadorned courtyard. It was completely different from the resplendent, beautiful, and high-eaves palaces around it. There were not many disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak here. Occasionally, the disciples who passed by were solemn. Not only did they look at the courtyard with longing in their eyes, even their footsteps were light. It was as if there was an extraordinary person living here. The door to the courtyard had not been opened for many years. Although no one came to clean it, the front and back of the door looked clean and tidy, no different from the other places. No one had come to the door for a long time, but now, there were 4 people. The one in front was the white-haired hierarch, followed by Peacock, Chen Chen, and Swift. Standing in front of this very ordinary courtyard, Nun Jing-yi seemed to be very emotional. She just stood there quietly, looking at the door without saying a word. Peacock and the others stood 3 feet away from Nun Jing-yi, respectfully standing in a triangular formation. They were also very excited. After a while, Nun Jing-yi said in a low voice, this place should be called the training courtyard, but for a long time, everyone called it the Heritage Palace to show respect. Actually, is the name that important? As long as we respect it in our hearts, isn't that more important than anything else? Then, she turned around and said, I'm sure you all know about this place and have been guessing for a long time. However, you can see what's inside, but you must not spread it. This is a strict order from the seniors in the sect. Yes, hierarch. When Nun Jing-yi heard this, she smiled again and said, 60 years ago, our cult was just like you. We followed behind the previous cult leader with restless hearts. We understand your feelings very well. There's no need to be too nervous. Maybe you all have a chance, or maybe there's only one, or maybe no one has a chance. However, there's no need to worry, everything is up to fate. Yes, you must remember that the immortal Tao pays particular attention to the word fate. Nothing can be forced. If you forget this, even if you're lucky today, your future path won't be long. I'll remember. Alright, there's no need to be long-winded with you. You've all passed the test of the refining heart cave, so you should all be determined people. There's no point in talking too much. With that, Nun Jing-yi made a series of gestures. Her movements were somewhat obscure, and she hit the courtyard door with a series of gestures. As the gestures were sent in, an invisible ripple gradually appeared in the open space in front of the courtyard door. Then, the ripple caused the entire courtyard to twist as if it was in water. The 3 people behind Nun Jing-yi were astonished, and their eyes were filled with envy and curiosity. Needless to say, their hierarch's divine ability was definitely a technique of the immortal Tao, and her divine ability of the immortal Tao was obtained from this seemingly ordinary courtyard. Thinking about how they would have the same divine ability as their hierarch after entering the courtyard, they couldn't help but feel excited, just like the scene in front of them. After a series of gestures, Nun Jing-yi seemed to be unable to withstand it. After a while, she took out a small token from her pocket. She seemed to be chanting something, and then she blew something on the token. With a hua sound, the token emitted a faint, five-colored brilliance. Nun Jing-yi's expression under the veil was even more like a Buddha. She waved her hand, and the token flew into the distorted scene in front of them. The moment the token was thrown in, it was like a drop of water falling into hot oil. The entire space trembled slightly, and after the trembling, the token disappeared. Even the distorted image stopped, and the scene before their eyes was still the same as what Peacock and the others saw. There were no changes at all. Nun Jing-yi didn't dare to delay. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Let's go." Peacock whispered, "Hierarch. Don't you need to rest?" "Hee, there's no need. This isn't something that can be replenished by resting. You'll understand once you obtain the inheritance of the incense religion." He then walked to the door and pushed it open. With a chi-la sound, the door was pushed open. Peacock and the rest entered in a single file. When they saw the scene in the courtyard, they were even more surprised. There were no buildings in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a huge hill, and in front of the hill was a cave that was taller than a person. "Are you surprised?" Abbess Jing-yi smiled. "This is the secret room of our fragrant religion. All the hierarchs, oh, I can't say that. After the destruction of the immortal path, all the hierarchs received their inheritance in this secret room. Being ordinary did not mean that it was extraordinary. This seemingly ordinary little hill, this ordinary cave, actually contained the famous secret of the fragrant religion in the pugilistic world." Peacock and the rest were indeed very surprised. They came to Lingering Fragrance Peak when they were young, and after knowing the direction of their hard work, they set their sights on this mysterious place. Needless to say, 1,000 disciples would have 1,000 different imaginations. But out of these 1,000 imaginations, how many could have guessed that there was a small hill inside? At least looking at the three's expressions, they probably couldn't have guessed it. Nun Jing-yi smiled again. "You are the first disciples to pass the selection in 50 years of Lingering Fragrance Peak. You are also the first disciples to have the right to enter the secret room. Once you enter the secret room, you will all have the right to receive the inheritance. But, only one of you will be able to become the hierarch." At this point, Nun Jing-yi took note of the three's expressions. Fortunately, when they heard the word hierarch, their expressions didn't change. Nun Jing-yi continued, "Actually, the position of hierarch has many benefits, such as more opportunities to cultivate. But, most of the matters in the religion are distracting and can hinder one's cultivation. It's a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages. But whether you're willing or not, the hierarch will be chosen from the three of you. Of course, the earliest disciple among you who obtain the inheritance will be the next sect leader." She added, "As for the other two disciples, if they also receive the inheritance, they will be the next elders. Even if they don't receive the inheritance, they will still be candidates for the next hierarch." "Yes, hierarch. Alright, all of you can go in. This secret room is divided into two parts. The outer part is the immortal cultivation method of our incense cult, while the inner part is the true secret room. You must find a suitable cultivation method for yourself in the outer secret room and memorize it. You don't have to read the rest of the content first. Then, you can enter the true secret room and practice the cultivation method. If you can learn the cultivation method within the stipulated time limit, then you will be considered to have received the inheritance of our incense cult." "So simple?" Chen Chen couldn't help but blurt out. "Simple?" Nun Jing-yi smiled. "Chen Chen, do you think the cultivation method of the incense cult is the same as the internal strength cultivation method you usually see? Well, although you have mastered the mortal heart cultivation method, to be honest, you only have a 30% chance of being able to master it in 18 days. Since Chen Chen had started speaking, he couldn't hold back anymore. He asked, Hierarch, why is it so little? Nun Jingyi nodded. That's still a good way to put it. You said that you borrowed the light of the mortal heart cultivation method. The mortal heart cultivation method is said to be the closest cultivation method to the heavenly Tao in our incense cult. Therefore, you and Peacock will be able to comprehend the immortal heart cultivation method with half the effort. As for Swift, I estimate that she doesn't even have a 10% chance. When Swift heard this, her face changed color. Nun Jingyi was not surprised. I shouldn't have discouraged you like this before you enter the secret chamber, but I should remind you in advance. You must be fully prepared. When you enter the secret chamber, it's best to choose the cultivation method that suits you. There's no need to consider whether the name of the cultivation method sounds good or not. Perhaps it's a very powerful cultivation method that you can't even master. Even if you know it, what's the use? Also, I'll let you know in advance that the immortal heart cultivation method is very different from the martial arts you're practicing now. The immortal heart cultivation method is to draw the vitality of heaven and earth into the body. The immortal heart cultivation method is to sense the qi in the dantian. The immortal heart cultivation method is to cultivate the shanzhong point in the middle dantian, not the lower dantian of martial arts. Therefore, you must overcome the habit of practicing martial arts in the past and move your cultivation method closer to the immortal heart cultivation method. Oh, so you're saying, Sir Sect Leader, didn't we practice in vain before? Chen Chen exclaimed. Of course not. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, that won't happen. Our seniors at Lingxiang Peak have already found a way to convert martial arts' internal energy into immortal heart qi thousands of years ago. As long as you practice the immortal heart cultivation method to a certain level, you can completely convert your internal energy into qi. This cultivation method, when you obtain the inheritance and become a person of the immortal heart cultivation method, I'll pass it on to you. Oh, that's good. Chen Chen sighed in relief. Alright, I won't say any more. You have 18 days. No matter if you obtain the inheritance or not, you must come out of the secret chamber. Yes, Sir Sect Leader. Nun Jingyi stepped aside and said with a smile, go in. You must have received the fasting pills. If you haven't, I still have some. Don't come out because you're hungry and waste a great opportunity. Nun Jingyi was clearly joking to ease their nervous mood. Sure enough, the three of them smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, Sir Sect Leader. Master gave it to us yesterday. The three of them bowed and entered the cave. Sure enough, there was a small study inside the cave. There was a small bookshelf inside, and there were dozens of thin booklets placed on top of it. Beside the bookshelf, there was a round wall that was about the height of a person and emitted a faint white light. Chapter 865. The small hill looked huge, but when Peacock and the rest entered, they realized that it was much bigger than they had imagined. However, when they entered, they were greeted by a rather large study room. The study room did not have many furnishings and there was only a small bookshelf by the wall. There were only a dozen or so books on the bookshelf and they were not very thick. Beside the bookshelf was a wall that emitted a faint white glow and was about the height of a person. Furthermore, there were no tables or chairs in the study room. There were only a few praying mats on the floor. The three of them looked at each other and Swift tactfully said, Senior Peacock, Senior Chen, you two go first. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. Chen Chen was stunned and pushed Peacock with her shoulder. She smiled and said, Senior Peacock, you're taking advantage of us. You go first. Peacock shook her head and said, according to Sect Leader, the path to immortality is dependent on fate. It's not something that can be taken advantage of just by being in front. This bookshelf may be small but it is enough for the three of us. You two don't have to be so polite. Let's go together. After she finished speaking, she pulled the two of them to the front. Chen Chen did not think much of it, but Swift's eyes were filled with gratitude. Nun Xuezhen was different from Nun Jingfan. She was not an elder of the incense sect. It was only because of the many chores in the sect that many disciples knew about her. Swift's position in Mo Xian's palace was different from Peacock and Chen Chen's. They did not reveal much about themselves. This time, she was able to stand out and pass the selection. Even the sect leader was surprised. Although the sect leader had already said that the immortal Tao depended on luck, after all, whoever could look at the cultivation technique first would definitely be able to find the cultivation technique that was suitable for them first. This advantage was something that could be thought of even if one thought with their feet. Seeing that Peacock was so generous and did not take advantage of others, Swift immediately felt closer to her. The three of them walked to the front of the bookshelf and looked up and down. They were not in a hurry to choose. The three of them roughly skimmed through the booklets. Firmament Mental Cultivation Method, Star and Moon Mental Cultivation Method, Greenwood Mental Cultivation Method, Water Hazy Mental Cultivation Method. Strange names appeared one by one in front of them. However, all of these books had the same appearance, only the handwriting was different. After pondering for a long time, Peacock saw that the other two didn't want to take it. She stretched out her hand and took out a small booklet with the words, Ice Amplification Technique, written on it. After Peacock took the mental cultivation technique, the other two also took out their own mental cultivation techniques. They were Blazing Heart Mental Cultivation Technique and Star Slashing Technique, respectively. Following which, the three of them each found a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then, they flipped open the book and began to read it carefully. On the mountain path of the distant Flame Hall, Zhang Xiaohua was happily walking. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Even his mouth was humming a tune that was out of tune. Beside him, Zhang Ping'er was also beaming as she followed behind with a rosy face. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua met her dream, her heart was filled with sunshine. Everything was pleasing to her eyes. Even with Zhang Ping'er, she was more talkative. Naturally, Zhang Ping'er didn't know the reason. She only thought that her feelings were known by Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was the one who secretly displayed their love for each other. Hence, Zhang Ping'er was happy with Zhang Xiaohua these few days. Happiness was written all over her face. She didn't look like the ice beauty from Fiery Palace at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's energetic figure walking in front of her, Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She raised her voice and said, "Senior, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." I'm not fast." Zhang Xiaohua giggled and quickened her pace. "Senior, you're bullying me. You know that it's not appropriate to use your qigong here, yet you insist on walking so fast. I can't even catch up to you." Zhang Ping'er's tone was a little charming. "Then hurry up." "I'll wait for you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. It was as if there was a gust of wind. The red-crowned cranes that were already alert by the side of the road followed Zhang Xiaohua's gesture and soared into the sky. The loud chirps of the birds were exceptionally moving. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and turned a corner. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's figure had disappeared, Zhang Ping'er panicked. She stole a glance behind her and used her qigong to chase after her. However, just as she turned the corner, she bumped into Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing there motionlessly. Zhang Ping'er couldn't stop herself and rushed onto Zhang Xiaohua's back. Just as she was about to crash into Zhang Xiaohua tilted her body slightly and wrapped her arms around Zhang Ping'er's waist. You're courting death." Zhang Ping'er's mouth and nose were filled with Zhang Xiaohua's scent. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua's brows in a daze and said, "You're scaring me by hiding here." Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say a word. She put Zhang Ping'er down and looked ahead. Zhang Ping'er stood on the ground and felt a little reluctant. She tugged on Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and was about to say something when she heard a deep voice behind her. "Junior Zhang, you're really passionate." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she almost screamed in shock. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief. Her face was as dark as water. She immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a full forehead and a slightly dignified look on his face. At this moment, there was a hint of mockery in the man's eyes. Seeing this man, Zhang Ping'er's face was immediately filled with nervousness. She retracted her hand from Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and said softly with a red face, "Senior brother Shi." Hearing Zhang Ping'er call this man senior brother Shi, Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. In her impression, the fragrant religion respected the female disciples. As long as the male disciples saw a female disciple, they would call her senior sister, regardless of age. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, it was even more so. Although Zhang Ping'er was young, many male disciples from the distant fire hall called her senior sister Zhang. At this moment, this senior sister Zhang actually called this male disciple senior brother Shi, instead of senior brother, in private. This meant that this male disciple's identity was thought-provoking. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously narrowed her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who blocked her path when she turned around the mountain path. "You still remember that I am senior brother Shi?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with mockery as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is the new alchemy disciple from the distant fire hall, Ren Xiaoyao?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately smiled and cupped her hands. "This one is indeed Ren Xiaoyao. I wonder if senior brother Shi, senior brother Shi?" The middle-aged man waved his hand and said arrogantly, "You are just a small alchemy disciple. You are not worthy to call me senior brother." Zhang Xiaohua looked at this guy and the smile on her face didn't change. She cupped her hands and said, "Up to you. Anyway, I am just a small alchemy disciple. I won't be able to see senior brother Shi. It doesn't matter if I don't call you senior brother Shi." He. Senior brother Shi laughed. "Little brat, you are quite arrogant. No wonder Zhang Ping'er likes you." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, her face turned even redder. She took half a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She said, "Senior brother Shi, senior. Junior brother Ren doesn't know anything. He doesn't know the rules of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior brother, if you have something to say, you should tell me." Senior brother Shi raised his head and said proudly, "Since I am here, I naturally have something to say to you." Then, he stared at the two of them and asked, "The two of you are so intimate now. I wonder what my third junior brother thinks." "Third junior brother?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Zhang Ping'er. Zhang Ping'er didn't need to turn her head to know Zhang Xiaohua's reaction. She immediately argued, "Senior brother Shi, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with senior brother you." "What?" Senior brother Shi glanced at her and said, "Don't tell me that my third junior brother went to the distant fire hall a few months ago for no reason." Zhang Ping'er's face was pale. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua nervously and explained to senior brother Shi and Zhang Xiaohua, "During that period of time, my master was seriously ill. I was in a bad mood. Senior brother you did come over to comfort me. But, ever since master recovered, I haven't contacted senior brother you." "Senior brother you?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew who it was. Wasn't he the unlucky guy who died in her hands? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also knew the purpose of senior brother Shi's visit. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Zhang Ping'er anxiously said, and ever since junior brother Ren came to the distant fire hall, I haven't seen senior brother Yu's shadow." Is that so?" Senior brother Shi was stunned. "You really haven't seen him all this time?" Zhang Ping'er nodded. "That's right. I've been with junior brother Ren these few days. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Senior brother Shi smiled. That's exactly what I wanted to ask. Ren Xiaoyao. Do you remember the Yuxuachuan who wanted to buy the odd man from you on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Senior brother Yu? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, I remember. So the senior brother you guys talked about for a long time is the handsome senior brother Yu. Of course I remember. I just don't know. Senior brother Shi. Are you here to ask about our senior brother Yu? Yes, it's good that you know. Senior brother Shi nodded. Ren Xiaoyao, after you came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, have you seen my junior brother Yu? For example, in the distant fire hall, in the Lichui Valley, or in the medicine garden? Senior brother Shi's words were clear, but Zhang Xiaohua had a confused face. She shook her head and said, I've only seen senior brother Yu outside of Lingering Fragrance Peak. When I came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've never seen him. That's right, I only went to Lichui Valley to test my martial arts. I only went in once, how could I see senior brother Yu? Could it be that senior brother Yu also wanted to test his martial arts? Lichui Valley? Zhang Pinger wasn't stupid and immediately became alert. She turned her head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. However, she immediately thought that if Yuxuachuan entered Lichui Valley, how could Zhang Xiaohua come out? She couldn't help but feel a little scared. Well, since you haven't seen him before, then forget it. That senior brother Shi obviously didn't have anything that could be used against him. He probably heard the stories of others and felt that it was related to Zhang Xiaohua, so he came to ask. Of course, if I know that something has happened to junior brother Yu, or if it has anything to do with you, don't blame me for not showing mercy. When Zhang Pinger heard this, she immediately took half a step forward. Senior brother Shi didn't even look at them. His feet didn't seem to exert much strength as he floated up and headed straight for the top of the mountain. Chapter 866. After Senior Shi left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. She lowered her head as she walked as if she was thinking about something. Zhang Pinger carefully followed behind her. She held on to the corner of her palace dress and didn't dare to say anything. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua slowed down her footsteps and asked, Junior sister, who is this Senior Shi? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Pinger's face lit up with joy. She immediately caught up and said anxiously, Senior brother, you have to believe me. I have nothing to do with that Yuxuachuan. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I know. I just want to know who this Senior Shi is. Senior Shi? Zhang Pinger relaxed and forced a smile. Senior Shi is called Shimujuan. He is the eldest disciple of Rui Jin Hall's Grand Elder Jing Gang. Yuxuachuan is Jing Gang's third disciple. Senior brother, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with Yuxuachuan. Huh. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, I know. However, why did you call Shimujuan senior brother? Isn't Lingering Fragrance Peak female disciples the most respected? Senior brother, you don't know. Zhang Pinger explained, generally speaking, female disciples should be respected on Lingxiang Peak, but this Jing Gang Shirtai is a little different. She is the senior sister of Hierarch Darren. Moreover, it is said that she fell behind Hierarch Darren by a small margin and was unable to take charge of the Lingxiang cult. Therefore, she took a step back and took the important position of Great Elder. Moreover, Grand Elder Jing Gang is in charge of Rui Jin Hall. This Rui Jin Hall is responsible for the safety of Lingering Fragrance Peak. When senior brother first came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, he met a few disciples who were guarding the peak. Therefore, Rui Jin Hall is considered the strongest hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Most of the disciples in Rui Jin Hall were male. Jing Gang Shirtai's 6 disciples were also mostly male. Especially Shimujuan, he was her eldest disciple. His martial arts were even more powerful than the senior sisters in Mo Xian's palace. Due to Great Elder Jing Gang's special identity, other than the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace, the disciples of the other palaces all have to address the 6 disciples of Jing Gang Shirtai as senior martial brothers. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua understood and asked casually, what about Yu Zhuchuan? Senior brother Yu? Zhang Pinger's face was somewhat red as she said, senior brother Yu's martial arts are also first-rate, and his personality is also outstanding, so he is deeply liked by Jing Gang Shirtai. Since young, he has always been under her protection, so, in the various halls of Lingering Fragrance Peak, there are basically no disciples who dare to go against him. That's right, senior brother, how did you meet senior brother Yu on your way here? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about her encounter with Yu Zhuchuan. Zhang Pinger was very anxious when she heard this. Senior brother, you should have given him the David's deer. He is a very petty person. He might cause trouble for you in the future. Oh, that's right, that senior martial brother you didn't make trouble for you in Lai Chui Valley, did he? He is a disciple of Rui Jin Palace, and there are no restrictions on him entering and leaving Lai Chui Valley. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said secretly, just a dead man, and he dares to cause trouble for this young master? However, he said perfunctorily, AI, how would I know who he is? Huan has been with me for so many years, how can I bear to give her to others? What should I do? Zhang Pinger was a little embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, Senior martial brother, I will go to Rui Jin Palace in 2 days and tell senior brother Yu. Oh, senior martial brother, don't look at me. I really have nothing to do with senior brother Yu. Zhang Pinger had already explained to Zhang Xiaohua 3 times in a row. Zhang Xiaohua was about to comfort her, but when she looked up, she unconsciously smiled and shouted, Meng, you are here? You, why aren't you waiting for me in the medicinal garden? Zhang Pinger was looking at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. How could she pay attention to the people and things in front of her? When Zhang Xiaohua ignored her and walked away quickly, she came to her senses. When she saw Meng standing in front of the medicinal garden with a strange expression on her face, she immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face was pale without any color, and her hands and feet were weak. Even she didn't know how she moved to the entrance of the medicinal garden. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully walked to the door and called out intimately, Meng, you came so early today. Meng's expression was very complicated. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and was about to speak, but Zhang Pinger, who was behind her, stepped forward with trembling lips and saluted, Disciple Zhang Pinger greets senior sister Xia. Meng was also surprised and smiled, Zhang Pinger? You know me? Zhang Pinger smiled bitterly, you are a disciple of Mon Palace and Shirtai's disciple. How can I not know you? However, Zhang Pinger still didn't give up and asked, Senior sister Xia, I wonder, how do you know junior brother Ren? Junior brother Ren? Meng smiled and remembered what Zhang Xiaohua said a few days ago. She said, Junior brother Ren and I are old friends. Zhang Xiaohua also said happily, Senior sister Zhang, I have been looking for senior sister Xia for many years, but I never thought that she would be at Lingxiang Peak. This is all thanks to you. If you didn't bring me from Pill Repository Hall to Distant Flame Hall, I wouldn't have met her here. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Meng's sleeve and said, Senior sister Xia and I thank you for your help. Zhang Pinger's face was originally pale, but now it was even paler. There were faint tears in her eyes, but she held them back and shook her head, It's nothing. Senior brother and senior sister Xia are a match made in heaven. Even if it wasn't for me, you two would still meet under the arrangement of heaven. After saying that, a wave of sadness surged in her chest. The feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else filled her mind. Zhang Pinger couldn't help but cry, this mountain wind is really strong. Zhang Ping'er tried to cover it up and was about to leave. There are still many things in the alchemy room. Senior sister Xia, stay with senior brother for a while. I will go first. After seeing Zhang Ping'er's appearance in his dream, how could he not know what she was thinking? She immediately pulled her hand and said, Junior sister Zhang, you're overthinking it. Little Ren Xiaoyao and I are just old acquaintances. Although I remember him, how could we have such a relationship like you're saying? I look at junior sister apprentice Zhang's fair face and slim figure. That's Ren Xiaoyao's. Don't you think so? Ren Xiaoyao? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't understand why Meng said that. He didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. It was extremely awkward. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, a glimmer of hope immediately rose in her heart. She couldn't move her feet no matter what. At this time, there were some noisy voices on the mountain path. Zhang Ping'er quickly said, Senior sister Xia, I still have things to do in the alchemy room. I will leave first. After saying that, she bowed and raised her head to look at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. Then, she hurriedly left. Meng didn't want anyone to see her, so he smiled and entered the herb garden. Zhang Xiaohua followed him and entered. He asked puzzledly, Meng, why did you say that? I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to explain it to senior sister Zhang. Now that you said that, won't she misunderstand? Meng shook his head and said with a smile, she is an innocent girl who is infatuated with you. When you mentioned her a few days ago, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I see it, it is indeed so. She has put in so much effort. How can you let her down? Zhang Xiaohua panicked and was about to explain. Meng asked again, why did Shi Mujuan look for you? Shi Mujuan? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. You know him too? Yes, I know him. He is the eldest disciple of the famous Great Elder Jing Gang. There aren't many people in the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak who don't know him. This young master is one of them. Stop talking nonsense. Why did he look for you? Nothing much. His third junior brother disappeared. He came to ask me and even threatened me. If it has anything to do with me, he will teach me a lesson. Meng's face turned pale when he heard that. He said unnaturally, isn't his third junior brother Yuzuchuan? Why did he look for you? Zhang Xiaohua explained everything in detail. In the end, she said, not only did this guy pester Zhang Ping'er, he even wanted to snatch my David's deer. One look and you can tell that he is not a good person. Who knows where he is now? Who knows, he might have already killed someone. How is that possible? They are all under the protection of Great Elder Jing Gang. Even if Lord Cult Leader wants to teach them a lesson, he will have to think twice. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Doesn't the Lingering Fragrance cult have rules? The first, second, and third rule are all extremely powerful. Aren't they afraid? Meng snorted and said disdainfully, that's only for ordinary disciples. As the saying goes, a doctor can't be punished. Since ancient times, there has been a group of so-called privileged classes in this world. They are never bound by any rules. Although there are many rules and strict rules, they are ineffective against them. Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and snorted. Lend me the 3-foot cold blade to sweep away all the thieves in the world. If they offend me, I will directly take their lives. Clap, clap, clap. Meng clapped and praised, a real man should be like this. She then said worriedly, it's just that your martial arts are not good enough. Compared to them, the difference is too big. Even if they can pinch you to death with their little finger, you, still have to be careful. Don't lose your life because of some unimportant things. If you do, your parents will be very sad. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled when he heard this. Was this encouragement or a blow to him? Happy times were always short. Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was dreaming. The days were always short. Before she could do anything, it was already dark. During this day, Zhang Ping'er, who usually came to harass Zhang Xiaohua, did not show up. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uneasy. Sometimes, when Meng talked about Zhang Ping'er in front of Zhang Xiaohua, she seemed to be full of admiration. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was to show her generosity or something else, but she would always say things that Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. When Zhang Xiaohua asked her about it, Meng would just smile and look at him quietly. It was as if the more she looked at him, the less he looked at her. This made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. She could only explain her relationship with Zhang Ping'er, just like how Zhang Ping'er explained her relationship with Yu Zhuochuan earlier. Just like that, the day passed by happily. Chapter 867. Ever since Zhang Ping'er met the dream, she no longer went to find Zhang Xiaohua. Occasionally, when she met Zhang Xiaohua, she would stay far away. She only peeked at him and did not say a word. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something to her, but he thought that some things would only get messier, so he ignored her. He believed that Zhang Ping'er was the same as Nie Qianyu. One day, she would understand. If things were so simple, Zhang Xiaohua would not be troubled. Ever since the dream met Zhang Ping'er, she stayed with Zhang Xiaohua in the herb garden for an entire day. She only returned to Mo Xian Palace when the sky turned dark. She was nowhere to be seen for the next few days. Zhang Xiaohua thought that something had happened to the dream at first, so he did not care. However, after waiting for more than 10 days, he still did not see her. He could not help but feel anxious. He went to the hot spring several times to wait for the dream, but he did not see her. Instead, he met many female disciples of Mo Xian Palace bathing. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with the dream. How could he care about these cheap spring scenery? He only scanned with his divine sense. When he saw that it was not a dream, he immediately left. In these 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua had never been so troubled. He had never been so anxious. This was not the demeanor of an immortal cultivator. He tried to calm down and comprehend the heavenly Tao and the talismans. However, as soon as he sat down, the shadow of the dream would appear in front of him. His heart was filled with sorrow. He only wanted to know what the dream was doing at this time. He wanted to know why she did not come to see him. He could only cultivate the fist of the North Star as usual. When he was extremely frustrated, he would practice it again and again. Of course, he did not care about the entire herb garden. He also ignored the spells recorded in the small book. Fortunately, the herbs were planted well and there were no problems. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was pacing back and forth in the garden. She wondered if she should take the risk and break through some restrictions to go from Lihua Hall to Mo Xian Palace to see what had happened in her dream. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting from outside the courtyard, "Junior brother Ren, a disciple of Mo Xian Palace is looking for you." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately used his movement technique and came out. Sure enough, there was Zhang Ping'er and another disciple with a white veil. When Zhang Ping'er saw Zhang Xiaohua, she lowered her head and said, "Senior Martial Sister, this is Ren Xiaoyao." "Martial Sister. Do you have something to say to him?" After he finished speaking, he stepped aside respectfully and didn't even look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that he didn't know this disciple from Mo Xian Gong. He asked curiously, "Senior Sister, why are you looking for me?" The female disciple didn't say anything. Instead, she looked Zhang Xiaohua up and down. She snorted and said, "I thought you were some kind of peerless character, but you're just an ordinary disciple who can't be any more ordinary. You're just a toad who wants to eat swan meat." Why don't you think about your status? How dare you have ideas about senior sister Xia? Zhang Xiaohua was originally angry, but when he heard Xia, he immediately became anxious. Xia. Senior martial sister, what happened to her? Why haven't I seen her in so many days? Senior martial sister Xia. The disciple sneered, is that something you can call her? Why don't you get some water and use it as a mirror to look at yourself? You are too inferior compared to him. How can you be worthy of senior martial sister Xia? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He was about to explode in anger. Zhang Ping'er, who was beside him, had already noticed. She pulled him back and said, Senior. Junior brother Ren, why is this senior martial sister looking for you? Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, Senior martial sister, please enlighten me. The female disciple looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disdain and said coldly, Senior sister Xia asked me to pass on a message to you. She knows everything about you. Since your heart already belongs to someone else, and she's waiting for you, you shouldn't do anything to hurt others and make them sad. Your fate with her has come to an end. From now on, there are no more dreams in this world, only Xia. You shouldn't go looking for her. As soon as this sentence came out, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately stunned on the spot. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and was about to be struck by lightning. Zhang Ping'er, who was at the side, was shocked, but at the same time, a feeling of gratitude rose in her heart. Wasn't the others mentioned by Xia her? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Oh no, Meng knows about me and Nie Qianyu. I knew it. The things in the illusion were not without reason. In these 10 days, Meng must have asked about my past. Why didn't I tell her clearly? If I told her clearly, perhaps she would forgive me. After all, I had no choice but to do this because I wanted to find second brother. Sigh, senior martial uncle Yang Yaoyang, you. Why are you so talkative? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, the female disciple became even more proud. She waved her hand and said, all right, I have already told you what senior martial sister Xia asked me to tell you. Senior martial sister Xia didn't ask you to reply to her, so you don't have to say anything. Think about your own position and do your own things well. If you gain the favor of Deputy Hall Master Yin, she might give you some benefits. Don't bite off more than you can chew and do things that are beyond your ability. Then, she turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua immediately called out, Senior martial sister. Where is Xia now? Where else can she be? The female disciple smiled and said, of course she is in Mo Xian Palace at the top of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then, she smiled mysteriously and said, however, there is another news that I think I should tell you. Rui Jin Hall's great elder Jing Gang's eldest disciple has already formally proposed marriage to Lord Sect Leader. The betrothal gifts have already been sent to Mo Xian Palace, waiting for senior martial sister Xia to nod her head. If nothing goes wrong, the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak will be able to drink their wedding wine. Zhang Xiaohua fell into an ice cave. How is that possible? Meng, how could she? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was caving in. Her heart was also beating wildly. She looked at the surrounding scene with an unreal feeling. How could this be? How could it not be? The female disciple smiled and said, if she didn't choose senior martial brother could it be that she would choose you, the little medicine boy? Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head, no. Meng must be angry with me. I should tell her. If she knows the truth, she will definitely forgive me. The truth? The female disciple disdained, senior martial sister Xia didn't let me pass the message. If you have the ability, go tell her yourself. Ha ha ha. Then, she contemptuously said, I think your waste token can't go to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's clenched fist and mocked, don't tell me you want to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Ha ha ha. Go to Lingering Fragrance Peak, go to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She thought of what she said to Meng, if you are angry with me or refuse to see me, then even if I have to hold a long sword, I will go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to see you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, isn't it just going to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Then, I will show you. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she became anxious. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua and said, Senior Marshal Brother, don't say such crazy things. Then, she turned to the female disciple and said, Senior Marshal Sister, please don't blame him. Senior Marshal Brother was angry and spoke nonsense. Don't take it seriously. When the female disciple heard this, she immediately laughed and said, you actually called him Senior Marshal Brother? Ha ha ha, I know what Senior Marshal Sister Xia means. A pair of dogs. After she finished speaking, she used her qin gong and rose from the ground. Zhang Ping'er's warm body protected Zhang Xiaohua, making it difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Ping'er care? She only said, Senior Marshal Brother, Senior Marshal Sister Xia probably misunderstood us. Wait a moment, I will go find Master and ask for a token. I will go to Mo Xian Palace and explain everything to Senior Marshal Sister Xia. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Junior Marshal Sister, let go of your hand. Only then did Zhang Ping'er come to her senses and quickly let go of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Her face was flushed red. When Zhang Ping'er let go, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rose from the ground and used the ethereal steps to run away. As he ran, he laughed and said, isn't it just Lingering Fragrance Peak? Today, this young master will use his sword to fight his way up Lingering Fragrance Peak. I want to see if this Lingering Fragrance Peak is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Oh no! Zhang Ping'er was shocked. She immediately flew up and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua's qin gong was so powerful that he disappeared without a trace in a moment. Zhang Ping'er's face was filled with anxiety. She didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her face lit up with joy. She changed her direction and went in another direction. After a short while, Zhang Ping'er arrived at a small courtyard. Without waiting for her to land, she shouted, Eldest Senior Sister, Eldest Senior Sister. The voice in the courtyard replied, Is it Ping'er? I am here. Why are you so flustered? Zhang Ping'er rushed in and grabbed Han Zhuqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. She said anxiously, Senior Marshal Sister, quick, quick. Ren Xiaoyao is going to rush to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Han Zhuqi couldn't believe her ears. She asked curiously, Rush? Lingering Fragrance Peak? Who? Ren Xiaoyao? It's your. How is this possible? Why is he going to rush to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Does he have the ability to do so? Zhang Ping'er didn't have time to explain. She pulled Han Zhuqi and rushed out. Senior Marshal Sister, I beg you. Hurry up and help me. When you stop Ren Xiaoyao, you can ask me to do anything. He is really going to rush to Lingering Fragrance Peak. This. Ren Xiaoyao doesn't want to live anymore? Han Zhuqi was somewhat convinced. She quickly exerted strength in her legs and ran towards the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Ping-er, have you told Master about this? I wouldn't dare. If Master were to find out that Ren Xiaoyao hadn't left yet, she would have killed him with a single palm strike. Let's wait for eldest senior sister to capture him before slowly apologizing to Master. Zhang Ping'er said with a bitter smile. Where is he? Zhang Ping'er's eyes were naturally sharp when it came to her sweetheart. From afar, she could see a tall and skinny figure. It was Fetus, who held a long sword in his hand as he walked steadily towards the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Chapter 868. Zhang Pinger's eyes were sharp. She had already spotted a tall and skinny figure in the distance. She was holding a long sword and walking towards the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although she couldn't see clearly, Zhang Pinger knew that it was the furious Zhang Xiaohua. "Over there!" Zhang Pinger shouted and walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, before she could get up, she was pulled back by Han Zhuqi. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Let's hurry up and stop Ren Xiaoyao. Don't let him get into trouble." Zhang Pinger was puzzled. Along the way, Han Zhuqi had already asked Zhang Pinger about what happened. She glared at Zhang Pinger and said, "Seventh junior sister, from what you said, Ren Xiaoyao is also a heartless person. When he saw senior sister Xia, he fell in love with her. He might have saved you because you were a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Now that he saw senior sister Xia, who has a higher status, he abandoned you. Why are you still chasing after him? Just let him go. Even if he is killed by a disciple of Rui Jin Hall, he deserves it." Zhang Pinger didn't expect her eldest senior sister to have such thoughts. She immediately pulled her sleeve and said, "Eldest senior sister, I have never asked you for anything. No matter what, you must help me stop Ren Xiaoyao. I know what you said is reasonable, but Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not that kind of person. Moreover, looking at senior sister Xia, she is indeed an old acquaintance of his. Yes, Ren Xiaoyao even knows senior sister Xia's previous name. If he is a flatterer, how can he know so much after coming to distant Flame Hall for a few days? He has already abandoned you. Why are you still unwilling to give up?" Eldest senior sister, Zhang Pinger looked at Zhang Xiaohua's receding figure and said anxiously, "Let's talk as we walk." As she spoke, she tugged on Han Zhuqi's sleeve and stood up. She continued, "I didn't make it clear to Ren Xiaoyao. Perhaps he still doesn't know my intentions. He can't blame anyone else. Even if I give up on him now, I can't just watch him jump into the fire pit. He had just arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak. How could he know that barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak was a capital offense? No matter how high his martial arts were, it was impossible for him to challenge the entire Rui Jin Palace alone. I just want to stop him, let him calm down, and save his life." Han Zhuqi followed Zhang Pinger to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Pinger, from what senior martial sister Xia said, she knows that you have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, and she intends to help you. You, don't tell me you don't want to go with the flow?" Zhang Pinger looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was gradually getting closer, and sighed. "Nothing forcibly done will be sweet. Ren Xiaoyao's heart is not with me, so why should I force him? Didn't you see how he could risk his life for senior martial sister Xia and barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? If he treats me like this, even if he wants me to die immediately, I would be willing to do so. Unfortunately, that is only for the sake of others." She then forced a smile and said, "I'll wait for senior martial sister to capture him. Then, I'll immediately ask for Master's token and go to Mo Xian Palace to find senior martial sister Xia. I'll tell her about Ren Xiaoyao's feelings for her. It's just my wishful thinking. Let senior martial sister Xia get rid of the misunderstanding. Let them, lovers, finally get married. TSK TSK. Han Zhuqi bared her teeth and said, "What a loyal and infatuated woman. Even if you risk yourself, you'll help others. You didn't think about the possibility of Ren Xiaoyao and senior martial sister Xia being together?" Zhang Pinger was also sad. "I know this, but when I see Ren Xiaoyao's unhappy expression, I feel very uncomfortable. If I don't do something for him, I will feel very uneasy. You've said so much. Does he know? Han Zhuqi pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked. Whether he knows or not, I still have such thoughts. Whether he stays or not, I will do the same. Han Zhuqi shook her head slightly and shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she turned her head slightly and frowned. She ignored her and continued to walk forward. How dare you? Han Zhuqi was angry. As a disciple of Distant Fire Hall, you actually didn't stop when your senior martial sister called you? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the hall's rules? Zhang Xiaohua saw the anxious Zhang Pinger beside Han Zhuqi and knew Han Zhuqi's background. She only said coldly, Senior martial sister Han is chasing after me. She definitely wants to stop me. I appreciate your kindness and thank you for your concern. Then, her tone changed. However, today's matter will not end well. I must break into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior martial sister, please give way. Weapons have no eyes. If you hurt me, I will feel guilty. You. Han Zhuqi was so angry that she laughed. Who do you think you are? I know you saved Pinger many times in Yulon Grand Canyon, but this is Lingering Fragrance Peak. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Forget it, forget it. On account of Pinger's pleading, I will stop you. After she finished speaking, Han Zhuqi took out a red ribbon and attacked Zhang Xiaohua's back. Just as the ribbon left her hand, a ding-ling-ling sound was heard. There were 2 small silver bells attached to the ribbon. These small bells looked very ordinary, but when the ding-ling-ling sound reached Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it made her feel dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and used God's guidance. That feeling of uneasiness immediately disappeared. Han Zhuqi saw the confusion in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. She immediately laughed and said, Ren Xiaoyao, you are indeed skilled. You actually dodged this soul-enchanting bell. Before she finished speaking, the silver bells on the ribbon attacked. It was the main acupuncture point on Zhang Xiaohua's back. Seeing that it was about to hit, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even turn her head and only pushed the Great Wisdom sword back. Pa! The silver bells really hit the sword. The Great Wisdom sword didn't move at all, but the silver bells flew back. Strange, what sword is this? After hitting the silver bells, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and quickly walked forward. Stop! Han Zhuqi was even angrier. She used her qin gong and blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, if you want to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak, then you have to pass through me first. Senior sister Han, why do you have to do this? I know you have good intentions, but I also don't want to hurt senior sister. Senior sister should tactfully step aside. I will definitely remember your great kindness in the future. Zhang Pinger, who was at the side, said, Senior brother, don't go. I know your martial arts are high, but barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak is a capital offense. How can you be the opponent of so many disciples of Ruijin Palace? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Pinger. She didn't know what to say to this infatuated girl. She only shook her head and said, if I don't see the dream and clear up this misunderstanding, how can my heart be at ease? If I can't see the dream in the future, what else can I miss in this world? After saying that, she walked towards Han Zhuqi. Han Zhuqi also didn't hold back. She waved her hand and the red ribbons attacked Zhang Xiaohua's main acupuncture points like a spirit snake. Zhang Xiaohua waved her heavy sword and countered every move. Every time the silver bells were hit, they flew back and rang out. This mountain path was the only path from the distant fire hall to the main mountain path of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. The fight between the two of them had already attracted the attention of many disciples from the distant fire hall. Some of the bolder ones even walked a short distance away to secretly watch. Han Zhuqi's red ribbon's attack was ineffective. She unconsciously felt a little embarrassed and angry. She waved the red ribbons and it spread out like a tornado, rolling towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dodge. She only waited for the ribbons to come close. She raised the heavy sword in her hand and blocked the front of the ribbons. It was like a whirlwind and also like a spirit snake wrapping around her body. The entire heavy sword was tightly wrapped. The red ribbons were originally meant to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua, but unexpectedly, it was broken by Zhang Xiaohua and only wrapped around her weapon. Han Zhuqi was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to retrieve the ribbons, she heard Zhang Xiaohua say softly, "Senior Han, I'm sorry to offend you." Before she could finish her sentence, Han Zhuqi felt a huge force coming from her hand. Before the internal energy in her meridians could react, the red ribbons flew out of her hand and landed in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "You!" Han Zhuqi was shocked. The red ribbons were her personal weapon. It had always been soft and was effective against swords and sabers. No one had ever taken it away from her before. Zhang Xiaohua shook her heavy sword and the red ribbons obediently fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua caught it with her hand and didn't return it to Han Zhuqi. She loosened her hand and it landed on the grass beside the mountain path. Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua looked deeply at Han Zhuqi and walked past her. Han Zhuqi stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Her heart was in turmoil. Only when Zhang Xiaohua brushed past her did she regain her senses. She clenched her fist and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, why are you hiding your martial arts? What are your intentions?" Seeing that Han Zhuqi's fist was filled with internal energy and was about to hit her shoulder, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What martial arts are you hiding? Why don't I know about it?" Before she finished her sentence, she sent a palm strike towards Han Zhuqi's fist. Han Zhuqi saw that Zhang Xiaohua's palm strike was light and had the demeanor of a master. She didn't dare to be negligent and gathered 70% of her internal energy into her fist. The disciples at the side were also secretly on tenterhooks, waiting for an earth-shattering sound. However, when the fist and palm collided, there wasn't any sound. Han Zhuqi felt that her fist had hit cotton and didn't seem to have any strength. When Zhang Xiaohua's palm touched Han Zhuqi's fist, her entire body floated up as if she was hit and flew forward. Borrowing strength? Han Zhuqi was shocked. An ordinary borrowing strength naturally wouldn't cause Han Zhuqi to lose her composure. However, Han Zhuqi's fist contained 70% of her internal energy. Even if it hit a rock, the rock would shatter. Ren Xiaoyao actually caught her fist firmly and didn't suffer any injuries. He even used the momentum of her fist to display his qinggong. What kind of martial arts was this? At least, Han Zhuqi knew that she was definitely not this person's match. Chapter 869. Not only was Han Zhuqi shocked, even the surrounding distant Fire Palace disciples who were watching from afar were also shocked. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. No one would have thought that senior sister Han, who was second to none in distant Fire Palace, was actually unable to take down Zhang Xiaohua. Even Zhang Pinger's mouth was agape. She had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts and knew that his martial arts were so powerful that he could even kill Lei Hu. But with her knowledge of martial arts, that was all. In her mind, other than the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Mo Shui Palace and the peak-guarding disciples of Ruijin Palace, the most powerful ones were distant Fire Palace Master and her own master. Then, it was her senior sister Han Zhuqi. Han Zhuqi was much older than Zhang Pinger and was Yin Yin's senior disciple. Most of the time, she taught on behalf of Master. Zhang Pinger was Yin Yin's youngest disciple in name, but most of her martial arts were taught by Han Zhuqi. This was also the reason why Zhang Pinger first thought of Han Zhuqi to capture Zhang Xiaohua. Because in Zhang Pinger's impression, no matter how powerful Zhang Xiaohua was, he was definitely not Han Zhuqi's match. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua escape so easily, Zhang Pinger was shocked and immediately ran up and grabbed Han Zhuqi's arm. She cried, "Senior sister, what should we do? You can't stop him." Han Zhuqi also calmed down and let out a long sigh. Her eyes were filled with deep meaning as she looked at Zhang Pinger and said, "Pinger look, where did you find such a powerful person? Among the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall, can there be someone with such high martial arts? Even old man Zishan only has this level of martial arts. How is that possible?" Zhang Pinger was even more incredulous. Ren Xiaoyao is just a disciple of Pill Expanding Hall, how can he be more powerful than their hall master? But she didn't have the heart to think about this and only shook Han Zhuqi's arm. "Senior sister, you quickly think of a way, he's about to reach the mountain path. What can we do?" Han Zhuqi shook her head. "Even if we look for master now, it's too late." Han Zhuqi raised her head and looked at the figure in the distance who was still steadily walking forward. She said thoughtfully, "Perhaps, the outcome of this matter might not be as serious as you think." "How is this possible?" Zhang Pinger was so worried about Zhang Xiaohua's safety that she almost cried. Trespassing on Lingering Fragrance Peak is a serious crime. Furthermore, the disciples of Rui Jin Palace stopped him. Even if they wanted his life, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Will he still be alive? Then, she thought of something and turned pale. She cried out, "Eldest senior sister, just you wait. I'll go look for master immediately. Even if master cripples him, he can't fall into Yu Zhuochuan's hands." Of course, Zhang Pinger was well aware of Yu Zhuochuan's feelings for her. Shi Mujuan had long noticed her feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, so Yu Zhuochuan must have known about it long ago. If Zhang Xiaohua were to challenge the peak, wouldn't she be falling into the tiger's mouth? Not even his bones would be left behind. Silly girl. Han Zhuqi grabbed Zhang Pinger who was about to run away and scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao has already rushed up the main mountain path. He is a disciple of our mythical flame hall. Even if he is guilty of a crime, our mythical flame hall can't shirk the responsibility. Even the hall master might be punished by Lord Sect Leader. If you go and call master over now, wouldn't you be pushing master into a fire pit?" Zhang Pinger was stunned. She didn't think so much and said with a bitter face, "Then, eldest senior sister, what do you think we should do now?" Han Zhuqi rolled her eyes and turned her head. She said to two disciples who were not far away, "You immediately inform the hall master and explain this matter to him." When one of the disciples heard this, he had a regretful look on his face. However, he still bowed and ran away. When that disciple was far away, Han Zhuqi said to the other disciple, "You go and inform the vice hall master. Tell him that your senior sister Zhang and I will be following him. Yes, let me and eldest senior sister follow Ren Xiaoyao. Tell master not to be anxious." Zhang Pinger couldn't help but interrupt. Han Zhuqi glared at her and said to the disciple, "Okay, just say it like that. You can go." When that disciple was far away, Zhang Pinger forced a smile and pulled Han Zhuqi, "Eldest senior sister, you are so nice. With you following me, I don't have to ask master for a token." Han Zhuqi scolded with a smile, "Am I doing this for you? Master might be able to hide behind us, but we still need someone. It's better for me to follow you than for you to not be able to reach Lingering Fragrance Peak." After saying that, she looked around and saw that there were still many disciples who hadn't left. Most of them were the subordinates of the distant fire hall master. She couldn't force herself to give orders, so she ignored them and flew away to chase after them. Zhang Xiaohua borrowed Han Zhuqi's inner energy and flew away. He knew that this martial art would definitely subdue Han Zhuqi. He didn't even turn back and walked quickly to the main mountain path with his head held high. Zhang Xiaohua's emotions were surging and his blood was boiling. He wanted to use his sword to reach Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, after thinking about it, his mind was clear and he wasn't as impulsive as before. He had to break through Lingering Fragrance Peak. Otherwise, how could he see the dream and explain things clearly? As for this charge, it could only be done openly. Zhang Xiaohua also understood what the inner sect disciple had said. If he used the Imperial Wind technique or the Earth Escape technique, even if he reached the Lingering Fragrance Peak and saw the dream, what would happen after that? Wasn't he just an alchemy disciple of the distant fire hall? He would never be compatible with the dream. Even Zhang Pinger, in the eyes of others, was unworthy of her. Rather than that, he might as well do it openly and let others see that Zhang Xiaohua had the qualifications to be with the inner disciples of Mo Xian Palace. Of course, breaking through openly was also about technique. He definitely couldn't expose himself completely in front of the Lingering Fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua now wanted to use the reckless bull force and the 10,000 gene of strength in his arms to hide his other abilities. As for the other details, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand. Left and right, water and earth will be used to cover the earth. Soldiers will be used to block the enemy. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaohua pretended that his Qin Gong wasn't good enough and walked out of the distant fire hall's mountain path. When he reached the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak, he met a few patrolling disciples. Wasn't the person in front Zhang Xiaohua the first time he entered the Lingering Fragrance Peak's array, Senior Wei? The white-robed Senior Wei saw a tall and thin disciple walking out of the distant fire hall's mountain path. Although the disciple was holding a so-called long sword, he wasn't surprised. He only glanced at the disciple and continued walking. The distant fire hall's disciples weren't limited to the distant fire hall. They could go to other places as well. Who would keep an eye on them? However, Senior Brother Wei stopped after taking 2 steps. He only felt that this disciple was somewhat familiar. After pondering for a while, he recalled the matter of a few days ago. After all, the matter of Zhang Xiaohua breaking through the array was rare in the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior Brother Wei had specially reported this matter to the peak. When he thought of this, Senior Wei stopped. When he turned back to look, he realized that Zhang Xiaohua didn't walk down the mountain as he had expected. She didn't walk past the main mountain path and head to the opposite side. He couldn't help but frown. When Senior Wei stopped, the other disciples who were following him stopped as well. All of them stood there and watched Zhang Xiaohua walk up the mountain. Of course, if Zhang Xiaohua only walked up the mountain and didn't go beyond the boundary of the distant fire hall, they had no right to interfere. However, Zhang Xiaohua simply turned around the back of their heads and walked along the main mountain path, making a turn. Senior Wei couldn't help but turn to look at the other disciples. They were obviously confused. They had seen disciples with personalities before, but they had never seen someone with such a personality. She actually treated them as though they didn't exist. That's right. In the past, when they were patrolling the mountain, no matter if it was the distant fire hall, the Greenwood Hall, or the Ruoshui Hall's disciples would nod their heads when they saw her. What senior brother? Junior brother? Greet them? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Senior Wei made a prompt decision and chased after her. The others also followed closely behind. They wanted to see what was going on. However, when Senior Wei and the others took a few steps, 2 female disciples rushed out from the distant fire hall's mountain path. They weren't familiar with Zhang Pinger, but Han Zhuqi was. Senior Wei cupped his hands and asked, "Senior Sister Han, what are you doing? Are you going up the mountain for business?" Han Zhuqi was a little hesitant. She didn't know what to say when she saw Zhang Xiaohua disappear around the corner. Zhang Pinger said anxiously, "Junior brother, you saw a disciple with a long sword. Did he go out from here?" "Senior sister, are you with that junior brother of yours?" He's heading up the mountain. Senior Marshal Brother Wei's face relaxed as he pointed upwards. When Han Zhuqi heard this, she immediately waved her hand and said, "Junior Brother Wei, how are we related to that person? We were just bored and walked around. We only saw that disciple just now." Senior Brother Wei immediately felt that something was amiss. A bad feeling immediately arose in his heart. Before he could ask further, he heard a deep, thunderous sound coming from the mountain path. This is... Senior Wei felt that this sound was extremely familiar, but he couldn't recall where it came from. At this time, a young disciple behind him whispered, "Why is this sound similar to the sound that came from the protective array when the divine lightning fell from the sky?" Senior Wei's face instantly changed. The others beside him also blurted out, "Someone is trying to break into the protective array." After speaking, everyone ignored Han Zhuqi and Zhang Ping'er as they executed their qigong and headed up the mountain. At this moment, the disciples from the mythical flame hall who were watching the show also swarmed out from the mountain path. Senior Brother Wei and the others chased after them. Zhang Ping'er also immediately pulled Han Zhuqi and followed closely behind. After everyone had passed through the bend, a slanted limestone mountain path appeared in front of them. A few hundred feet in front of them, a tall and skinny young man was holding a long sword in his hand. He was using all his strength to smash the long sword into an empty space on the mountain path. Every time he smashed the long sword, a splendor would burst forth from the empty space, and a buzzing sound would be emitted. Chapter 870. Senior Brother Wei was shocked and said angrily, "You brat, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and smiled, revealing his white teeth. He looked very innocent. "Senior brother, you're asking the obvious, right? Can't you see? I'm trying to break the array. I want to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak." Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much and his voice wasn't loud. However, his words were like thunder in the ears of Senior Brother Wei and the rest. Barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? This brat isn't joking, right? Ever since Senior Brother Wei, oh, no, these disciples of Rui Jin Hall were sensible, they had never heard of the phrase barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Even after they became the peak protectors of Lingering Fragrance Peak, they had never thought that someone would barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Immediately, a disciple at the side laughed out loud, "This junior brother, you're not running a fever, right?" When these words came out, the few people at the side laughed as well. The shock on their faces lessened and the ridicule in their eyes increased by several degrees. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about them. A look of disdain flowed out from his eyes. He held the long sword in his right hand and slashed at the array protecting the peak. This array protecting the peak was somewhat out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain it clearly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua thought that only the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak was protected by the array. When Zhang Xiaohua went up the medicinal herb garden in distant Fire Hall, he didn't see any array. Furthermore, Meng, Shimujuan, and the inner disciples came down casually. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that there was an array protecting the main mountain path. It was only until he was blocked by the array that he found out. Presumably, from the bottom to the top of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, there must be a formation separating the area controlled by each hall. The token that Zhang Ping'er spoke of was certainly not only for the disciples guarding the peak to examine, but it was also used to pass through these formations. Zhang Xiaohua was blocked by the array. Naturally, he secretly released his hidden divine sense to take a look. This blocking array was very thin and its power was limited. If it was not for the lack of primordial qi, then it was because of the restriction inside the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not directly use the Dharma incantation to break the array. He could only use the heavy sword in his hand to directly break the array. By the time senior brother Wei and the others came up, Zhang Xiaohua had already slashed several times with her sword. The array formation was already faintly broken. Just as everyone was mocking her, Zhang Xiaohua swung her sword. There was a tearing sound, like the sound of paper being torn. The scene in front of Zhang Xiaohua changed slightly. It was the obstructing array formation that had been torn apart. At this moment, senior brother Wei held his sword and quickly stepped forward. He berated, "Quickly stop. How can you forcefully break through this peak-protecting grand array? If there is anything, you should first report to your hall master." If Zhang Xiaohua only turned back to look at senior brother Wei. Without waiting for him to finish his words, he dove into the array formation in a flash. He was using his actions to tell him, "Don't say anything. This young master will definitely break through this lingering fragrance peak." Senior brother Wei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Zhang Xiaohua would really be able to break through this formation. He had only said those words earlier because he felt that something was amiss when he saw Hanjuiqi following behind. Hence, he said some polite words that would allow him to advance and retreat. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had already passed the boundary of the distant fire hall, how could he dare to hesitate any longer? He shouted loudly, "What are you laughing about?" After he finished speaking, he took the lead and chased after him. The others also suppressed their shock and chased after him with long swords in hand. At this moment, the disciples of the distant flame hall also caught up. However, they were pointing at the spot where Zhang Xiaohua was previously standing. Their faces were filled with excitement, but they did not dare to take another step forward. They watched helplessly as senior brother Wei and the others, as well as Hanjuiqi and Zhang Pinger, broke through the peak-protecting grand array. After Zhang Xiaohua passed through the array formation, the scene in front of him was not much different from the distant flame hall. He did not know which hall this was. He had only taken a few steps when senior brother Wei arrived and shouted, "You brat, eat my sword." After he said that, senior brother Wei spread his wings like a white crane and soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand pierced straight towards Zhang Xiaohua's back. Zhang Xiaohua had already sensed the level of senior brother Wei's martial arts when he was at lingering fragrance peak. Hence, when the tip of senior brother Wei's long sword was about to reach his body, his move was already over and there was no possibility for him to change his move. Only then did he turn around and raise the heavy sword in his hand, stiffly aiming at the tip of the long sword. What was Zhang Xiaohua planning to do now? Wasn't he preparing to use his strength to bully others? The two swords clashed and a crisp clang sounded. Senior brother Wei felt a huge force coming towards him. He was shocked, but before he could reveal the joy on his face, it was replaced by panic once again. He forcefully extracted his inner energy and sent it towards the long sword. Unfortunately, the strength of the heavy sword was indeed not something he could match. He tried to circulate his inner energy, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It seemed to be useless. Seeing that his inner energy was about to be depleted, senior brother Wei clenched his teeth and wanted to turn around and land on the ground. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword would move away from senior brother Wei's long sword, and with a "hoo" sound, it was pointing towards his chest. At this moment, senior brother Wei's inner energy was depleted. How could he still circulate his long sword? He could only forcefully twist his wrist and move the long sword slightly. That heavy sword was already pointing at his chest. What kind of swordplay is this? Senior brother Wei only had this thought before he died. Oh, he was about to die. This was just senior brother Wei's own feeling. How would Zhang Xiaohua dare to stain her hands with blood when she barged into Lingxiang Peak? That heavy sword only pointed at senior brother Wei's chest. The heavy sword had no edge and it was as if the tip of a stick had stabbed into his body. Zhang Xiaohua's control of her strength was exquisite, and senior brother Wei felt as if he had been hit by a fist. He could not control his body and his whole body flew backwards. A few disciples behind senior brother Wei rushed over and saw this. One of them jumped up and wanted to catch senior brother Wei with his hands. Who knew that just as he caught senior brother Wei, he also suffered a heavy blow and his body involuntarily fell backwards. With two pa-pa sounds, the two of them fell to the ground in front of Wuxia and Zhang Pinger, who had just crossed the array. Zhang Pinger could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. Senior Marshal Brother Wei got up from the ground. He didn't bother to hide his sorry state, nor did he bother to check the tokens of Wuxia and the others. He waved his hand and shouted to the disciples in front of him who were holding long swords and hesitating to charge forward, "Quick, surround him. Don't let him rush up again." The disciples then came to their senses. They had been living peacefully for a long time and were inevitably at a loss when faced with such a sudden situation. It was only when senior brother Wei called out to them that they understood. Although Zhang Xiaohua was a disciple of Distant Flame Temple, she was about to barge into Lingxiang Peak and had broken the rules. If they were unable to stop her, it would be their responsibility. Hence, they all held their swords and blocked Zhang Xiaohua from 4 angles. Senior brother Wei saw this and his heart calmed down. He whispered to the disciple beside him, "Quickly go up the mountain and report that a Distant Flame Temple disciple is about to barge into the array." As he spoke, he took out the signal that he had kept in his bosom for many years. It had always been used as a decoration. With a shake of his hand, he threw it into the air. With a pang sound, the signal flew out. A huge, colorful signal appeared in the sky above Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the signal in the sky and snorted coldly. She waved her sword and rushed towards the 2 disciples in front of her. The 2 disciples looked at each other and each took a stance. They were going to stab Zhang Xiaohua from the left and right. Zhang Xiaohua was not nervous at all. Just like before, she waited for the 2 swords to come closer before she floated to the left. She actually ignored the 2 and stabbed her sword at the leftmost disciple. That disciple was already on guard. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming to attack, he raised his sword. With a kacha sound, the 2 swords collided. That disciple had used all his strength, but his treasure sword was cut into 2 by the Great Wisdom Sword. That disciple was clearly surprised and immediately retreated to the side. Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward and stood at the place he was blocking. Then, she swung her sword to the right. It was the sword that the 2 disciples had used to stab at her. Seeing how powerful Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was, the 2 disciples panicked. Just as they were about to withdraw their swords, they saw a black shadow flash in front of them. Pang, pang. 2 muffled sounds rang out. It was Zhang Xiaohua who kicked their shoulders. "Io!" They cried out in pain as they were kicked several feet away by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She casually glanced at the last disciple standing not far away and rushed up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua easily forced the 3 disciples to retreat. Senior brother Wei's signal was still in the air. Wuxia had just retracted her gaze when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was already far away. Zhang Pinger's beautiful eyes had been following Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw that he had won so cleanly, she did not know if she should be happy or sad. Senior brother Wei was helpless. He waved his sword and said to the last disciple who was trembling in fear, "Quick, follow me." Zhang Xiaohua deliberately concealed her qinggong and did not go up the mountain quickly. Senior brother Wei caught up not long after. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped running, scaring senior brother Wei and the other disciple into retreating a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Senior brother Wei, do you think you can stop me?" Senior brother Wei gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "It's my duty." Even if I can't stop you, I have to. All right. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, then I will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he swung the heavy sword again. As the heavy sword approached, the sound of the wind could be heard. Senior brother Wei could not block it, so he could only dodge. However, the heavy sword was not as clumsy as other heavy weapons. It only paused in the air for a moment before changing direction and sweeping towards him. The speed at which it changed its move was even more nimble than other long swords. Senior brother Wei stared at the heavy sword and was about to jump up when he suddenly felt a black shadow flash in front of him. He raised his head slightly and saw that Zhang Xiaohua had already closed in on him when he was not paying attention. Senior brother Wei was shocked and was about to punch out with his other hand when Zhang Xiaohua raised her left hand again. She was extremely fast and nimble and tapped on a major acupoint on senior brother Wei's chest. Senior brother, do you admit defeat? Zhang Xiaohua, who had defeated senior brother Wei several times, asked with a smile. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.